Tonight on Guinness World Records Prime Time, in living color, she's a walking work of art, and her canvas is her flesh. It's the world's most tattooed woman. You won't believe what she had to endure to break the record. Also, Alex is the smartest bird on the planet.
How many blue block?
4.
It's an animal with the vocabulary of a human being.
What toy?
Chain.
And it could be the most dangerous record we've ever shown. 14 stories above downtown Los Angeles.
I might be a little crazy when it comes to doing these stunts, but I'm not stupid.
Super Joe Reed goes for a building-to-building motorcycle jump.
If you don't clear the obstacle, you die. If you overjump the obstacle, you die.
And Rebel XD is a rapping machine, but is he fast enough to sing his way into the record book?
Let's read back the rap.
I'm coming. And then I kind of lost it after that.
Plus, classic Guinness. His name is Who, and that's no hat he's wearing. It's the man with the world's longest hair. And a record not for the faint of heart. Eating live nightcrawlers. Watch if you can as Mark Hogg attempts a Guinness record that even the Guinness judges had trouble stomaching. It's real people, real danger, and real records. Are you ready for Guinness Prime Time? From Los Angeles, the host of Guinness Prime Time, Chris Collinsworth.
Good evening and welcome to Guinness World Records Prime Time. Tonight we'll begin with something you will never forget. The woman you're about to meet has broken a Guinness record that has stood since the early 80s. Her extreme record is 7 years in the making. I guarantee what you're about to see will boggle your mind. Let's go to Mark Thompson in our Guinness studio.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to meet the Guinness record holder as the most tattooed woman in the world. From Foothill Ranch, California, Julia Ganussi. What you're looking at is completely real. These are actual tattoos, not press-ons. Each one meticulously crafted. As a matter of fact, every single one of Julia's tattoos was done by the same tattoo artist. Julia spends between 3 and 5 hours during her tattoo sessions. That's an amazing 208 hours she spends a year under the needle. Julia tells us that the most sensitive areas of her body are her stomach and the back of her legs. There's no set pattern to the tattoo artwork. It's a kaleidoscope of characters, symbols, and people who've all been a part of Julia's life. It is utterly remarkable. Did you get that reaction that we saw here everywhere you go?
All the time.
What do people do?
Double takes, motorcycles laid down. I had that happen.
And how many tattoos do you have?
Over 400, at least over 400. And they're all sitting on top of each other, just about. Connection is there. They all mean something. There's a connection, so it's very, very solid.
If I were going to get a tattoo like this, I don't have a tattoo, what does it feel like when you're getting it?
You know how it feels to get a shot when you go to the doctor. You know, no one knows what to expect from this kind of a needle. But once you're into it, you numb out as the session goes on.
Julia, we happen to have a before picture of you. This is you 7 years ago, before you had any tattoos. I must say, you were very naturally beautiful. I know you started all this because you had a rare skin disease. Tell us about that.
Yes, I have porphyria, and it's from sunlight, overabundance of sunlight. and then you get severe blisters on the skin that can become 3-degree burns. So I came up with this remedy of tattooing. I felt that the color would add beauty and cover the scars and give me something to look forward to looking at every day.
I can understand the body. Tell me, if you would, how you came to start on your face and what you decided to put on your face. Obviously, that's the most prominent thing that people see.
Well, most of the tattoos have been, designed and created and talked about between both Art and I. And
Art is your tattoo artist who's done
Art.
all this work.
Yes.
Art Godoy.
So then between us, we would think these things out, and then, begin at the forehead with the unicorn, and then coming down with a diamond that goes around the nose.
Unicorn and a dragon, right? Did you do this
Unicorn
at the
and a
same time?
dragon. And then I said, let's start with, like sky scene coming down with water. So then we had the birds, and down below we had the frog sitting in a pond, and water beneath him with snakes on the neck that's right here, a swamp, and it just goes on down.
Isn't that interesting? You're absolutely right.
Right.
Yeah. It's beautiful. I mean, it's remarkable.
Yes.
How much does this all cost? How much?
The money that I've invested in my body right now has come to $70,000 to $80,000.
Do you work for a living?
Oh yes, I had a bakery for 12 years, and I do all kinds of things.
And what's your first tattoo? Can you show us the very first one that began
Yes.
this whole thing?
This is my octopus right here.
On your left leg.
Right.
Take us on a tour of some of your favorite tattoos, or just a few
All right.
spots. Lucy, I know you have.
Oh yes, definitely Lucy. And then the Beverly Hillbillies, we have,
Yeah, here they are.
all of them. Three Stooges,
Three Stooges.
we have them on the back.
The Beatles are on your right ankle.
Yes. And we still have to put the yellow submarine around them. We'll be done with that. Popeye, I am what I am, and that's what I am.
And there are a couple of Alfred E. Newmans, the bearded Alfred E. and then the beardless Alfred E. Just remarkable. The faces of Kiss are on your back leg as well. Have you a tattoo anywhere that you are not happy with, or you are not currently happy with?
The only one that we did a cover-up on was Elvis. I don't know why I put him there, but then we turned him into Mickey Mouse.
Where's the...
He's right there. The love just disappeared for him. That's all I can say.
I can't imagine it's possible, but if there's anyone out there who thinks they can beat Julia's record, let us know. Julia's got tattoos of almost everything imaginable, but there is room for some more, and I understand she'd like, in honor of her new Guinness record, to add our logo. So with the help of your personal tattoo artist, Art Godoy, we're going to send you both off stage to get that primetime branding and to continue the tattoo work. Ladies and gentlemen, the most tattooed woman in the world, Julia Danucci. And that's Art Godoy, her personal tattoo artist. The most tattooed woman in the world.
We'll check back later in the show, and you will see how Julia's new tattoo looks when it's all done. We'll be back.
Still ahead, a death-defying record attempt. Super Joe Reed takes on a 14-story building-to-building motorcycle jump. And it's classic Guinness. His name is Who, and that's no hat he's wearing. It's the man with the world's longest hair. Plus, a record not for the faint of heart. Watch Mark Hogg attempt a Guinness record, eating live nightcrawlers. Time now for tonight's Guinness game. According to Guinness, who holds the distinction of being the most frequently jailed Hollywood movie star? Is it A, Sean Penn, B, Robert Downey Jr., or C, Errol Flynn? The answer when Guinness Primetime returns.
It became the ultimate thrill ride. Now, one of the biggest movies.
Go as fast as you can.
Just got bigger. Steven Spielberg's The Lost World. See it with all new scenes.
I need you to send rescue immediately. It's coming back!
The Lost World. Sunday, November 1st on Fox.
So, according to Guinness, who holds the distinction of being the most frequently jailed Hollywood movie star? Is it A, Sean Penn, B, Robert Downey Jr., or C, Errol Flynn? If you guess Sean Penn, you're wrong. He's only been to the Slammer 2 times. Robert Downey Jr. has been incarcerated 3 times. But that's not the record, although he's still young enough to have a shot at breaking it. The man he has to catch is Errol Flynn. The Tasmanian-born Flynn was jailed at least 4 times on a wide variety of crimes in a number of different countries. He was booked for assault in New Guinea. He was later charged with murder in the same country, but was acquitted when the prosecution couldn't find a body. He got a view through bars in Somalia for hitting a customs agent and spent a night on a jail cot in New York for stomping on a policeman's foot. Flynn, who usually played daring, swashbuckling roles on the screen, led a life that was hardly much tamer. He was such a notorious womanizer, even the newsreels of the day poked fun at him.
When Errol gets this look in his eye, look out, girls. It only means one thing.
But his penchant for young girls,
I wonder what our old man's gonna say.
eventually got him in trouble. In the early 40s, he was prosecuted in 2 different Los Angeles cases for statutory rape. He beat both, but not before a new phrase entered the language. In like Flynn.
Welcome back. Guinness records involve people, places, and things that are one of a kind. So a bird with the intelligence of a 6-year-old human would certainly qualify. His name is Alex, and he holds the Guinness record for the world's smartest bird.
How many?
2.
Yes, believe your eyes. Scientists stop short of calling it counting.
What number?
5.
5 is right. Good boy.
But this parrot answers questions like how many with startling accuracy.
Tell me what's different.
Color.
That's right. Good guy. Color's different.
He identifies objects.
What toy?
Nail.
You're
Nail.
right.
Good boy.
He actually uses human speech to express what he thinks and how he feels.
You want to go back?
Want to go back? Well, we can't go back for a bit, okay? You can't go back outside till we finish, all right? Then you can go back, okay?
His name is Alex, a 22-year-old African gray parrot currently being studied at the University of Arizona. Alex has brought a lot of attention to his southwestern alma mater by blurring the very lines that used to separate humans from the rest of the animal kingdom. Alex has learned to respond just like we do with English speech.
What's different?
None.
None different. You're right. You're right. Essentially, he has learned a 2-way communication system. And that's what's exciting, because nobody thought that a non-mammal, a non-primate, a non-human even, could do that.
Alex is no genetically engineered superbird. He was plucked at random from a pet shop. What makes him different is nearly 2 decades of private tutoring by biologist Dr. Irene Pepperberg.
I'm going to put you back on your cage. What shape?
4. Corner.
That's right, 4 corners.
What a nut.
Yes.
She had a hunch these birds were as smart as dolphins or chimpanzees. She discovered in Alex something even beyond her wildest imagination.
What toy?
Keychain.
That's right, keychain. Good guy.
Alex learns through modeling, repetition, and lots of praise for correct answers.
Paper.
Paper, good boy. That's a good parrot.
His brain is no larger than a walnut, but that doesn't stop Alex from proving that bird brain is no longer an insult, but a compliment of the highest order. Look at this tray, a confusing collection of shapes and colors. Now watch Alex.
How many blue block?
4.
4 is right. Good boy. You're right.
Watch again.
How many green wool?
2.
2 is right. Good boy.
Now, if Alex hasn't given you the heebie-jeebies yet, watch this.
What sound?
4.
Or. That's right. Good boy.
This bird is learning to sound out pieces of words. Watch again.
Come on, what sound? That's right. Shh. That's shh. Yeah, that's shh. You're right. Good boy. We're trying to see if Alex can identify the sounds that make up human speech. And the reason for that is to see what his understanding is of the bits and pieces that make up the words that he knows. What is it?
Shower.
Yeah. Does that feel good? Yeah.
The largest parrot vocabulary is 800 words, and Alex knows just a few more than 80. But other parrots simply mimic human speech, while Alex has mastered it. Guinness has singled out this reasoning, conversing, problem-solving natural wonder as far and away the world's smartest bird.
You be good.
Now, if you think your pet is as smart as Alex, have him drop us a line. We'll be right back.
Coming up, 14 stories about downtown Los Angeles. Super Joe Reed goes for Guinness glory with a death-defying building-to-building motorcycle jump. Plus, watch if you can as Mark Hogg attempts a Guinness record that even the Guinness judges had trouble stomaching.
Welcome back. If you tell Super Joe Reed to take a flying leap, he'll do it, literally. Tonight, Super Joe will attempt to set a new Guinness record by jumping his motorcycle between two 14-story buildings. July 30th, 1998, Los Angeles, California. This is where Super Joe Reed will take his ride on the wild side. He will attempt to leap from the rooftop of one 14-story building to the rooftop of another across 65 feet of open air, launching his motorcycle across a 140-foot deep tomb of brick walls and pavement.
We need somebody on these boards to pull them out. Somebody get by them.
Just how dangerous is this stunt? There's no way to rehearse it, and no one has ever risked their life to attempt it.
I always look into every worst-case scenario that I can dream of in my wildest nightmares.
Joe's nightmare would be to fall short or overshoot the building across the way.
If you overjump the brick wall at the other end of the building, you die. The worst-case scenario happens, we don't make it across, hit the front of the building, and then start to fall. I might be a little crazy when it comes to doing these stunts, but I'm not stupid.
Joe Reed is 40 years old, married to Jennifer, a motorcycle daredevil, current Guinness record holder for the highest roof-to-roof motorcycle jump, which he hopes to better by 8 stories. Joe will gamble his life on the power and handling of the Spanish-made 250cc gas dirt bike. The 4-speed Roadster has a liquid-cool engine and can go from 0 to 60 in just 5 seconds. The cramped rooftop offers Joe a mere 116 feet of acceleration. He'll need every inch of that space to be able to attain the speed it'll take to launch his bike across the cement canyon. Adding to the difficulty of the jump, the runway is like an obstacle course, littered with pipes and skylights.
We have to literally go between those skylights with our feet up on the pegs to get a straight run at the ramp to jump across over to the other side.
On the other side, Joe's got one huge problem. Joe needs 200 feet to stop the bike, and he doesn't have it.
So we're going to be trying to stop a 250cc motorcycle, a dirt bike, on the roof of a building 14 stories up in less than 63.5 feet.
So how do you turn 63 feet into 200 feet? Joe makes up the difference with 2 layers of nylon fishing net, and if they fail, the only thing left to stop Joe is a brick wall that could kill him.
We are going to be going into those nylon nets on that side, whoever's over there. Fire guys, we're going to be staying on this side because we'll hit them and we're going to go bougie, okay? We're going to go deep into it, over to the other, near the other wall, but we shouldn't get there.
If there's a net deployment and there's an unconscious or a severely injured person, no one is to go into that net and try to pull that person out. That'll become a fire department operation at that point.
A road warrior, Joe is wrapped in a heavy leather bodysuit and is wearing knee pads, shoulder pads, elbow pads, chest protector, back brace, and a helmet. We rigged a tiny camera to Joe's safety glasses for these Guinness exclusive shots. Here you see part of Joe's ritual to psych himself up for his stunt. He envisions the route his bike will travel. He blocks out the fear of what could go wrong and decides to go for it. Before he makes his high-flying leap, Joe tests his gears and gets a feel for the ramp. There seems to be something wrong. Joe does another test run. An unforeseen problem has Joe very worried.
It feels like it's slipping. Where? Back there. It could be that we reached the dew point or there's moisture on the ramps. I don't know. It felt like it was slipping every time I took off the first 3 or 4 test runs that I did.
65 feet of open air separates Joe Reed from a Guinness record or an early grave. 14 stories below, firefighters and paramedics have cleared the streets and are standing by to protect the public in the event Joe's bike comes up short and crashes to the ground. Joe's in position. This is it. He's off. But no, Joe stopped. Something's wrong. He aborted the jump.
I thought it was too wet. It's looking out.
Joe's bike is still skidding on the wet ramp. While the crew tries to soak up the moisture, Joe slowly heads back to the starting point. The crew is wiping down the ramp, and Joe must now make the toughest decision he's ever made.
And I would have to take, literally, my life, my motorcycle, and my mind in my own hands to make the decision whether to go or not.
Joe decides to risk it all and go for it. If even a small patch of water remains on the ramp, this jump could be lethal.
I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to wheelie. I don't know if I'm going to loop out. I don't know if it's going to slip, and I'm not going to make it across.
Super Joe Reed is going to put his life on the line. 14 stories below, the crowd feels the tension. He revs his engine, shifts gears, and he's off. This is for a new Guinness record. Joe Reed has made it, but he's crashed into the net. And beyond, he hit the wall. Joe Reed has hit the wall beyond the net. Paramedics on the way. Let's see what went wrong. Joe gets the height he needs to easily clear the 65-foot span between the two buildings. But watch as his motorcycle buckles on impact and his body is hurled over the top of the safety net. The wall is all that stops him from plunging 140 feet to his death. But he's slammed into that wall with a deadly force. Joe's still down. But it looks like the paramedics are helping him to his feet.
Tell him, give him a thumbs up. Tell him I'm okay. Thumbs up.
He's okay, he's okay.
Still dazed and visibly shaken, Joe Reed is lucky to be alive. It's official. Super Joe Reed has set a new Guinness record for the highest rooftop-to-rooftop leap. A height of 14 stories across a span of 65 feet. Here it is from another angle. Here's a slow-motion look at the bone-crunching landing. It's amazing that Super Joe could walk away from this near-fatal crash without so much as a scratch.
Never had a broken bone, any motorcycle jump, anywhere, practicing, rehearsing, 14 stories off the ground at night. Nobody can touch me.
Here's one last look at Super Joe Reed's high-flying ride into the Guinness Record Book. Unbelievable. Stay with us.
Rebel XD is a rapping machine, but is he fast enough to sing his way into the record book? Then Mark Hogg attempts a Guinness record, eating live night crawlers. It's a record not for the faint of the heart.
On October, images which may be disturbing to younger or sensitive viewers. Parental discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Snoop Doggy Dogg, Wu-Tang, Puff Daddy, all record-setting rap artists. And now there's Rebel XD. And what sets him apart from all the other rappers is speed. Mark Thompson is with him in our Guinness studio.
His mother knows him as Shawndale Price, but in the rap world, he's Rebel XD. He's with me now, and you already hold a Guinness record.
That's correct.
For the fastest rapping.
Right.
674 syllables, was it, in under a minute?
Right. 54.9 seconds, to be exact.
Actually, really under a minute.
Right.
Tonight, you're here to break that record?
That's correct.
Well, to help you get in the groove, you brought your own DJ from the south side of Chicago.
Right.
Yeah, DJ E. And tonight, I should tell you that Rebel will be rapping an original composition entitled Record Breaker. To make certain that you're enunciating each and every syllable of every word, we have a speech analyst, Art Mankey, right over here. He's going to be here to verify each and every syllable, and it's all going to be digitally recorded on the latest computer software. We've been preparing for you. In fact, double insurance. We'd ask the Guinness record holder as the world's fastest court reporter, Linda Sturm, to come here from Columbus, Ohio. She's taking down everything you say. You think you can keep up with the fastest rapper, Linda?
I'm going to give it my best.
You're happy with the equipment. You're familiar with the equipment. Already I'm speaking too quickly for you, aren't I? You're thrown right now, aren't you? You're shaking, aren't you?
I am.
All right, Linda. Wait till you hear Rebel. He's amazing. If you're ready, and are you?
Definitely.
You'll have 60 seconds. The stage is yours. DJ, get him in the groove.
Yeah. Y'all ready to witness this? Okay. I'm about to do this. I'm coming back and taking the rap and breaking them up. When we become attacking them and taking them up on my side, when they get them and taking them out, when we seeking them back, I'm giving hit them with my jump, look at the radical, then I'm the style, I'm putting them back in line, when I'm making them around, when I'm coming to get them and breaking them up, when it's becoming an enemy, to an incredible lyrical epitome, you open the cover, you'll not be double the rubber, the double the story, hold them down on my title, I'm making it vital, and then I'm getting them on the side, I'm hanging them up, when they become the bottom, me that'll be dumb, and the fact I kind of be stupid to step on the taking the weapon away from rap, when we dope, then I'm capping and packing and packing and grabbing the rap and the choke. Stupid committee of rappers want to be lyrical enemies, soon be stepping away, and I'm making it better, and then let them step in and get them, egging them up, when I'm picking them up, when I'm taking them out, when I'm be staking them out of my academy, get them better and better, later way, and want to be stepping to me, when I hit them, conjure back around on the floor, and drop them down, when I kick them, and I'm rapping, be competitive, making a skeleton, when I'm hitting them, eat them, beat them, and see them, and sticking them out, when I come in, defeat them, and popping and dropping and coming and mopping them up, when I get them, and then I'm a shock, I'm making a prayer, when I'm breaking them down with lyric, and making them follow me. I hit with a script, and I'm ripping, picking, tripping up on all the beat, stepping away when it becoming, giving the kind of credible, then I'm rapping about, I'm breaking the rap and making it get away when it becoming attacking, hacking, and backing them up, and packing, and racking them up, when I get them, I got them, and checking, and wrecking, and making them want to get out of my realm, when I come in the jam, and I'm rapping, putting me, smacking, and ceiling, trapping the enemy, then I'm a slam, hit a second, and waking them up, kicking, breaking them up, when I'm taking the mic up into my hand, I'm gonna get them in the record, hurt them, and wrecking them in, and my lyric is making them wonder why many be thinking the sand is luck, and I'm taking the duck, and I'm breaking them up when I hit them meant to rubber erupt.
Great job. Great job. Rebel XD!
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, it sounded like a world record to me. We're going to check with Art Mankey to make sure that everything was copacetic. He's going to decipher every word while we're doing that, and he's going to check that out. Let's check with the world's fastest court reporter. Linda?
Yes.
Let's read back the rap, see what we have.
Okay, I'm about to do this. And then we started the rap. I'm a-comin'. And then I kind of lost it after that. And then it looked something like flim flam rubba dubba and I rubbing a dub, double the fact. Ema take 'em being up, take particular the coming getting, a rippin' and a shippin'. And I
Hey, she got a rippin' and a shippin'. How about a round of applause for the world's fastest court reporter. All right, let's see if you broke the record. All right, Rebel, the judges are checking out your rap with the digital software. Let's listen and see what you sound like at almost normal speed.
Taking them up out of my sight when I get them and taking them out when I be seeking the mic.
Does it all check out, judges?
Perfect. 683 syllables in an amazing 54.5 seconds.
Congratulations, Rebel XD.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Also, our thanks to our special guest, Linda Sturm. The world record, Rebel XD.
Thank you.
Way to go, Rebel. We're coming right back.
Coming up, it's Classic Guinness. His name is Who, and that's no hat he's wearing. It's the man with the world's longest hair. Plus, watch if you can as Mark Hogg attempts a Guinness record. eating live night crawlers. It's a record not for the faint of heart. But first, another game from the pages of Guinness. 2 months, or C, 22 years. The answer when Guinness Primetime returns. 22 months, or C, 22 years. The answer is C, 22 years.
Robin Hanshaw of Stoke Poges, England had a 1-inch nail embedded near his right eye for all that time and didn't even know about it. This odd story began when he was clearing his garden and stepped on one end of a wooden plank. The other end flew up and slammed him with such force, it drove the nail all the way into his head. But since the nail went all the way in, Robin didn't even know it. He just knew his head hurt, and that he had a lump, and then he developed an infection.
I went to the doctor and his report was that he probably thought chipped a bone. But it took about 3 courses of antibiotics to clear up the infection. Once it was cleared up, it just, I thought no more of it, really. Though there was a little lump there, and it stayed there for 20-odd years.
But when Dr. Colin Yates saw the lump, he decided to investigate. The x-rays took him by surprise.
It looked like a nail, and a rusty nail at that.
When Robin told him the story of the board, that confirmed it, and out the nail came.
A simple incision over it, and it came out without any difficulty at all.
This is what Dr. Yates took out. Robin still keeps it in a jar, a rusty reminder of how he literally hit the nail on the head.
Since we started Guinness Prime Time, you've met the world's shortest twins, the man with the longest fingernails, and the tallest human being to walk the face of the earth. Now we present more classic Guinness with a record that is 69 years in the making. Who has hair? A lot of hair. In fact, the new Guinness record holder for the man with the world's longest hair hasn't had a haircut since 1929. This is Hu Satiao, home Monga, Thailand, age 85. Occupation, medicine man. In his remote mountain village in northern Thailand, Hu spends much of his day smoking the local herbs and dealing with villagers' health problems. He's widely respected in his community, and he attributes his success directly to his long hair.
I cut it when I was 18 and got really sick. So I decided I'd never do it again. Since then, I've been able to call up ghosts to help heal the sick.
In November of last year, Hu and his older brother Yi had their hair unrolled and measured with 2 different measuring tapes. Guinness rules stipulate that the hair must be measured from the crown to the tip of the main body. Stray hairs don't count.
The strand ends about 5 meters and 15 centimeters.
This translates into a whopping 16 feet, 11 inches.
This is definitely a new record.
Who has shattered the old Guinness record by more than 3 feet. Brother Yi's hair is 16 feet, 2 inches. Good enough for second place, and that isn't too bad when you consider Yi had a little trim back in 1959. Who vows that not a strand from his record-setting head will ever be cut off, at least while he's alive. But his will stipulates the villagers will be allowed to keep it as a totem for good luck when he dies. And as for hair care, Hu has some tips. Wash thoroughly and carefully with laundry detergent and rinse well. But don't repeat for at least a year. And in the meantime, keep it rolled up in a practical beehive hairdo.
I just wrap it up here and put my hat on top. It helps keep me warm.
When Hu has a bad hair day, Hu has a bad hair day. We'll be right back.
Next, a record not for the faint of heart. Eating live night crawlers. Watch if you can as Mark Hogg attempts a Guinness record that even the Guinness judges had trouble stomaching.
Back to Mark Thompson for another record attempt.
Kentucky. Mark, you remember the infantry, I know.
82nd Airborne, yes.
And you're going to attempt a record tonight that involves something that you learned during your survival training?
Yes, sir.
Now, the table is set for your record because you're going to eat one particular thing. Let's show everyone now what that thing is. They don't like the light, it seems, do they?
Not much. That's why they call them night crawlers.
What is a night crawler?
It's a large fishing worm. It's the biggest fishing worm made.
The biggest fishing worm there is,
yes,
huh? Now, you're going to eat these night crawlers and they'll be alive?
Yes, sir.
Where did you discover that you had the talent for eating live night crawlers?
I was 82nd Airborne in Fort Sherman. We went on a 6-week survival course.
Survival course. And in the 6 weeks, you have to just eat what's out in the environment?
Yes, sir.
So you're literally digging around for these things?
Worms, slugs, anything out of the ground you can find.
We should point out that worms are actually an excellent food source with great nutritional value. You know, they're 82% protein, low in fat, and in fact, a better source of protein than chicken. How do they taste?
There's not much taste to them at all.
Do you clean or prepare them in some way?
Yeah, you clean them, you can handle them, spray them, and you move around your handle a bit, and they'll de-poop themselves.
Oh, sometimes you feel like you asked one question too many, you know? Let's show everybody exactly what you'll be doing here. Yeah, these are 4 to 6 inch night crawlers. Can everybody get a good look? No, really. Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, they're crawling out of my hand. They look like, I just want you to know, they're real, aren't they, sir?
They're real.
They're real, all right. I don't want, they're real slimy is what they are. Will you show us how you eat one, Mark?
I'll do one here. Take this worm.
Now, can you feel them going down?
Just for a couple of seconds. Once they reach down there, you can feel them for a few seconds, and they're...
And once they're in your stomach, can you feel them?
Just for a couple of seconds.
Again? Now, you obviously don't mind eating worms, these live night crawlers. Is there anything that you do mind eating?
Sushi. I will not touch sushi. That's it. No.
You will not touch sushi?
No raw fish. No, I won't eat that.
All right. Well, are you ready for your challenge?
Yes, I am.
All right. Tonight, Mark's going to attempt to set a Guinness record for the most number of worms eaten in 30 seconds. There are a total of 50 night crawlers on that plate in front of you. At the end of 30 seconds, Mark, you know you have to open your mouth so the Guinness judges can be certain that all the worms you've eaten have been swallowed. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Audience ready? All right. Let's 3, 2, 1, go! That's all 50 of them! You still have 15 seconds left! He's going for more! 51! 52! 8 seconds, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's time! Mark Hogg, you have to see it to believe it.
Thank you.
I mean, you poured through the 50 inside the first 15 seconds. I have to think that, you know, you could have gone for another handful, but you know that we couldn't keep count of those that we hadn't pre-counted. Unbelievable. Let's take a look at that again in slow motion. Here it is. Now, you swallow all of those?
Yes, sir.
So you're not chewing any of them?
No.
Now, what does that feel like, all of them going down at once? I mean, that's slithering and...
You're eating oysters. It's just like sliding oysters down.
Yeah, you have a problem with sushi? Now, what are you doing? The one's dangling off of your mouth like that, and you're sucking in like a piece of spaghetti?
Yes, sir.
And that's a lot of protein, so you figure that's like, what? A couple pieces of chicken.
At least.
Equivalent. Now look at this. This is you taking them out individually. What was slowing you down was the...
Picking them up.
Picking them up, exactly. Great minute. The Guinness judges are reviewing the tape, and I'm told you ate not only all the 50 that were on the plate in front of you, but 7 from this bowl, for a total of 57 night crawlers in 30 seconds eaten. Mark Hahn, the new Guinness record holder.
Now, tonight's Guinness record recap. Julia Ganussi of Foothill Ranch, California, showed us why she's in the record book as the world's most tattooed woman. From Tucson, Arizona, Alex the Parrot's astounding display of intelligence gave us all something to think about.
You'll be good.
It's no wonder why Alex is in the record book as the world's smartest parrot. Super Joe Reed flirted with disaster 14 stories above downtown Los Angeles when he set a new Guinness record for a 65-foot building-to-building motorcycle jump. Back in our studio, Rebel XD of Chicago, Illinois, rapped an amazing 683 syllables in under a minute, earning him the title of the world's fastest rapper. In Mona, Thailand, Hu Satyao gave us a look at his record-breaking locks, measuring 16 feet 11 inches, making him the man with the world's longest hair. And Mark Hogg from Louisville, Kentucky, wormed his way into the record book by swallowing an amazing 57 night crawlers. If you want to break or set a record here on Guinness Primetime, we want to hear from you. So drop us a line to Guinness Primetime, P.O. Box 4361, Hollywood, California, 90028. Or give us a call at 1-888-751-8088. That's 1-888-751-8088.
Here's just a sample of what you'll see on Guinness World Records Prime Time in the weeks to come.
How could this young man survive with half a head and half a brain? You'll see the record-setting surgery that gave a hard Israfel a new lease on life. And one man, one fire truck, and 12,000 pounds of thrust. Will Tom Seidel and his rocket truck have what it takes to set a new Guinness land speed record? Plus, he's the world's most elastic man. You won't believe what he has to do to earn his Guinness title. Then, James Gill Jr. was born 18 weeks prematurely, weighing just 1 pound 6 ounces. He wasn't expected to live. You'll hear the whole story behind his miraculous Guinness record. And they came from all over the globe for one extreme world record. 53 skydivers attempt to connect in one perilous formation, 3 miles above the earth. Don't miss this Guinness exclusive. If you were freaked out by the human toolbox, you won't believe the human pincushion. This might be the most bizarre, painful, and dangerous record ever attempted on air. Watch as he places 9-inch steel spike needles into his face. You'll see it, but you won't believe it.
Before we go, we promised you one last look at the world's most tattooed woman. Here is Julia Ganussi's latest work of art. Our thanks to Julia Ganussi, the world's most tattooed woman. Tonight, you witnessed some amazing people make Guinness history. My thanks to all of them. For everyone here at Guinness Prime Time, I'm Chris Collinsworth. Good night.
It was known to speed in...
From Los Angeles, the host of Guinness Primetime, Chris Collinsworth.
Good evening and welcome to a special edition of Guinness Prime Time. Tonight, because you asked for it, we present the best of the best from our Guinness studio. And there is only one way to begin. Let's go to Mark Thompson.
Thank you, Chris. We begin tonight's best of the best with a familiar face. So far on this stage, Brad Byers has hammered an ice pick and a nail up his nose. Then inserted a power drill directly into his sinus cavity, earning him the title of the human toolbox. Brad also blew everybody away the night he set another Guinness record by swallowing 8 27-inch swords. Brad is back with us tonight to attempt to go for even more. Ladies and gentlemen, Brad Byers. Nice to see you, sir. Good to be back. Brad, you've caused more reaction than just about anybody we've had on this program. There's a record that's going to be attempted tonight. We've already told everyone about your existing record of 8 swords swallowed. Tonight, you're going to attempt
9.
How much harder is 9 than 8?
It's extremely more difficult. With the 8 swords, they fill my esophagus so much, and the heart is so close to the esophagus, I can actually feel my heartbeat. And as I look up at the handles, I can see them moving to the beat of my heart. It's such a tight fit that that 9th sword could pierce right through the esophagus and into the heart.
In the event that something does go wrong, we have emergency medical technicians standing by. Brad, once again, we're going to ask you to take your shirt off to prove to everyone this is not a trick. This is something real, as is everything on this program.
Yes, it is.
You brought a dazzling display of swords here behind us. Now, you can swallow any of the swords here on the board?
Yes, I can. Any one of them.
I'm told you do something with this curved sword that no one else in the world can do.
That's right. I believe I'm the only person who can swallow the curved sword either from the right or swallow it from the left. And I do that by bending my spine. When I bend the trunk of my body, then the esophagus bends accordingly.
Can you show us now, before you actually attempt the record? I'd love to see that.
If you want to hang on to my shirt for me.
Sure. Now, to prove that the sword is actually going down your throat, Brad has agreed to have himself x-rayed. We did it prior to the show. And let's take a look, because you can see that curved sword down your esophagus.
Yes, the esophagus is curved, the sword blade is down the esophagus, and the point is actually entering the stomach.
The point is actually entering the stomach,
according to the doctors that have examined the x-rays, yes.
Something I was wondering about, this may seem a little off the beaten track, but I was wondering, do you skip your last meal before you try this? I mean, when I say your last meal, by the way, I just mean the meal right before you attempt this.
Well, actually, I prefer to swallow swords after a full meal. And if I want to, I can swallow swords after a heavy meal. There's only 2 things that I don't eat before swallowing swords, and that's peanut butter and chocolate, because it has a tendency to stick to the blades.
Oh. Here's how it goes. Brad will be attempting to place all 9 of these 27-inch, very sharp swords down his throat. Once all 9 swords are in place, Brad will then attempt the most difficult move of all, a simultaneous twist of all 9 swords within his throat. As you can see, all of the swords are solid metal and are not collapsible. This is not a trick. Obviously, what Brad is going to do is extremely dangerous. As always, we caution you. Brad is a trained professional, and this should never be attempted at home. Brad, the stage is yours. Good luck. That's sword number 1. This is the second sword. The third sword. Sword number 4. It's the fifth sword. The sixth. Seventh. This is to tie his world record. The 8th sword. And this is for a new Guinness record. This will break it. The 9th sword. A new Guinness record. 9th sword. And now the twist. Unreal. Your eyes watering and tearing like I've never seen it before.
Well, my esophagus was stretched more than it ever has been before.
I want to take a look at the videotape of you doing it.
I started to get towards the halfway point, and then my esophagus feels as though it's full.
So at 4 swords, let's say?
Yeah, 4 to 5, yeah, around 4 swords. The 5th one is really full. As of course, as you can imagine, it gets a tighter and tighter fit. 7 is about all I care to put down halfway comfortably.
You could feel your heart beating the way you described you might be able to?
Yes, along in about 7 swords, I started feeling my heart beat. The 8th sword was really hard to get down. It was kind of sticking on the way down, and I almost had to force it.
That tied your record. Now, this was to break the record.
Yeah, I was really concerned about that, and I had to find room to get that very last sword down. There it is, filled more than it's ever been before.
And then the twist. Were you worried about having room for the twist?
Well, I was worried about a scissoring action with the twist.
How were you able to bow with the swords touching your stomach the way they are?
Well, it takes a lot of control with the epiglottis and the esophagus. I don't want those swords to work their way down and put pressure on the bottom of the stomach as I bend over. I can actually puncture the bottom of my stomach.
When you're talking about sword swallowing, you are clearly the best. Brad Byers, everyone.
Still ahead, he's the world's most elastic man. See how he earned the title on our stage and in your face. And the most talked about record attempts to ever take place in our studio. It's our shocking Hall of Fame of the outrageous. Plus, witness Gary Turner as he's pulled, twisted, and tugged into the record book.
All-Pro linebacker Lee Woodall and I could tell you what Twin Lab Creatine Fuel does for athletes. Or we could just show you. Before. After. More mass, more strength, more power. Twin Lab Creatine Fuel.
No one can copy it.
Available at GNC, Whole Foods, and other health food stores.
So you want some lingerie for your wife?
I don't want to come in here and look stupid. Too late.
In a matter of seconds,
Mr. Zavitz may have passed sensitive materials to you.
An everyday citizen.
You are the only woman for me. You and Janet Jackson.
Can become
Target's on the move.
an enemy of the state. Produced by Jerry Bruckheimer. Directed by Tony Scott. Will Smith.
Why are they after me?
Gene Hackman.
You have something they want!
Enemy of the state.
Should have gotten her a watch.
Rated R. Starts Friday, November 20th.
Hey, you got a quarter?
Out of cash?
Did you know if you use 1-800-CALL-ATT for collect calls, you pay the same low rate 24 hours a day, anywhere, anytime? And it's the guaranteed cheap way to make collect calls. That's great, right? C-A-L-L-A-T-T. C-A-L-L-A-T-T.
I got it.
Use 1-800-CALL-ATT for collect calls.
Are you ready to make real noise? To make new friends? To take sharper pictures? Are you ready to build bridges? Learn diplomacy? Learn to swim? Are you ready to turn what you want to do into what you will do? Are you ready? Be all you can be.
A new season of The X-Files begins Sunday, November 8th on Fox.
In a heated NFC rivalry, sometimes you have to get your hands a little dirty.
Welcome back. Most of the records found in the Guinness Book are based on tangible things like speed, height, or distance. But some are more subjective. The man you're about to meet holds a record that definitely falls into that category. Let's go to Mark Thompson.
Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, the world's most elastic man from Saint-Léonard-d'Aston, Quebec, Canada, Pierre Beauchemin. Look at that. Pierre's turned his feet completely around. Wow, he's literally walking backwards. Monsieur, Pierre speaks very little English, but of course, if you can walk like that, you'll get people's attention wherever you go. I speak very little French, but we'll try to have a conversation. Does that hurt when you walk like that? Does that hurt?
No.
No?
No hurt me.
Show us some other positions that your body.
Okay.
Oh, my Lord. That doesn't hurt right now.
No, it's relaxed for me.
When you were young, they x-rayed you and they said that everything in your body is normal?
Yes, it's normal.
You're saying, yeah, that doesn't hurt.
Okay. Okay. It's no problem.
And yet, let's look at that shoulder shift in slow motion. You can actually see his shoulder blade pivot and dislocate from its socket. Now, we asked that you be x-rayed by a medical device called a fluoroscope. And take a look. Here's what it looks like when you make that movement and dislocate your shoulder. It's remarkable. This x-ray image allows us to see the rotation of the bone as it turns in the socket. It's unbelievable. Now, when you are married, right?
Yes.
When you go to sleep at night with your wife, how do you sleep?
Okay, you sleep. Good night.
How long can you maintain that position?
1 hour.
All right, I'll get back to you in an hour. All right. And when you wake up in the morning, some coffee? I've brought some coffee for you. I have this for you here. The coffee is there. This is amazing. He's actually pouring the coffee with his dislocated arm fully extended behind his head. It's totally unnatural. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. Oh. Incredible. As if this wasn't enough to convince someone how flexible you are, we have something remarkable here. We're going to ask Pierre to get inside this 29 by 15 by 15 inch box.
That's like packing yourself in a large picnic basket. Pierre is going to have to dislocate his legs to get his body completely inside. The legs are in.
You okay, Pierre? All right. Watch that shoulder. Voila! Ladies and gentlemen, the Guinness record holder, Pierre Bolsoman, the world's most elastic man. Thank you, sir.
You know, that's the same way I used to leave the field after a Steelers game. We'll be right back.
Coming up, from India, Sridhar Chillal. He spent a lifetime growing his way into the record book as the man with the world's longest fingernails. And they're the most incredible, extraordinary, unbelievable record attempts ever to take place on our stage. Plus, it's a Guinness exclusive that will make your skin crawl. Witness Gary Turner as he pulls, twists, and tugs his body into the record book.
Those fingers in your hair, that slide come hither stare, that look that lures them there is which.
Only Finesse with a hydrating silk protein formula smooths every strand for the silkiest hair you'll ever touch.
Those gorgeous flowing strands of it, I've got to get my hands on it.
Only Finesse gives you the look that gets the touch.
Bless me, Father. I killed a man.
Since last summer, Julie James has lived in terror.
I had these horrible dreams.
No one believes her stories.
He was in there.
And where is he now, Julie? No one understands her fear.
Ben Willis is dead. They never found the body.
But her secret is about to haunt them all.
We're all gonna die! It's gonna kill us one by one!
I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. Rated R. Opens everywhere November 13th.
Okay, people, this is a phone, and this is $1. You still with me? Well, that's good. Now dial this number, and all your long-distance calls from home could cost less than $1. That's right, with 10-10-220, all calls up to 20 minutes are only 99 cents. Talk longer, and it's just 10 cents for each extra minute. No fees, no contracts. Am I right, Poochie? Just dial 10-10-220, then 1, then the number. Bottom line, you get up to 20 minutes on this for less than this. You got that? Good, because if I'm not mistaken, I think nature's calling my dog.
Is there anything else, an only real thing to do? Anything else I need, except cold and you. No, there's nothing else that'll do besides Coca-Cola. There's only you. Come on, give me a Coke, baby. Give me some of that real thing. Come on.
It was one of those moments in life you want to keep. My husband thought he was getting dinner. My daughter, a new friend.
Time to cook the lobster!
When the moment came, I didn't have to worry about the light being low.
That's my lobster!
Or them turning out blurry because they were moving. With Kodak Max, I knew I'd get my picture.
Low light, sunlight, action, or still, Kodak Max is all you need to know about film.
It's Sunday, Big Sunday, the biggest game, the biggest movie. First, the Packers meet the Niners in a rematch of last year's NFC title game. Then, the biggest movie. With new scenes added, the first time ever on television, Steven Spielberg's The Lost World. Sunday, Big Sunday, all starting at 12 Eastern on Fox.
Welcome back. One of the most memorable evenings we spent here in our Guinness studio was with the man with the world's longest fingernails. I'm I'm here with Sridhar Chillal, and I know what you all want to see. Sridhar, please show us what's in the bag. Oh my. Would you please give the audience a closer look? But audience, please do not touch Sridhar's hands. Don't touch at all, but look at the nails attached to his hand. That is one of the most remarkable things any of you have ever seen. This is Sunil Narkar. He'll be translating for us. Sridhar doesn't speak any English. The first question is why?
तुम्ही काय हे केलं म्हणजे काय कारण आहे त्याच्यामागे
काहीतरी जगा वेगळं करायचं होतं आणि लहानपणी चॅलेंज म्हणून वाढवायला सुरुवात केली.
He just wanted to be a different person than an ordinary man, so that, and it was a challenge somebody gave him.
I'm looking at your fingernails, and this is remarkable. How long have these nails been growing?
तुम्ही किती वर्ष ही नखं वाढवताय?
1952 पासून कापली नाहीत, म्हणजे आज जवळजवळ 46 वर्ष झाली.
Since 1952, he has been growing those for the last 46 years.
Wow. You know what? We've all got 1,000 questions about what life is like for the man with the world's longest fingernails. So our cameras followed Sridhar after his arrival from India. The man with the world's longest fingernails came to America for the first time just to appear on Guinness Primetime.
You would like to take some pictures on it?
Passing through our customs inspection, he's asked the question he's been asked a million times before.
So what's in the bag?
Sridhar Chillal gingerly removes the protective bag, revealing his most prized possession.
If I broke a nail, it would be such a great shock for me. I would probably have a heart attack.
So how does the man who's been growing his fingernails for more than 4 decades get around? To begin with, his wife never leaves his side.
I knew if I married him, I would have to help him all the time, and I accepted that.
The long journey from rural India demands rest, but unfortunately sleep for Sridhar is a waking nightmare. Because of the tremendous weight of his nails, he has to carefully change position every 30 minutes, or his muscles will begin to ache with pain.
For the last 35 years, I've never had a sound sleep because I'm always having to change position.
I have to be very careful when I'm in bed to see where his hand is, so I don't break a nail. I don't get much sleep either.
Sridhar's everyday routine presents a myriad of problems, from brushing his teeth, to shaving, to getting dressed. But the most tedious part of his routine is the daily cleaning of his nails. First, they are rinsed and scrubbed with warm water. Then they are hung to dry. Sridhar blows on them to hasten the process. Next, they are laid on a table and carefully rubbed with boric acid to prevent mold from growing on them. Everything is done with his right hand and with the help of his wife. Sridhar requires custom-made jackets which allow his fingernails to pass through a wide sleeve that has a zipper sewn into the side. But the man with the longest fingernails is anxious to see Los Angeles, and it's time to become a tourist. Even in Hollywood, where people are used to seeing the strange and unusual, Sridhar Chillal draws attention.
You ever seen something like that? Snails.
It's unbelievable. How many years?
46 years.
In India, if your name goes into the Guinness Book, you are a very famous person. And then when I was on TV in India in 1990, I became even more famous.
Now appearing on Guinness Primetime, Sridhar will undoubtedly become even more of a celebrity. It's been a while since Sridar's nails were measured, so prior to the show, our Guinness judges remeasured each of your fingernails. And since there's no instruction manual for measuring something like this, we decided to use a thin string to give us an accurate measurement, or at least as accurate as possible. Considering the coils and the curves we have to contend with, the strings seem to be the perfect solution to this problem. It can be delicately applied, and our worst nightmare was to cause a nail to chip, to break, or to crack. Once each fingernail was measured, we carefully measured the string with a ruler. Here's the official Guinness measurement. The thumb alone is 56 inches long. The index finger is 43 inches. The middle finger, 46¼ inches. The ring finger, 49½ inches, and the pinky is 47½ inches. The combined length, Sridhar, is 20 feet, 2¼ inches. Sridhar, congratulations. I'm sure you have many years of growth ahead of you. But before we go, you must do me a favor, all right? I'm sorry, please. Please indulge me. This will be the world's worst sound of nails on a blackboard. I had to ask the man with the longest fingernails to give me one loud, long screech. Sridhar? Knock yourself out, Sridhar. Now that's something you won't forget. Once again, with Sridhar Chilal. We'll be back with more Guinness greats from our studio in a couple of minutes.
Up next, he's one milkman who always delivers. It's an eye-opening record that reduces you to tears. And one of the most talked about record attempts to ever take place on our stage. It's our shocking Hall of Fame of the outrageous. Plus, witness Gary Turner as he pulls, twists, and tugs his body into the record book.
My dad taught me what it means to be a true fan. What it means to come out and give 110%. Right, Dad? Yeah! I'm more the quiet type. Oh, yeah! Well, the cold doesn't bother me so much. It's the chili dogs. Oh, that's why I bring out the Rolaids.
Rolade starts to neutralize acid in less than 10 seconds, getting you back on your game fast.
It's just like Grandpa always says. You gotta be your best out here.
Rolaids. R-O-L-A-I-D-S. Spells relief.
Mom doesn't make it out to the games. I don't know why.
Halloween screams on Fox. Guinness World Records will be right back. And don't forget The Lost World, Sunday on Fox. A month filled with the biggest events, the hardest goodbyes, and the return of Luke Perry. An all-new 90210. Then, Party of Five is back with all new episodes and can't-miss events. It all starts tomorrow at 8, 7 Central on Fox.
What would life be like if everyone had a Civic?
After you! Oh, no, really, after you!
No, I insist. Please, ladies first.
No, I believe that you were here first.
Doesn't the car on the right have the right-of-way? Be my guest.
What's fair is fair. I got all day.
I got nothing but time, pal. Why don't you just go ahead?
Guys, I love this intersection. I could hang out here all day.
Take your time. We're not in a rush.
Oh, no, you go.
Get in a Civic, and nothing gets you down.
Claritin syrup takes care of sneezing, running nose, itchy eyes, and lets kids be kids. Talk to your child's doctor about Claritin syrup. One dose lasts 24 hours without causing drowsiness or hyperactivity. Claritin syrup contains the #1 prescription antihistamine for ages 6 years and older. Claritin Claritin syrup has a low occurrence of side effects, including nervousness, wheezing, fatigue, and hyperactivity. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about Claritin syrup. Call 1-800-CLARITIN. Yeah!
Ah, the possibilities Dodge Caravan opens up. It's a cabin in the woods, complete with heated power recliners. It's your own private ski lodge, or your workshop for building one. It's your place in the sun, complete with guest room and breezeway. Dodge Caravan, the world's most popular home away from home. Now get up to $1,000 cash allowance on Dodge Caravan.
Plane missing a front wheel comes down at a Southern California airport. See how it ended at 10.
The night before Halloween is gonna be a scream. Peter Horton stars in an all-new Brimstone. Then, Kiss puts on a killer show. Where's it go from here?
A lot of people get killed.
An outrageous new millennium. Halloween Screams, Friday starting at 8, 7 Central on Fox.
This program contains images which may be disturbing to younger or sensitive viewers. Parental discretion is advised.
Since we began this program, we've brought you records that boggle the imagination. Some defy explanation, others seem humanly impossible. The record attempt you're about to see now fits all three categories, and I guarantee you, you will not believe your eyes. Let's go to Mark Thompson in our Guinness studios.
I'm here with Mike Morrell from Vancouver, Canada. He's a regular guy, he's a graphic designer. But folks, Mike just happens to be able to do something that you can only see on Guinness Primetime. Tell everyone what you're going to do with that milk right there.
I'm going to suck this milk up my nose, and I'm going to blow it out my eye, or squirt it out my eye.
Yes, that's correct. Mike's going to put the milk in his nose and squirt it out of his eye. Whew. In order to qualify for a Guinness record, Mike's going to squirt for distance. Prior to the show, we pre-recorded one of his nose-to-eye projections. You can see it here. All right. Mike loading. Filling up that cavity. Oh! This is freaky. Do you understand that? How did you discover you were able to do that as we watch it again in slow motion?
I started off, I was in a swimming pool, and I sneezed underwater, and I noticed the bubbles were coming out of my eye.
Has there been a medical opinion as to what's going on in your head? I mean, physically going on in your
Physically,
head? Yeah.
I don't know the exact medical terms, but apparently there's a valve that drains tears down your throat, and normal people's valve works one way. Mine works both ways. So I'm able to force stuff up and through it.
What do your parents think of the act?
My dad doesn't seem to mind. My mom has a bit of a problem with it.
We're going to turn it all around here tonight. Okay. All right? The moment is at hand. Our Guinness judges will measure the distance of your squirt, and you will go in the Guinness book. Now, let's be clear about this. We're going to measure from the edge of this table to the furthest point of the milk landing on the table. What kind of milk are you using, by the way?
I think it's 2%.
It's 2% milk? Yes. Is that for optimum distance?
It's a little heavier, so it travels farther.
All right. You ready, Mike?
I'm ready.
Good luck. He's loading now the right nostril. Oh my God! Woo! Unbelievable! Guinness judges are in. That was amazing. That was remarkable. I had no idea that it was a continuous stream like that. I mean, I thought it's a squirt. I mean, that was a fire hose coming out of there. Let's take a look at it again. What's the sensation that you're feeling right now?
I don't know that there is a sensation.
Can you describe it? I mean, that came... Look at that. You were guiding it, weren't you? You were aiming right there. Oh, my God! Even Mike is just shaking his head right now. Check out the reaction of the woman in blue. It's a brand new Guinness record at 5 feet. What are your plans, Mike?
Well, I think my wife's going to want me to retire after this. But if I get a challenger, I have to defend my title. I think I'll be back.
May you live forever as a Guinness record holder. Mike Morrell, thanks a lot, and good luck. Congratulations.
I remind you again, do not try that at home because milk squirting can be very hazardous to your health. We'll be right back.
Next, they're the most incredible record attempts ever to take place on our stage. It's our shocking Hall of Fame of the outrageous. And it's a Guinness exclusive that will make your skin crawl. Witness Gary Turner as he pulls, twists, and tugs his body into the record book.
I can't afford to have rough hands, not with my patients.
Oh, yes, you are.
I try to keep my hands smooth so that it will be comforting when I touch the patient. It's a great thing that this hospital uses Carrie.
Carrie's therapeutic formula works on 3 levels. First, it soothes. Then it moisturizes. Finally, it protects against dryness.
The babies love it when my hands are soft because then my skin is as soft as theirs.
Carrie, it's trusted therapy for dry skin. And there's Carrie antibacterial hand lotion to kill germs as it softens hands.
Time to kill some vampires.
The world's toughest slayer
She's thirsty.
must stop the world's oldest master.
Hello, Jack. We were set up. He knew my name.
From leading his army
He's near.
into daylight.
You can't kill me. They're looking for something. Give me the cross. This cross.
James Woods, John Carpenter's Vampires, rated R, opens everywhere Friday.
The bloodiest incident yet in Santa Monica. 4 shot, 2 dead. Tonight at 10, the latest on the search for suspects. Then, Hollywood's latest rage, the new treatment to help you live longer. On Fox 11 News at 10.
Do you, Yahoo?
Dodge Ram was the first and is still the only full-size pickup to be ranked most appealing by J.D. Power & Associates. It was the first to offer a 10-cylinder engine, and it was the first quad cab. And now, for the first time, we're offering $1,000 back on the truck that changed the rules. But hurry, this is one first that won't last. $1,000 cash back on 98 Rams ends November 9th.
Due to the overwhelming demand for Denny's All-Star Slams, we had to hire some extra help.
It's a special Halloween Simpsons with guest star Jerry Springer.
And now for my final thought.
Ow! What the? The Simpsons on a special night, 8/7 Central, Fox Thursday.
How can you survive being crushed alive? Plus, the magician's secret identity is finally revealed. All new Magic Secrets at 9, 8 Central, Fox Thursday.
Welcome back to the best of the best from our Guinness studio. You know, since we've been on the air, a lot of people have come to our stage and set records by putting a variety of things in their mouths.
Wait, let's see if...
Ray McCarrick of San Jose, California, came up with an unthinkable record attempt.
I'm going to place a live tarantula completely in my mouth and blow as many bubbles as I can in 30 seconds.
Now, what is the worst part about putting a tarantula in your mouth?
The hair is very spiny. It's very agitating. Other than that, having the web drop down lasts about 2 days in your throat. Blowing on them really agitates a spider, let alone a tarantula.
I have the bubbles.
I have the tarantula.
Go.
The first problem is getting the tarantula in his mouth. If you look closely, you can actually see the tarantula inside Ray's mouth. "15 seconds. Remember, that tarantula is desperate to escape right now. Every time Ray blows a bubble, he's agitating the tarantula.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A new Guinness World Record. And Ray, you blew an astonishing 99 bubbles while that tarantula was in your mouth. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You set a new Guinness World Record. Ray McCarrick. Show everybody exactly.
And this is the record that everyone is still talking about.
Yeah, these are, we should point out that these are 4 to 6 inch night crawlers. Can everybody get a good look? Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Mark Hogg told us he could eat at least 50 night crawlers, the biggest, juiciest worms he could find.
Tonight, Mark's going to attempt to set a Guinness record for the most number of worms eaten in 30 seconds. Where did you discover that you had the talent for eating live night crawlers?
I was 82nd Airborne in Fort Sherman. We went on a 6-week survival course.
Survival course. How do they taste?
There's not much taste to them at all.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
3, 2, 1, go!
That's all 50 of them! You still have 15 seconds left! He's going for more! 51! 52! 8 seconds, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's time! Whew. Yow. We've also witnessed records that require tremendous dexterity, strength, and balance.
Big John Evans from Derbyshire, England, took on a 339-pound challenge. 11 beer kegs balanced on his head.
Are you ready, Big John?
I'm ready.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
First attempt, Big John gives it his all, but it's just too much weight. But he didn't let that failure stand in his way. All that stood between Big John and a new Guinness record is holding the kegs up for 10 full seconds. The clock starts when John's hands come away from the plywood platform.
5, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yo, come on.
He's got a new Guinness World Record now. He's going for more. He's had the kegs on his head for more than 10 seconds. What an amazing feat this is. He's not only broken the record, he's shattered it. He had it up there for almost 20 seconds.
Congratulations, Big John. A new Guinness World Record.
But it was Michael Kettman of St. Augustine, Florida, who stole the hearts of our studio audience. Michael tried to break his own record by spinning more than 20 basketballs simultaneously.
19!
He showed us that Guinness is more about the effort than the record.
4 seconds! 1 second shy of a Guinness record. Oh!
After several near misses,
Oh, man!
and false starts, Michael gave it one more try. All those basketballs must spin for 5 seconds in order to set a new Guinness record.
was without a doubt the best experience in my life.
Stay with us for more of the best from our Guinness studio.
Coming up next, witness Gary Turner as he pulls, twists, and tugs his body into the record book. It's a Guinness exclusive that will make your skin crawl.
Coming up next on Fox 11 News at 10, a deadly shooting at a Southern California restaurant. Now a teenager is behind bars. Investigators finally know what caused the crash of an LA City fire chopper. And an explosion rocks downtown LA. That and more coming up here at 10.
Movies have taken us places beyond our imagination. Now you can take those movies to places you never thought possible. Introducing the Silhouette Premier from Oldsmobile, the first minivan with a video entertainment system built right in. It gives motion pictures a whole new meaning. The Silhouette Premier, only from Oldsmobile.
Every day, people all over America dial 10-10-321 to save money. And they save a lot, 50% on all their calls over 20 minutes. All day, every day. And from now until November 12th, dialing 10-10-321 not only can save you 50%, every call will also automatically enter you for a chance to win the $10,000 daily prize. 10-10-321, 50% savings every day, and every day, a $10,000 winner.
The new Biore self-heating mask deep cleans your face with a gentle heat. Only Biore heats up instantly to liquefy oily residue and rinse it away clean in just 60 seconds. Amazing what a little heat can do. Biore. Clean, honest.
My dentist told me about this new gum.
It's in the toothpaste aisle.
This gum cleans, whitens, freshens.
Toothpaste aisle.
Toothpaste aisle.
New Arm & Hammer Dental Care Gum with baking soda reduces unsightly plaque up to 25%. Dental Care Gum.
Toothpaste aisle.
This program contains images which may be disturbing to younger or sensitive viewers. Parental discretion is advised.
Welcome back to the best of the best from our Guinness studio. Over the course of our show, we presented some amazing people doing extraordinary things with their body.
Nothing was more shocking than when Leonard McQuinney gave us this graphic example of what he would look like without the medical appliances that received a Guinness record for the most extensive facial prosthesis. And then there's the rubber man, Jeff Brennan, who astonished us all when he set a Guinness World Record for squeezing his body through a tennis racket. But who will ever forget the Yogi Kudu? His amazing display of body and mind control allowed him to fit his 6-foot frame into a 16 by 17 by 21-inch box. To top it off, the box was then immersed in water for 5 minutes. It was totally real and truly astonishing.
Now you're about to witness a brand new record attempt that just may make your skin crawl. Ladies and gentlemen, from Caister, England, Gary Turner. Gary, tell us what you do for a living.
I run a little pub back in England called the Red Lion, and in my spare time I do it plastering.
You know, at the Red Lion pub, they have a nickname for you, which is Stretch.
That's right.
Show everybody how you got that name.
Yep, no problem. You ready for this?
I don't know. Oh, Gary, I've never seen anything like that in my life. It's a turtleneck made of flesh. I can actually see, I don't know if the camera can see this, but there are 2 different shades of skin tone there. And is that makeup or what? No, I don't think so.
No, not at all.
What happens? Why does the skin have 2 different tones to it?
It's maybe because the blood runs away from the skin.
That doesn't hurt at all?
No problem.
I am seeing this for the first time. I'm blown out by that. When did you discover you could do this?
I suppose when I was about 8 years old, I was fooling around in class one day, and I just said to one of the guys in the classroom, I said, "Can you do that?" And he sort of like freaked out.
You can do it with different parts of your body?
All over. All over. Arms,
do the
legs,
thing with your
everywhere.
arm again. doesn't hurt?
Not at all. Not in the least.
The reason you can do this, actually, as I understand it, is because of a rare skin condition, right?
Yes, it's a rare skin condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. At first, they thought I was a haemophiliac because when I first started playing soccer, I used to get some bad knocks and bruise really badly. But I went to see a specialist that actually diagnosed me with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome.
And we should point out to everyone, this is not at all life-threatening from what I understand. It's a hereditary condition that causes the skin to be super elastic, obviously. We actually have an example of a normal skin cell and an EDS cell to show what we mean by this. This is a normal cell we'll see first, and they're round, these normal cells. People with EDS have jagged rectangular cells, which causes the skin to be very elastic. You can see that here. To give you an idea of just how rare this is, the most extreme cases of this disorder affect 1 out of every 594 million people. It's remarkable. And now that we know that the skin stretches on your neck and on your arms, it stretches everywhere?
Absolutely everywhere.
So you're telling me there's no pain?
Not at all.
All right, give me another example of the kind of thing you do to...
Sure.
Oh, Gary. Oh. That's a whole Jurassic Park dinosaur look you got going. It's Gary the Bat. Batman, watch out. Oh. Oh. Hello. Take a seat anywhere you want, sir. Yeah, I think so. I don't want you holding out on me in any way. Is there anything else that I'm not seeing? That this is remarkable to me. Now that I know it doesn't hurt, please demonstrate anything you want.
Yep, I'll show you some more.
All right, the stage is yours. Gary's got a variety of skin flaps to pull on. Now there's something you don't see every day. Oh my gosh, it's human taffy, ladies and gentlemen. He's offering himself to our audience. Oh! Oh, Gary making new friends. In some countries, you'd be married now. Fun here, but now it's time to get down to business. In order to set a new Guinness record, the Guinness judges are going to have to measure exactly how far out Gary's skin will stretch from his body. Gary has told us that of all of his parts that stretch, the many that we've seen and some that we've not seen, his stomach area is where he gets the most distance. So that's where the judges will measure from. Judges, are you ready to give it a try? So they're going to pull and measure. Guinness judge Mark Young is clearly the puller.
You pull and I pull.
Give it a good pull.
And Michael Feldman is handling the actual measuring.
Go for it.
Okay, you ready?
And it's 6 inches.
6 inches! It's official! Congratulations, Gary! You've just set a record for the longest piece of skin stretched from the human body.
Here's just a sample of what you'll see on Guinness World Records prime time in the weeks to come.
They're 2 teenage boys with 1 hairy record. You'll get to know what life is like for the world's hairiest family. Plus, the woman who just might be the icon for our show.
Remind everybody how you got in the Guinness book the first time.
Kim Goodman is back to defend her record in the first ever National Eye Pop-Up. And you've heard about him. Now you get to see him up close. One man, 100 very sharp needles, and one shocking record. He's the human pincushion.
My thanks to all our record-setting guests who joined us in our Guinness studio. And a special thanks to my pal, Mark Thompson. For everyone here at Guinness Prime Time, I'm Chris Collinsworth. Good night.
Fox 11 News is next. Tonight, 2 people dead in the bloodiest shooting.
To younger or sensitive viewers, parental discretion is advised. Tonight on Guinness World Records Prime Time. Can Matt Welsh blow his way into the record book using a single strand of ordinary spaghetti? It's one takeout record you'll have to see to believe. Then, see Tom Seidel attempt a new Guinness speed record. It's about one man, one fire truck, and 12,000 pounds of jet engine thrust. Also, it's classic Guinness.
I've been asked everything from how's your sex life to how big is your toothbrush.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the world's tallest woman. 7 foot, 7 1/4 inch, Sandy Allen. Plus, she's a Guinness Primetime legend. Tonight, Kim Goodman defends her record with the first National Eye Pop Challenge. Then, from the Guinness medical files, a story that defies all logic.
The initial thought was this young man probably won't make it.
It's the incredible real-life story of Ahad Israfil and the doctors that saved his life. It's about a boy, a miracle, and a Guinness record that you'll never forget. It's real people, real danger, and real records. Stick around if you're ready for Guinness Primetime. From Los Angeles, the host of Guinness Primetime, Chris Collinsworth.
Good evening and welcome to Guinness Primetime. Our program is always on the lookout for regular folks with a record-breaking mindset. In the city of West Lafayette, Indiana, lives a young man named Matt Welsh. Now, as far as we know, Matt can do something with a strand of spaghetti that no other human can. Matt's in our Guinness studio right now with Mark Thompson.
I'm here with 19-year-old Purdue University freshman Matt Welsh. Now, Matt, tell me what you're going to do tonight.
Well, I'm going to take this spaghetti, a noodle, and put it in my mouth and blow it out my nose.
You actually swallow part of it and then it comes back up your nose?
Yeah, I'll like hold on to the end of it and swallow my tongue and push the noodle in my nostril in the back of my throat and blow it out.
How did you discover you could do this?
Okay, you know how if you ever been drinking pop or something and somebody says something makes you laugh and you like spit it out your nose and it burns?
Right.
I did that with a French fry. Except I didn't just spit it out. It got stuck. It was stuck. I didn't know what to do, so I started curling my tongue back, and eventually my tongue went all the way back, and I just pushed it up in my nostril and blew it out, finally.
What else have you tried blowing through your nose, Matt?
Oh, I've tried a lot of things, like small candies and sausage, scrambled eggs, ice. Pretty much anything that will fit out my nose, I can put in my mouth and blow out.
But of all the things, spaghetti is your favorite?
Yeah, it's kind of easy, and it's, I don't know, I think it's kind of fun.
Just so we're clear here, Matt's going to attempt to set a new Guinness record for the longest spaghetti strand blown out of a nostril in a single blow. If a strand should happen to break off at any point during its journey through Matt's mouth and up through his nose, that would be considered an incomplete blow. Matt, at that time, you would get to blow again. I remind you, Matt has been doing this for many years. So if any of you are thinking about navigating a noodle through any part of your body, I caution you, don't do this at home or at a restaurant or during brunch with your folks. Matt will be using number 8 size spaghetti. Matt, choose your strand.
It's fine.
After you blow, our Guinness judge, Mark Young, is going to come over and measure the length of your dangling pasta. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Welsh. So now this is the swallowing. It's going all the way down, and he's got to actually swallow his tongue back into his throat to push it back up into his nose. Guinness judge Mark Young will come in with the tape measure.
Just put your chin up a little for me. Okay. Go from the base of the nostril.
The most delicate part of the procedure, please.
Hang on. Stand still, pal. Three and a half inches.
Matt! The length of your extruding noodle is 3.5 inches, my friend. Let's take a look at that in action. I want you to kind of take me through this again.
Right now I'm just sucking on it, like swallowing it down my throat.
You have to swallow it while it remains intact, right?
Yeah.
And now, when are you actually swallowing the tongue back?
Right now. Swallowing my tongue back.
And then what?
And I'm like pushing the noodle up in my nostril cavity in the back of my throat right now.
And then once you feel it lodged up there, you can begin to try to blow it out?
Yep. I'm getting it positioned.
That is the face of a champion, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the intensity. And then right here. And here it is from another angle. Did you know you'd nailed it all the way?
Oh, I felt it.
You felt it. Congratulations, Matt. You just set a new Guinness record. Give us your trademark nostril noodle dance. Matt Welsh, everyone.
Can you imagine the parties at Matt's place? Stay with us.
Coming up, she's a Guinness primetime legend. Tonight, Kim Goodman defends her record in the first National Eye Pop Challenge. Also, it's classic Guinness. It's the world's tallest woman. 7 feet, 7 1/4 inch, Sandy Allen. Then, a story that defies all logic. It's about a boy, a miracle, and a Guinness record that you'll never forget. Time now for tonight's Guinness game. According to Guinness, what is the tallest building in the world? Is it A, the Petronas Towers, Malaysia, B, the Sears Tower, Chicago, or C, the CN Tower, Toronto? The answer when Guinness Primetime returns.
Guinness World Records Prime Time is brought to you by Nintendo 64. Get in or get out.
Been making my chunky chicken pot pie. It's back at KFC. Flaky crust, chunks of chicken, loads of veggies, just $3.99 with a drink. Now that's some meal. So come on in and bring your appetite.
According to the press, you couldn't choose a better time to buy a new car. So why not buy the one Automobile Magazine chose over Accord and Camry for their All-Star Award for Best Family Sedan, the Intrigue. Right now, you can receive our lowest financing of the year at 0.9% and enjoy over $2,800 in finance savings on all 98 Intrigues. So come in today and get 0.9% financing or other great offers on the Intrigue and all 98 Oldsmobiles now at your local Oldsmobile dealer.
A faceless enemy
They're not here to negotiate.
has declared war on our country.
I lost friends of mine.
Now, the danger is building.
600 dead. Make no mistake, we will hunt down the enemy, and we will kill the enemy.
The mystery is growing.
You taught them how to make bombs.
But for these two men,
I am the law.
the greatest enemy
Give him the order, General.
is time. The Siege, rated R. In 3 days, the siege begins.
All-Pro linebacker Lee Woodall and I could tell you what Twin Lab Creatine Fuel does for athletes. Or we could just show you. Before, after. More mass, more power at GNC and other health food stores.
This is a Fox 11 News Election 98 update. I'm John Beard. Gray Davis becomes California's first Democratic governor in 16 years, beating Dan Lundgren. Incumbent Barbara Boxer holds on to her Senate seat, winning her hotly contested race with Republican Matt Fong. Voters have given their approval to Prop 5, that's the Tribal Gaming Initiative. But Prop 9, the Electric Utilities Initiative, appears to be headed for defeat. More details at 10.
So, according to Guinness, what is the tallest building in the world? Is it A, the Petronas Towers, Malaysia, B, the Sears Tower, Chicago, or C, the CN Tower, Toronto? The correct answer is C, the CN Tower in Toronto, Canada, which at 1,815 feet dominates the city skyline. Built on the side of an Ice Age glacier, workers poured concrete 24 hours a day for nearly a year to stretch the tower skyward at 22 feet a day. The inside is hollow to give it maximum flexibility, especially in high winds. The very top of the tower may sway as much as several feet in 100-mile-an-hour-plus winds. Originally conceived as just a large TV antenna, design plans were later changed to include a revolving restaurant, shops, arcades, and a theater. Now one of Toronto's major tourist destinations, the tower draws nearly 2 million visitors a year, many of whom renew their fear of heights, with a view all the way to the bottom through a floor made of glass. All of Toronto may look up to the tower, but once inside it, only the strong should look down.
Perhaps no living person is more recognized from the Guinness Book of Records than Sandy Allen of Indianapolis, Indiana. She's been listed in the book for almost a quarter of a century as the tallest woman in the world. At 7 feet, 7 1/4 inches, Sandy struggles every day to fit into our world, a world she outgrew a long time ago. She was never destined to be the world's tallest woman. Instead, it was an accident at birth that sent Sandy Allen into the Guinness Book. Forceps used to pull tiny 6-pound, 5-ounce Sandy through her mother's birth canal pressed on her pituitary gland and a tumor formed. The tumor squeezed growth hormones from the gland at a startling rate. The bizarre chemical order Sandy's tiny body was forced to obey: start growing, keep growing, never stop growing.
By the time I was 3 years old, I was already as big as a 6 or 7-year-old. By the age of 10, I was about 6 feet 3 inches tall. And then when I got to be 14, I was 7'1", had to play a little bit of basketball because the gym teacher threatened to flunk me out of phys ed if I didn't, but I wasn't very good.
Sandy didn't know yet why she was different, but she knew it hurt a lot.
I might come home from school crying or saying, I'm not going back anymore, you know, because of the kids teasing me. I didn't have any more than maybe 2 close friends the whole time I was going through high school. Never got to go to any of the proms or the dances. I mean, what boy's going to take a girl to a dance that's 2 feet taller than he is?
Good afternoon, all you short people. How you doing today?
In 1976, the 21-year-old painfully shy country girl suddenly had her world turned upside down. That was the year Guinness first listed then 7'5" Sandy as the world's tallest living woman.
I've been asked everything from how's your sex life to how big is your toothbrush, so nothing comes across as a surprise.
It sounds like a corny line, but getting in the Guinness book really did change my life and my personality somewhat. And it sort of helped bring me out of my shell.
Instant fame brought some of the world's most bizarre business propositions to Sandy. She's modeled as a bride for Japanese television and acted in films like Fellini's 1976 production of Casanova.
I've had the opportunity to literally travel all over the world. I've been to the East and Thailand and Taiwan and to Japan, where everybody was really overwhelmed by my size.
She said no to a contract with Ringling Brothers, as well as an emphatic no to Larry Flint, who wanted Sandy to pose nude in Hustler magazine.
They could have given me $15 million and I wouldn't have done something like that.
Today, at age 43, 7'7" 1/4" Sandy lives on her own in a tiny one-bedroom apartment on the east side of Indianapolis. Her head nearly scrapes the 8-foot ceiling. Each day she struggles with the unfortunate side effects of giantism, poor circulation, arthritis, and curvature of the spine. She also must contend with appliances and conveniences that are as inconvenient for her as dollhouse furnishings would be to us.
It's not a crippling arthritis. I'm sure when I get older it might get worse, but for right now I can live with it as long as I take a little bit of medication, cortisone, to help control the pain.
Sandy does a daily regimen of exercises to keep her legs strong, but with each passing year, walking is becoming more and more difficult.
Now, I use my wheelchair, but I'm not bound to it. I mean, I can get up and walk, but I need my walker for some support because my leg muscles are not real strong, so I have to be really careful.
Being careful doesn't mean being a recluse. Sandy believes her one-of-a-kind life experience has given her something of value to share.
Can I just use you a little bit as a lean-in post? So, Mr. Bird, tell me, how's the weather down there?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Sandy has no problem holding an audience in the palm of her hand.
The toughest thing for me was when I was growing up, because everybody wanted to make fun of me just because I was tall. And that didn't fit in with what everybody else was regular size. Basically, the message I'm trying to get across to the kids is that it's okay to be different. Whether you're tall or short or fat or another color or handicapped in some way, it just seems like if you don't fit into the, quote, norm, then you're more or less sort of an outcast, which is what I was when I was growing up.
The world's tallest woman has one regrettive note, a regret that sums up her message of tolerance. Sandy wishes she still had the power to reveal her full height.
If I could just get somebody that could do some surgery or something on my back so that I can stand up straight. I don't want people to think I'm stooping because I'm ashamed of my size, because I'm very proud to be this tall.
Sandy, thanks for letting us share your remarkable story. We'll be right back.
Still ahead, one man, one fire truck, and 12,000 pounds of jet engine thrust. See Tom Seidel attempt a new Guinness speed record. Also, from the Guinness Medical Files, it's the incredible real-life story of Ahad Israfel. It's a Guinness record that you'll never forget.
Looks like Taz just got his AT&T phone bill. Taz, don't you make a lot of calls on Sunday?
Yeah, Taz call.
Then use MCI 5 cent Sundays. It's just 5 cents a minute every Sunday. AT&T charges 3 times as much. Uh-oh. Taz, let's call 1-800-SUNDAYS. Become an MCI customer.
When I heard about it, migraine headache pain relief without a prescription, clinically proven from Excedrin, I didn't believe it. I mean, how can you if you know what migraine pain is like? But I tried it because you'll try anything to get rid of migraines. And you know what? Excedrin migraine relieves migraine pain. My own research. That I believe.
Excedrin Migraine, the only non-prescription medicine approved for migraine pain relief.
Hey, señorita, I'm thinking you, me, gorditas.
Try new all-white meat chicken gorditas. Juicy, tender slices of white meat chicken in the gorditas you know and love.
The new Saturn Coupe has better pickup than a Maserati. After a Little League game, anyway. The world's first 3-door coupe from Saturn. Why didn't anyone think of this before?
Hello, it's me. Your skin. I don't usually do endorsements, but for new Vaseline Intensive Care Lotion, I'll make an exception. Vaseline's the only lotion with new skin protection complex. When I'm dry, it heals me. But here's what really excites me. Now Vaseline also protects me from the sun, cold, wind, even water. I feel marvelous. Hey, I'm the only skin you've got. Take care of me. Take Vaseline Intensive Care of me.
Come on, Tinker. Go get the paper.
Gotta be the puppy chow.
Our advanced nutrition delivers the essential nutrients he needs to grow from a healthy puppy to an exceptional dog. Incredible puppy food, incredible puppies. Purina Puppy Chow brand. Now try improved Puppy Chow beef flavor with more beef protein and incredible beef taste.
Be there to say goodbye when Brandon Walsh leaves Beverly Hills.
I have no regrets.
Neither do I.
Jason Priestley's last 90210. Then, if you had to choose,
only one of them is going to make it out of here?
What would you do?
How do I choose? I love them both.
A brand new Party of 5. It all happens tomorrow on Fox.
Kim Basinger and Alec Baldwin star in an all-new Simpsons Fox Sunday. Catch Disco Fever.
They told everyone you were having a seizure.
On That 70s Show.
He's putting the moves on your wife. Now I've got to kill him.
The season's funniest episode, Sunday on Fox.
What most people don't know is that the Guinness Book was originally conceived to settle bar bets. So I got one for you. What can go faster? A Gulfstream turboprop twin-engine plane or Tom Seidel's vintage 1941 fire truck? Here's the answer. June 20th, 1998, at an airstrip in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada, speed demon Tom Seidel is preparing to push his jet-powered fire truck towards a new Guinness record. The fastest thrust-driven heavy truck on Earth. The old record Tom wants to smash, 264 miles an hour.
I've been racing since 1962, racing bikes, boats, cars, dragsters, you name it, I raced it. There's always a winner and always a loser. I've been both.
Not bad for 53, huh?
Tom is 53 years old, a racing veteran and business owner from Navarre, Florida, who plans to go faster than he's ever gone before. This is what he hopes will get him there. The Hawaiian Eagle, his 2.5-ton, $1.5 million jet-powered fire truck. It's the culmination of Tom's lifelong dream to hold a Guinness speed record.
My wife and I tried to figure out what would appeal to everybody. Well, a fire truck. Every kid in the world knows what a fire truck is. I took and designed it, built it, took me 3 years to build it, and voila, fire truck.
And what a fire truck it is. The chassis and roll cage are made from 4130 chromoly, a tough but flexible alloy used in aircraft frames. Its 6 high-performance tires are land speed rated, but have still been known to shred chunks of rubber when hitting the outrageous speeds Tom's attempting. And if you're wondering what's under the hood, don't bother. The Eagle doesn't have an engine, at least not in the conventional sense.
This thing is powered by 2 Rolls-Royce Bristol Vipers. They're putting out about an honest 6,000 pounds of thrust each, and they're complete with the afterburner.
The price for these state-of-the-art jet engines? $640,000 each. According to Tom, driving the Eagle is easy. You just point it in the direction you want to go, fire the engines, and hang on. The sticky part comes when you have to stop.
The brakes are virtually worthless until we get lower than 100 miles an hour. Because of the speed, just tapping the brakes will boil the fluid in there instantly.
To slow down, Tom employs the same technology used by the space shuttle, a decreaser parachute. Nearing 0 hour, Tom wedges himself into the roll bar reinforced cab. He locks on the steering wheel and tests it for strength. His harness employs an instant release button should he require a hasty exit from the cab. Next is crash helmet, followed by fire retardant gloves made out of the same material as his suit. If the record attempt goes awry, an airport emergency vehicle is at the ready. Tracking guns will be used to verify Tom's speed. Tom is in position.
I just drive it by the seat of my pants. It's how does it feel? If it doesn't feel good, then I get out of it.
It's time for the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go! Tom drops the hammer. Both engines are at full throttle now. That's it, he's popped the chute. He's slowing it down. Wow, according to the tracking guns, Tom's speed was in excess of 400 miles per hour. He's done it, he's set a new Guinness record. Tom bested the previous record by an astounding 140 miles per hour. As we see in this replay, Tom's record-breaking speed makes that plane look like it's standing still.
They told me it was 407 miles an hour today, so we backed that up, so that's a new world record.
Tom takes us through the record-setting run.
The truck was running good, it was straight, it was very calm. I went ahead and cranked it up to about 105%. Of course, afterwards I thought, darn, if I'd have just held in there about another half a second, I'd have hit 410.
Which brings us back to our bar bet. Who would win a head-to-head race between the Hawaiian Eagle and a Gulfstream turboprop plane? Tom's speed was a scorching 407 miles an hour. The Gulfstream's 328 miles an hour. Not even close. Of course, Tom Seidel never doubted that for a second. The man obviously feels the need for speed. We'll be right back.
Coming up, she's a Guinness primetime legend. Tonight, Kim Goodman defends her record in the first National I-Pop Challenge. Plus, a story that defies all logic. It's about a boy, a miracle, and a Guinness record that you'll never forget.
Are you ready to make real noise? To make new friends? To take sharper pictures? Are you ready to build bridges? Learn diplomacy? Learn to swim? Are you ready to turn what you want to do into what you will do? Are you ready? Be all you can be.
So, Chris, have you ever had trouble finding someone's phone number?
Oh, yeah, especially when I don't know the area code.
Well, you're going to love 1010-9000, the only number you need for directory assistance.
Now, how's it work?
Just dial 1010-9000, tell the operator whose number you want and where they live. That's all there is to it.
Sounds easy.
They'll even dial it for you with no connection charge.
They thought of everything.
It was my idea. 1010-9000, directory assistance for everyone in America.
Thursday, witness the most shocking moments ever caught on tape. Incredible animal attacks. Courtrooms out of control. The horror of an unstoppable mudslide. Plus, how does anyone survive this?
Oh my God.
Parental discretion advised. All new most shocking moments. Fox, Thursday, 9/8 Central. The suspense
Mulder, I think we're onto something huge.
must be killing you. The X-Files. The new season begins in 5 days on Fox.
Excuse me, I just need to get my bag. Excuse me. Excuse me.
It's more than a car. It's a state of mind. The Accord from Honda.
Claret and Ready Tabs. Relief from sneezing, runny nose, itchy eyes.
Blue skies.
Only one tablet means 24-hour non-drowsy seasonal allergy relief. Claret and Ready Tabs dissolves in your tongue without water. Contains the #1 prescription antihistamine for ages 6 years and older. There's a low occurrence of side effects, including headache, drowsiness, fatigue, and dry mouth. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about Claret and Ready Tabs. Call 1-800-Claritin.
So I'm in the elevator, and Jack gets in, and I go, hey, and he goes, hey. So I go, Jack, you know your tacos? The 2 crispy tacos that everybody likes? The ones we've been selling for just 99 cents? And he goes, yeah. And I go, wake up. You should jack up the price and rake in the dough. And he goes, what's your name? And I go, Benjamin Choulet. And he goes, you're fired, Benjamin. No. You tell Benj?
Fired? What? Let go!
I think he knows.
Gray Davis ends the Republican Party's 16-year hold in California's governor's mansion. Results at 10.
Fox, Fearsome Friday. Satan's demons are throwing one wicked party. Peter Horton.
Speak of the devil.
An all-new Brimstone. Then, the past is dead and buried.
What'd you find?
There are more bodies up there. But not for long. An all-new Millennium, starting at 8, 7 Central, Fox, Fearsome Friday.
This program contains images which may be disturbing to younger or sensitive viewers. Parental discretion is advised.
This is the 1999 edition of the Guinness Book of Records. On the inside cover, you see the picture of a woman who appeared on our first program. Her name is Kim Goodman, and she amazed us all by establishing a new record for protruding her eyes an astonishing 11 millimeters. Your response to Kim's appearance was unbelievable. We received hundreds of phone calls, letters, and email from all over the country, including 2 people who claim they can beat Kim's record. Let's go to Mark Thompson for an eye-popping Guinness challenge.
I'm here with Kim Goodman. Kim, welcome back to our Guinness studio.
Thank you.
Remind everybody how you got in the Guinness book the first time. I love that. Now, your life has changed since you did that the first time.
Yeah.
On our stage, in any case. What's happened to you?
Well, I quit my job, and now I'm doing this all around the country.
This is paying the bills?
Too.
And in other countries, too? People are paying to see this.
Yeah.
Wow. Guinness, again, changing lives, ladies and gentlemen. Fame could be fleeting for you, young lady, because tonight there are 2 people who are going to be here to challenge your record. From Columbus, Ohio, Keith Smith, and from Laurel, Mississippi, Jamie Johnson. Gentlemen, good to see you. Both these guys contacted us after they watched our show. Both said that they could out-pop Kim. And tonight, you're going to get your chance. The first ever nationally televised pop-off. Keith, how did you first discover that you could pop your eyes out like this?
Well, I was stationed in Germany, and one morning I went in the restroom and, you know, just yawned, and my left eye came out. And, you know, it's kind of freaky.
And then you figured...
I'd start practicing with it, so I got it right.
Yeah, and then you obviously got the right one to go out also, and so now you have them working together.
Yes.
Tell me, do you freak people out using your eyes often?
Constantly. I love to. You know, like, just like we was at the airport, standing out there waiting for the van to come and pick us up. And the baggage people, was, you know, they hanging around getting nosy, so I shot one at them. Well, then I got my sister here. I had her to shoot one at them, too, and people were just running here, running there.
The eye poppers together. You're like a couple of superheroes. You know what I mean? All right, Keith, you're going to go first. Eyeball to eyeball against the champ. Only one's going to come out on top. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
It's mano a mano, one-on-one. Here we go. Face off. The champ, Kim Goodman. The challenger, Keith Smith. You'll go on my count. Are you both ready?
I'm ready.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, go. We are getting serious pop here tonight. This is remarkable. Now, Jamie, how did you discover that you had this ability?
Well, I was about 13 years old. Me and my father was sitting up watching cartoons one Saturday morning, and I got to laughing really hard, and my right eye popped out. Ever since then, I've just been popping them out.
And you've been honing the skill since you were 13 years old?
I was 13.
All right, Jamie, you're up. Take your position opposite Kim. And this will decide it. This is Jamie Johnson against the reigning champ, Kim Goodman from Chicago, Illinois. Only one will come out in the Guinness book, and will go on my count. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, go. Well, as always, with us tonight, our resident eyeball expert, Dr. Martin Greenspoon. Good to see you, Doctor. Prior to the show, both of our challengers were examined by Dr. Greenspoon, and he measured Keith and Jamie's protrusions. None of you know the results of those measurements, I might add. Dr. Greenspoon, remind everyone how you measure the protrusion.
We use an instrument here called an exophthalmometer, which we shorten to exometer, and we take and place it on the head like this. We have here a prism which enables us to see from the front what's happening on the side. The prism has a millimeter rule. We zero it out. They take and protrude their eyes. We can measure the exact amount of protrusion, and that tells us who's the record holder.
Now, Dr. Greenspoon, in your opinion, what is happening here with these people that allows them to do this?
It could be genetic disposition, that they have loose muscles and a loose optic nerve. We've explored the possibility of thyroid disease, Graves' disease, but two of the gentlemen have no history of that. So really, in the end, we just don't know.
Well, it makes the mystery all the more intriguing. There, you know, we can talk about the theories and all the rest, but only one will emerge in the Guinness book tonight. So it's time to get our official measurements and come on over here alongside our defending champ and the challengers. Dr. Greenspoon, how did Jamie do?
Well, Jamie was able to protrude his eyes out 6 millimeters.
There's a shot of Jamie. And how did Keith do?
And Keith was able to protrude his eyes out 9 millimeters.
So another 30% on top of that. And finally, how did our champ Kim do?
Well, she did it the same 11 millimeters that she did last time.
Which means she is still our winner. Unbelievable. Congratulations, still the champ. Gentlemen, nice job. One more thing before we go. This will be freaky. All three of our competitors doing a variation of the eye pop.
Again, my congratulations to Kim. Your record is safe. For now, anyway. We'll be right back.
Up next, from the Guinness Medical Files, it's the incredible real-life story of Ahad Israfil and the doctors that saved his life. It's a Guinness record that you'll never forget. But first, another question from the pages of Guinness. What is the fastest speed ever achieved by a four-wheeled vehicle being driven on two wheels? Is it A, 112 miles per hour, B, 212 miles per hour, or C, 312 miles per hour? The answer when Guinness Primetime returns.
This is our first and last warning. There will be no negotiation.
The FBI has its procedures.
Turn the heat up. I want results.
The CIA has its secrets.
These guys are the real deal.
Now they're here doing what you taught them how to do. The military has its orders.
Right now, I am the law.
Now,
Give them the order, General.
it's our nation under siege.
Make no mistake, we will kill the enemy.
You want to die?
Do you?
The Siege, rated R. In 3 days, the siege begins.
The new Saturn Coupe has been conveniently redesigned, so it's easier for your friends to get in. The world's first three-door coupe from Saturn. Why didn't anyone think of this before?
Let's rock. Who wants some?
Been baking my chunky chicken pot pie. It's back at KFC. Flaky crust, chunks of chicken, loads of veggies, just $3.99 with a drink. Now that's some meal. So come on in and bring your appetite.
This is a Fox 11 News Election 98 update. I'm John Beard. Lee Baca has grabbed the early lead over the Lake Sherman block in the LA County Sheriff's race, while Loretta Sanchez leaves Bob Dornan in their congressional rematch.
On the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again. The life I love is making music with my friends, and I can't wait to get on the road again. On the road again. Going places that I've never been, seeing things that I may never see again. I can't wait to get on the road again.
Gatorade. Is it in you?
Once a year, the magic of Disneyland becomes just a little more magical. how does it all happen? Well, if we told you that, it wouldn't be magic, now would it? Shh. So come now to the merriest place on earth before this magic season comes to an end.
Be there to say goodbye when Brandon Walsh leaves Beverly Hills.
I have no regrets.
Neither do I. 90210, an all-new episode tomorrow.
I saw it generate an alien being inside a human body. Someone has to kill it.
You're so close. Why can't you see that? Where are you going?
To find this thing.
I told you it was here.
The X-Files. The new season begins in 5 days on Fox.
So, according to Guinness, what is the fastest speed ever achieved by a four-wheel vehicle being driven on two wheels? Is it A, 112 miles per hour, B, 212 miles per hour, or C, 312 miles per hour? The correct answer is A, 112 miles per hour. In April 1997 in Gothenburg, Sweden, driver Goran Eliasson nudged one side of his Volvo up a small ramp that tipped it onto two wheels. Then he put the lopsided pedal to the lopsided metal and roared to speeds that would scare most people driving on four wheels. On his first run, he has to pull up short when one of his tires fails just before the finish line. Even though they're custom-made with extra rubber on the sides, the car's odd angle puts immense pressure on them. So on his next run, Eliasson decides to ease off the pace at the start to make sure his tires are there at the end. The new tactic works, and Eliasson steers this high-speed balancing act to 112 miles an hour. When he returns to the pit, all are jubilant. The only voice of reason in the crowd is Eliasson's wife, who can't see why setting this odd record is worth the danger.
I was barely able to come here today. I had to promise to lay off the gas, or I'm going to get hell when I get home.
Here's just a sample of what you'll see on Guinness World Records prime time in the weeks to come.
He's known as Mr. Lifto, and when you see what body parts he lifts with, you'll freak. Plus, he calls himself the Human Torch. Can he burn himself into the record book? It's a record attempt that could cost him his life. And how about some rat in black bean sauce? You'll want to make a reservation far in advance at the record-holding restaurant for most rats served. Up next, a story that defies all logic. It's about a boy, a miracle, and a Guinness record that you'll never forget.
This is a Fox 11 News Election 98 update. Gray Davis caps a comeback to win California's governor's race today, while Barbara Boxers declared the winner in her Senate race against Matt Fogg. More at 10.
Welcome back. Our next Guinness record pays tribute to an amazing achievement in reconstructive medicine and to a brave young man you'll never forget. His name is Ahad Israfel. His story is not only one of the most incredible we've ever come across, it's also one of the most inspiring. Ahad's childhood in Dayton, Ohio was for the most part normal. He was a Cub Scout, played Little League, and had a soft spot for animals. But any chance Ahad had for a normal adulthood was wiped out on the night of June 13th, 1987. Ahad was just 14 years old and working at his local carryout when his employer mistook him for an intruder. In the confusion, Ahad was shot in the head with a .357 Magnum, a gun so powerful it can blow holes through concrete. The hollow-tip bullet tore through Ahad's brain and shattered his skull. Neurosurgeon Dr. Raymond Palestra was one of the first doctors to treat Ahad.
That particular injury was probably the worst gunshot wound injury that I've seen. The initial thought was this young man probably won't make it. this young man probably won't survive.
Ahad was rushed into emergency surgery, where doctors were forced to remove nearly half of his brain and a large portion of his skull. Amazingly, Ahad made it through the surgery, but the prognosis was not good.
When I kept insisting that he was going to live, then I think sometimes, out of respect for my feelings, they would, oh yeah, he will, but you can't expect very much, he's not going to be able to do anything. He's going to be a vegetable.
The next several weeks were touch and go for Ahad, and although it became increasingly clear he wouldn't live his life as a vegetable, physically, Ahad would never be the same again. What you're about to see wasn't painful for Ahad, but we warn you, it is visually disturbing. No, this is not trick photography or special effects. It's a shockingly graphic example of what a .357 Magnum can do. With no underlying brain tissue or skull to support Ahad's scalp, the skin collapsed into a deep crater-like indentation.
All I can tell you is that I was afraid. I was afraid. That's all I remember being, was afraid. Afraid for him and afraid for me. That was it.
With Ahad's entire right hemisphere missing, his left side was paralyzed. Yet incredibly, his brain managed to rewire itself, astounding doctors and allowing Ahad to regain much of his mental capacity.
God spared my life under one reason, because I believed in him.
Ahad's mother, a devout Muslim, did her best to help her son cope with his deformity.
People stared. I expected people to stare. He and I talked about it, and I told him that if I were not his mother and did not know him and I saw him on the street, I would stare. He called himself a monster. He looked in the mirror and said, "I'm a monster."
Undertaking the monumental task of rebuilding Ahad's head was reconstructive surgeon Dr. James Apesos.
I saw a skull that was collapsed on his right side, kind of like a rotten pumpkin that's collapsed in with a hole in the middle of it. He was uptight about going out in public, and he wanted reconstruction. He wanted self-esteem back. He wanted to look nice and to look normal again, because he really is a very talkative young man and a very outgoing young man. He wanted to be fixed, to be made whole again. My other patients found it distasteful to watch him, and they came to the desk and they said that they thought that he should be put in another room because they shouldn't have to look at a child with half of a skull. And my answer to the staff was, then you can ask them to leave because he's staying where he belongs.
Inspired by his young patient's courage and spirit, Dr. Apesos made a promise to Ahad.
Apesos told him he was going to get him looking back the way he did before the accident, and that's what started the friendship that they have.
Ahad's reconstruction required techniques never before attempted.
This is his actual, the shape of his actual skull, and this is the deformity in his skull. And this is how much skull is missing, and the brain is missing all the way through here, all the way down. So really there's no brain on this side. I decided to reconstruct this missing skull by creating a silicone block. So I used plaster of Paris and poured it into the area of the skull where it was missing. Then I sent it to a company that transformed the plaster mold into a mold of silicone.
In a groundbreaking surgical procedure, Dr. Apesos inserted the implant under Ahad's scalp, but there were complications.
At first it looked perfect, but then the implant began to settle. I would leave him at the hospital and go home and wonder, if this was the best thing.
At one point, we had some lack of success with her surgery. It wasn't perfect. And I told his mother, take him to somebody else.
And I told him no, because I believe, and I still believe, they have established a friendship that extends beyond doctor-patient relationship, and that's great.
Ahad would have to undergo nearly a dozen separate surgeries before the implant could be considered complete. Then on January 23, 1990, Dr. Apesos revealed Ahad's final and radically improved look to the world. This miraculous achievement in medical technology holds the Guinness record for the world's most extensive cranial reconstruction.
It was really unbelievable when I first saw it. More joyous to me than the way his head looked was the smile on his face, that he was happy about it, that he was happy. And he didn't think that he looked like a monster anymore. So that was
it. Today, Ahad looks back on that memorable occasion.
I felt great, and I was just smiling, here the kingdom come.
But Ahad's story is about more than a rebuilt skull. It's about a rebuilt life. Through hard work and sheer determination, he left his wheelchair behind and struggled through his first steps.
I've made patients who come in complain about wrinkles. And this young man has half of a brain, and yet he doesn't complain. He keeps on living. And I think he gives a lot of us a lot of strength. And I think that's what's special about him.
But Ahad's miraculous comeback didn't stop there. 7 years after losing half of his brain, he applied and was accepted at a local junior college. On June 15, 1996, he graduated with honors.
What I remember most is when they told my mother that he won't survive, and if he does, he'll be a vegetable. So I'm proving fact. I used to tell people, well, I'm a proven fact, I'm not a carrot.
And I was very proud of him that he had gone this far, because as I said, it isn't the silicone implant that got him through college, it's the brain that he has.
An amazing accomplishment, but according to this driven 26-year-old, it's just the beginning.
And my next goal is get rid of the wheelchair, and then after that, I want to get braces, and after that, I want to get married. So I have a goal. I have goals I want to do.
For Ahad, the days of seeing himself as a monster are far behind him, and his friendship with the man who made it possible continues to flourish.
You look good, man. You know, you look good.
Ahad, you've touched the lives of so many people, including us. Good luck, my friend.
Here's tonight's record recap. In our studio, Matt Welsh of West Lafayette, Indiana, blew us all away when he extruded a single strand of spaghetti at 3.5 inches for a new Guinness record. In Hamilton, Ontario, Tom Seidel fired up his rocket-powered fire truck for a 407-mile-an-hour Guinness speed record. We took you to Indianapolis, Indiana to meet all 7 feet, 7 1/4 inches of Sandy Allen, the world's tallest woman. And Kim Goodman of Chicago, Illinois, successfully defended her eye-popping record by protruding her eyeballs an amazing 11 millimeters. And you witnessed the miraculous story of Ahad Israfil of Dayton, Ohio. Ahad and the surgeons who saved his life go into the book for the most extensive skull reconstruction.
Thursday, Fox presents 2 all-new specials that will leave you breathless.
Disturbing to younger or sensitive viewers. Parental discretion is advised. Tonight, on Guinness World Records Prime Time, he's a human bag of bones. See Mukhtar, the living skeleton. You'll be astonished as he twists, contorts, and folds his way into the record book. Plus, the Human Torch, and a Guinness record you won't soon forget.
God forbid, it's either going to kill me, blow my legs off, or something's going to happen.
Watch helplessly as Gary Edlin turns himself into a living inferno. Will he survive 2 minutes in hell? Then, born tiny, weighing virtually nothing, baby James Gill Jr. was not expected to survive more than 5 minutes.
You'd look at him, and he had needles, and he endured a lot.
It's the unbelievable story of the world's most premature baby. And from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's classic Guinness with a house of cards. 10 days in the making before your very eyes. But will it stand for the record? And perhaps the most incredible story we've ever shown. The human pincushion.
I could hit an artery, I could hit a nerve bundle, and that could lead to some very serious injury.
One man and 100 surgical needles make a record that will leave you speechless. It's real people, real danger, and real records. Stick around if you're ready for Guinness Prime Time. From Los Angeles, the host of Guinness Primetime, Chris Collinsworth.
Good evening and welcome once again to Guinness Prime Time, the TV encyclopedia of the unbelievable. And the man you're about to meet has to be seen to be believed. Webster defines a contortionist as an acrobat who exhibits extraordinary bodily positions. Guinness Prime Time's definition of a contortionist is a Russian man known simply as Mukhtar. What Mukhtar does defies logic, and he's in our Guinness studio right now with Mark Thompson.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the tiny city of Izverbash in the former Soviet Union, making his American television debut, Mukhtar Gushingachev.
Mukhtar has the unique ability to control and shift his bones in the most unusual moves you've ever seen. It's remarkable. He's been doing this since he was a young boy. He became impressed with a contortionist at a Russian circus. And look at the physical abilities he developed. Here comes his signature stomach move. Amazing! Just elongating his entire frame. Look at that. It's supernatural. It's folding his body over itself. Incredible. And this is his patented body twisting. This is a combination of strength and flexibility. Oh my gosh. Oh, look at that tremendous control, strength, and flexibility.
extraordinary. With the help of Mukhtar's translator, Timothy Troyan, I want to try to ask him a few questions. I don't know where to begin. How is this possible? Just this tremendous flexibility, everything we've just seen.
Как тебе это удается?
Это очень просто.
It's actually very easy. Говори еще больше. Давай, говори еще.
For me.
Can he show us the rib cage thing one more time?
Мог бы еще раз показать нам с ребрами трюк.
Do doctors say, though, that there is something special about his body that sets him apart? It's not just his regimen and his exercise, right?
Что врачи тебе говорят по поводу твоих трюков?
Они тоже задают вопросы, я не знаю. Для меня это нормально, я не знаю, они тоже как бы...
Actually, the doctors could never tell, so they just gave up on me.
Will you show me the shoulder blades that they almost look pointed when he...
Можешь показать с лопатками трюк. С лопаткой.
I can actually hear his body moving on some of these maneuvers he makes. Listen as he moves his shoulder. You can hear the... Oh, it's remarkable. Congratulations, Mukhtar. Your name now in the Guinness Book as the Human Twister. Mukhtar
That guy's got more moves than Jerry Rice. And we're moving right back at you in just a few minutes.
Still ahead, born tiny, weighing virtually nothing, baby James Gill Jr. was not expected to survive more than 5 minutes. It's the unbelievable story of the world's most premature baby. And perhaps the most incredible story we've ever shown. The human pincushion. It's a record that will leave you speechless.
On November 25th, discover the unseen world of A Bug's Life. I'm lost! From the creators of Toy Story.
Hey, bartender, Bloody Mary, O positive.
Comes an epic of
Milestone Wednesday.
This movie even sounds gross.
That's not the movie.
Make a date at the drive-in.
It's Makeout City.
Where no... Attaboy.
What you're about to see now is a miracle. James Gill was born 4.5 months premature. He weighed only 1 pound 6 ounces and was so small he could fit in the palm of his mother's hand. No baby born this early had ever survived. Here is his record-setting story.
For most couples, the miracle of birth is a life-altering experience. For Brenda and Jim Gill, it was a time of crisis. On May 20, 1987, Brenda Gill was rushed to the emergency room at Pacific Hospital in Ottawa, suffering painful contractions. Barely halfway through her pregnancy, her baby was coming and there was no stopping it.
I was told that if I had the baby, that the baby would die.
There was no hope for lungs to be developed at 22 weeks gestation, and no child could survive it.
They came in and they said to my sister and my husband, here's a kidney dish. You catch the baby when it comes out and cover it up and ring the bell 3 times and we'll take the baby away and that'll be the end of it.
But Brenda was not going to just throw away her baby in a kidney dish. She was determined to save her baby's life. 8:11 p.m. Beyond anyone's expectations, the record-breaking birth took place. 1 pound 6 ounce baby James was born. You are looking at exclusive video of the world's youngest premature baby. He was the size of a mouse, and the underdeveloped skin barely adhered to his tiny frame. But babies born at less than 25 weeks rarely survive, and now came the seemingly impossible task of keeping the world's youngest premature baby alive.
They didn't expect him to live that night. The first thing that they said to me was, would you like to have him baptized? And I said no. And the reason that they kept asking me was because they, in their minds, thought that he was going to die, and they wanted me to do it now. And I said no, when he comes home.
A leading obstetrician, Dr. Jacques Sylvain, was the baby's best bet for survival. Yet even he believed that Brenda was hanging on to a false hope as desperately as her tiny baby was clinging to life. The first few moments of that brief life would be the most critical.
If the baby is not doing well at that time, then it's hopeless. Then no attempts would be made to support the baby. However, if the baby is vigorous, we support and observe. And then it started to kick and cry and scream, and the mother started crying, and it was quite a dramatic moment, actually.
Dr. Sylvain was all too aware that the baby faced insurmountable obstacles. Parts of him weren't even developed. His eyes were fused shut, and his skull wasn't even fully formed. The slightest bump to the head could cause internal bleeding.
If there's a bleed in the brain, for instance, the baby can be left handicapped with cerebral palsy or paralysis or mental retardation, this type of problem.
It was a major ordeal just to wait to see if James was gaining precious ounces. He had to be handled very delicately because his underdeveloped skin was like that of a burn patient.
His skin was a dark red, and you could rub it off. You had to be so careful with him. He did look like a pound of meat, like raw meat.
A camera snuck into the nursery by the family recorded James' struggle for life.
He was on a respirator. He needed blood transfusions. He had to be fed intravenously. His blood pressure had to be monitored. His temperature had to be monitored. He had all kinds of needles intruding into this delicate little newborn body because no baby had survived at 22 weeks, and the chances were zero.
Brenda and her husband literally watched their child form outside the womb. A human being no larger than a softball, each day brought a new surprise and a new crisis.
James went through a really dark time where he would quit breathing on such a regular basis that it would seem that every time anybody would go near his little isolette, he would just quit breathing. So it was a really, really dark time.
Doctors resuscitated James and kept him alive. But just days later, he suffered an even more devastating setback when the doctors discovered a heart murmur. James underwent delicate open-heart surgery never before attempted on a premature baby this small. Baby James' heart was the size of a thimble. Under these conditions, a surgeon's scalpel would seem as large as a saber, while the tiniest scratch could be lethal. Amazingly, James survived the heart surgery, setting yet another world record. He slowly grew and gained weight. By the time he reached what should have been his 7th month inside the womb, he was freed from his incubator. On September 23, 1987, almost exactly his due date, Guinness record holder James Gill went home. Brenda had proven the doctors wrong, and baby James was baptized, not simply to save his soul, but to celebrate his life.
Oh no, not again.
Today, the world's youngest premature baby is now 11 and living a perfectly normal life. Thanks to his parents and doctors, what could have been a personal tragedy was turned into a record-setting triumph. James Gill Jr., born May 20th, 1987, home, Ontario, Canada. Birth weight, 1 pound, 6 ounces. Guinness record. Born at 22 weeks, youngest premature baby to survive.
Now that's the kind of record that really makes you feel good. We'll be right back.
Coming up, the Human Torch. It's a record attempt you won't soon forget. Watch helplessly as Gary Evelyn turns himself into a living inferno. And a record that will leave you speechless. The Human Pincushion. It's perhaps the most incredible story we've ever shown. The slope.
Welcome back. Fire, arguably the most destructive force of nature known to man. Each year, thousands of people lose their lives as a direct result of fire-related accidents. Tonight, you're about to meet a man who chooses to risk his life by literally becoming a human inferno. And in the process, he will attempt to burn his name in the Guinness Book of Records.
October 3rd, 1998. A tight-knit group is gathered at the Evergreen Speedway in Monroe, Washington, ready to commit an act of extreme mayhem. They're going to burn a man alive. In fact, these are pyrotechnic specialists, and their intended victim is the mastermind behind this bizarre plan. He's Gary Edlin, the Human Torch. Gary Edlin, 52 years old, former Hollywood stuntman, hobby, playing with fire. Profession, lighting his entire body on fire.
I'm not nuts. No.
Sure.
I'm pro. I've been doing this for 20 years now.
The Guinness Book states that one movie stuntman burned for a full 2 minutes before being extinguished. Tonight, Gary Edlin will try to break that record. Incineration is not the only danger. There's also the constant threat of suffocation. The flames will burn at 2,000 degrees, consuming every bit of oxygen in the air that surrounds him. Yet a single desperate breath could draw fire into Gary's lungs and bring an agonizing death.
I've got an air tank that holds a minute and 30 seconds of air.
A larger oxygen tank is out of the question. It has to fit under his clothes, or exposure to the flames would cause it to explode.
After I run out of my air, then I'll be breathing through the front of my mask, bolt ahead. The flames go back behind my head, then I'll take a breath and hold it, and keep on going. Hopefully make it to the 2 minutes. Where my mouth and nose are, there will not be any stunt gel there at all. It will be dry. So when we do this tonight, that is a critical part. I have to keep the flames away from my head. I got to keep moving. I got to keep the flames going back.
Gary's burn suit is made up of 2 layers. Closest to the body is a layer that will hopefully never burn, and on the outside, a layer that will burn like crazy. The inside suit is made of Nomex underwear, the type worn by race car drivers. It's dipped in a special flame retardant gel, which has been chilled for added protection. The outer layer is made up of old clothes that are smothered in rubber cement, one of the most flammable compounds in existence. If the outside layer is allowed to burn too long or too intensely, the inside layer might burn just as well. And once the fire gets that far into the fibers, extinguishing it quickly is nearly impossible.
Okay, how's that?
He wears 4 Nomex hoods and a 5th one made of Kevlar, the same material used in bulletproof vests. If even one fails, his brain could boil like an egg.
Can you see? Okay. Okay, give me the front, give me the front.
His eyes are protected by Pyrex glass lenses thicker than a welder's mask. He can barely see at all. And then there's the matter of communication. He cannot talk. He can barely hear what's going on outside. When it feels like he's been immersed in scalding water, he'll know he's had enough. And the only way he can call for help is by falling down.
If I get to feeling too hot, I don't make it to 2 minutes, I'm going down. I do not want to get burnt. I'm a stunt man, I'm not a daredevil.
Gary is set to break the record. First, his pyro crew prepares the mortars that will cause a huge explosion all around the cylinder where Gary will be standing.
On this particular gig, there's probably about 14 pounds of black powder and 32 gallons of gasoline. It's pretty massive.
What scares me the most These mortars that are sitting outside the chamber, they're only 2 feet away from me. God forbid, if one of those exploded, it's either gonna kill me, blow my legs off, or something's gonna happen. That's one of the things that goes through my mind right there.
9:55. The crowd is braving the drizzle and wet seats to come down for a closer look. Now comes the most critical stage. He's already using up precious oxygen, and one loose spark could set off those mortars. It's like stepping into a minefield. This is it. Wow, Gary's completely engulfed. 10 seconds and the wind is whipping up the flames. 15 seconds and the clothes are being reduced to ashes. The wind is blowing in the wrong direction. He should be zigzagging more. As he goes downwind, the flames cover his head and eyes. It looks as though he can only go in one direction, upwind, just to keep his face away from the blowtorch. This can't be helping his chances. 30 seconds. That's the length of an average movie burn, and he keeps going. Those flames are hot enough to melt steel. That oxygen bottle is just about empty now. 45 seconds. The wind is forcing him to angle off course. He can't keep the flames off his face. 55 seconds. And he's down. He's fallen. They have to cool him down quickly or he'll be cooked alive in that suit. He must be desperate for air right now.
You all right?
They've got the hoods off, but it doesn't look good. Gary's convulsing. The combination of searing heat and ice-cold gel may have disrupted his nervous system. Finally, he's getting some oxygen.
Hold still, Gary. Hold still.
Just a minute. Hey, wait.
How's he doing? Talk to me.
With his clothes still burning, Gary's too hot to handle with bare hands.
Watch out. Watch your eyes.
Good. It looks like Gary's okay. He lasted for 57 seconds, an eternity in those flames, but more than a minute short of the world record. The old record still stands.
I'm a little disappointed.
Gary ran through his oxygen too quickly, and the rubber cement burned hotter than expected. But the wind was his real nemesis.
Each time is different. And I'll tell you what, somebody else can break it because I'm not going to try it again.
No record, but that was a thrilling attempt. Stay with us.
Up next, from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's Classic Guinness with a house of cards. 10 days in the making before your very eyes. But will it stand for the record? Plus, one man, 100 surgical needles. It's a record that will leave you speechless. He's the human pincushion.
His mother's arms, the story at 10.
Fox Friday the 13th. Is 50 years in hell enough time for a Nazi to be forgiven?
He's come back now to help people.
Detective Ezekiel Stone is judge, jury, and executioner. An all-new Brimstone. Them. Have you ever seen a witch hunt?
What hasn't he done yet? Where hasn't he gone?
You will.
Oh, my God.
An all-new Millennium. It all starts at 8, 7 Central, Fox Friday the 13th.
This program contains images which may be disturbing to younger or sensitive viewers. Parental discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Las Vegas. Each year, more cards are dealt there than anywhere. That's why it's the perfect place for our next Guinness record attempt. The MGM Grand, the world's largest casino hotel, flush with some of the world's best card players. But even they are in awe of Brian Berg, 24, an architect from Spirit Lake, Iowa. Brian's determined to ace a new Guinness record.
I'm going to attempt to build the world's tallest ever house of cards. No tape, no glue, there's no tricks.
To break the record, Brian must build a structure more than 21 feet high with at least 111 floors. It will require 54,000 standard playing cards, jokers included. Since Brian's first record of 75 stories in 1992, he has bettered it every year, earning a place in the Guinness books 6 times. For this latest record attempt, Brian calls on proven techniques: scaffolding to build the card house high, a string as a guide to keep it straight, and a base to keep it even. It must be an inch square for every foot high he wants to build. In this case, 21 inches for 21 feet.
Perfect.
But the real secret is in the stacking.
The amazing method is that the cards are literally stacked in a way that they brace their neighbors at their midpoints.
Brian doubles, even triples cards on the lower floors for strength. To prove a point, Brian built this stage completely out of cards.
Okay, now down.
We added the showgirls.
Okay.
Remember, there is no glue, no tape, no altering the cards in any way. Before he finally runs out of room, Brian has managed to stack 16 people on a stage entirely made out of cards.
If everybody weighs 100 pounds, at least 1,600 pounds.
You think that's impressive? Wait till you see his run for the record.
Those are the first 4 cards, and after that, I'll just begin to build off of those.
But the luck of the draw has given him a crisis to contend with. It's not air conditioning, but the air climate. The Vegas weather is affecting the cards.
They seem to be kind of curling like potato chips. It actually makes it more difficult to build.
Brian has no choice but to risk his perfect record. To catch his every move, Guinness Primetime has installed time-lapse cameras to record every second of the successful completion or devastating collapse. By day 3, he's already having doubts.
I'm worried that the cards curling up might actually kind of weaken the structural system. I might lose 20 or 30% of my strength.
Brian moves on and tries to remain optimistic.
Woohoo! Day 4, here we go.
Brian works card by card 6 to 8 hours a day. The tedious work is mentally draining.
We're on our 9th day of card tower building, card stacking. I'm exhausted.
And the tower is getting dangerously high. As he moves scaffolding to the next level, Brian has a brush with disaster.
Wait a second. Wait, go back. Wait, go back up 1 second.
By day 10, Brian is slowing down. He's feeling the pressure, and so is the house of cards.
I'm a little worried that the bottom might be getting a little overloaded, so every card I put on here, I just worry that it'll be the last one that it can handle. Most disturbing thing is that I still have to go another 18 floors.
Feeling fatigued, Brian advances to 100 stories. His spotless record is in jeopardy as the fragile cards begin to tumble.
And even the gentlest touch sends it moving.
Finally, Brian is 1 deck away from victory.
I've got 110 stories if I've counted correctly. And all I need is 1 more to achieve my goal, and we're done.
After 10 days and 120 pounds of cards, Brian Berg's record remains flawless. With 111 stories, 21 feet, 3.5 inches, he has a new Guinness World Record.
I'm scared. I want down. Holding a Guinness World Record it's an amazing thing, and it's just sort of hard for me to believe that I could supposedly be the best at this in the world.
But Brian isn't finished until he huffs and he puffs and he blows the house down.
There we go.
It's the ultimate game of 52 card pickup.
This has been cool, this has been big, but there's bigger and badder towers to be built.
Well, I don't get to say this one very often, but kids, go ahead. You can try this one at home. We'll be right back.
Coming up next, it could be the most incredible record we've ever shown. The human pincushion. He will leave you speechless. But first, time for tonight's Guinness game. According to Guinness, what animal has the best sense of smell? Is it A, the bloodhound, B, the killer whale, or C, the moth? The correct answer when Guinness Primetime returns.
Gatorade. Is it in you?
Sunday, Homer's gone hippie. Feel the flower power.
Hey, I'm a doctor, not a gardener.
A far-out new Simpsons. Then, make a date at the drive-in.
It's Makeout City.
No contact with him whatsoever.
The slower you go,
Your life is in my hands.
the faster you die.
Almost like a little bomb went off in her ear.
We're just some kind of government guinea pigs.
The specifics of what we do here are classified, ma'am.
An all-new episode of The X-Files, Sunday at 9, 8 Central on Fox.
So, according to Guinness, what animal has the best sense of smell? Is it A, the bloodhound, B, the killer whale, or C, the moth? If you picked A, that would have been a good guess. The bloodhound has one of the keenest senses of smell in the animal kingdom, but not the keenest. Now, if you picked B, that would have been a terrible guess. The killer whale has absolutely no sense of smell whatsoever. It makes up for it with spectacular eyesight. The correct answer is C, the moth. In fact, the male emperor moth of Europe is the animal kingdom's champion sniffer, and for a reason. Come mating time, females exude a specific scent to attract the opposite sex. And does it work? Males on the prowl for some mothly companionship can detect a single molecule of it from as far away as nearly 7 miles. They smell with their antennae, which are covered with numerous chemoreceptors, tiny noses, and during the season of love, they're all geared toward one thing: finding the perfect female for a night of wanton moth-style aromatherapy.
There are several records in the Guinness Book concerning smelling. Among them, Iowa, the world's most successful drug-sniffing dog, who has ferreted out almost $2.5 million worth of drugs. Like Iowa, Molly Albrecht also has a unique gift. Molly uses her keen sense of smell to put her name into the record book. Molly Albrecht has an unusual job. She's a product tester at Hilltop Research outside of Cincinnati. The product she tests? Antiperspirants and foot deodorizers. How does she do that?
It's all in the mind, you know. You're doing a job, and it's no different than sitting at a typewriter or a calculator or a computer day after day. You're putting into it everything you've got. The fact of smelling someone else's feet or smelling someone's underarm, those are two areas of the body that don't usually smell good. So people think, oh, it's got to be horrible. But it isn't.
Molly and her odor judge colleagues are on the front lines in the war against body odor. It's been estimated that 42 million Americans suffer from foot odor. Not surprising when you consider that each day the average pair of feet puts out a half a pint of perspiration, enough sweat to fill a coffee cup.
Be sure and put the right shoe in the right bag, the left shoe in the left bag.
Most odor judges are women because females have better senses of smell than males. In her 22-year career, Molly's sensitive nose has sniffed out an estimated 5,600 feet, plus an indeterminate number of armpits, which is definitely a new Guinness record.
Through us, products make it on the market or do not make it. If something is not all it's cracked up to be, and you discovered that, you have a sense of pride about that.
If, like Molly, you have an unusual job that you think qualifies for a Guinness record, let us know. We'll be right back.
Next, perhaps the most incredible record we've ever shown. The human pincushion. One man, 100 surgical needles. It will leave you speechless.
Tonight on Fox 11 News, felons on the run, Fox Undercover show.
Welcome back. For many of us, getting a shot at the doctor's office is a terrifying experience. If you share that fear, what you're about to see now is your worst nightmare. I caution you, this segment is extremely graphic. Let's go to Mark Thompson.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Seattle, Washington, Tim Cridland. Tim, show everyone what you do. Tim is known as the human pincushion. Tim, give everyone a closer look here in the studio. Tim is a student of Sufism, a Middle Eastern form of self-hypnosis. That enables him to change his body's perception of what he's feeling. So he says the sensation of the needles piercing his body doesn't register as pain. Right now, Tim has 98 needles in his torso and his arms. Tim, this is so extraordinary, obviously, for all of us seeing it for the first time. Why?
What I'm demonstrating is the relationship of the mind and the body. I'm actually not feeling pain. I'm not into pain. I'm transcending it. I'm changing the focus of my mind and changing my perceptions. And what would normally register as pain registers as something else.
Are these pre-pierced openings we're seeing, or are these fresh piercings each time you do it?
No, each one is fresh, and especially the ones going through the muscle. This isn't just skin, but muscle tissue, and you can't keep an opening in muscle tissue.
That is pierced right through the muscle.
You can see it goes.
Oh, my Lord.
In one side, out the other, completely through the middle of the bicep.
Tim is now going to attempt a new Guinness record for having the most number of surgical needles pierced through the body. Before the show, our Guinness judges verified the weight and length of each of the 98 needles you see inserted in Tim's body. And let's take a look at exactly how you did this, Tim. Maybe you can take us through this as we... Are you using any special type of needle?
I'm using a surgical steel, this implant-grade surgical steel needle, sharpened at one end, surgical wire. I sterilize all my implements before I use them. I'm trying to be as sanitary and prophylactic as possible.
But the fact is, this is an extremely dangerous maneuver, isn't it?
It is indeed. I know my anatomy very well. I could hit an artery, I could hit a nerve bundle, and that could lead to some very serious injury.
Have you ever had any kind of damage, internal hemorrhaging, or any sort of...
I've been hit some veins underneath the skin from time to time, can lead to bruising and things like that, but I haven't had anything really, really serious happen.
Now, the other thing I have to ask you is, there's not a lot of blood here. I would think that you'd be bleeding profusely right now.
I've done this many, many times, and it seems my body has kind of gotten used to this. It's kind of like the mind is able to shut down the bleeding to some degree. As you see, it's not just skin, but I'm going through the muscle as well. It's a lot of tissue. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of concentration. And
there's the needle
there
going
it is, coming
through.
out the other side.
And you're telling me you don't
through.
feel pain during this?
No, I'm not feeling pain. I'm changing the perception. I'm changing what my mind is focused on and how I'm perceiving things. It's like self-hypnosis in a way.
And here is the needle through the bicep.
It's a very thick muscle. You can see as I'm going through the skin. It'll pop through, start penetrating the muscle. You'll see the muscle as it's going through, start to move around. As you see, here it comes. All the way through, out the other side.
I will tell you that, speaking for the audience, this is one of the most intense things I've ever seen. But I know that this isn't even as intense a maneuver as we're going to see. There's some very, very tough stuff ahead.
That's right.
To enter his name into the record book, Tim is now going to pierce himself with 2 more 9 1/4-inch needles, like this one. The first will go through one cheek and out the other. The second needle, and arguably most dangerous of all, will go into his mouth, under Tim's tongue, down through his jaw, and out through his chin. We have an emergency medical team standing by in the event something goes wrong. And again, let me remind you, what you are about to see is extremely graphic and very dangerous. Do not try this at home. Tim, good luck. The stage is yours. He's inserting the point. It's got to go through that right cheek first. You can see the pin piercing. Oh! Oh my gosh! It's through. He's going. It's got to go to the other side now. He's poking, trying to get that point through, piercing. Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh! That is gone to, that is unreal. This is not a trick, ladies and gentlemen. This is amazing. He's going for the second needle. He's placing it under his tongue, putting pressure on his neck, just above the Adam's apple. Oh my. Oh. Oh. Oh my gosh! It's completely through his throat. Tim, I know he cannot speak, but he's done it. And that's a new Guinness record for the most number of surgical needles pierced through the body. Tim will now remove the needles. That was the most remarkable thing. Let's take a look again at the pin being entered.
Pushing through, it takes a lot of effort. You'll see it pop through from the inside soon.
Oh, man, that was just painful to watch. Oh.
As it comes out.
You're telling me you don't feel pain?
I'm not feeling pain at all.
You can't just jam it through, can you? You have to be, and the reason for that? There it is. The reason you can't just push it through is?
There is an artery in the face. I have to avoid that. I have to be careful with what I'm doing.
That is remarkable. Tim, you earned it tonight, the title of the human pincushion. Tim Cridlin.
That was unbelievable.
Now, here's a sneak preview of the future on Guinness. First, he covered a man with hundreds of thousands of bees. Now he wants a record of his own. See Dr. Norman Gary attempt the impossible, a mouth full of bees. Plus, Mr. Lifto takes on a Guinness weight record that may never be challenged. But how much can he endure? And two teenage boys with one hairy record. You'll freak when you see the Wolf Boys. disturbing to younger or sensitive viewers. Parental discretion is advised. Tonight on Guinness World Records Prime Time, he's called Mr. Lifto, and he's going for the Guinness Gold.
It takes extreme concentration. Just clear my mind of everything.
Not using his hands, feet, or arms. It's prime time weightlifting, Guinness style. And from Denmark, free fall with stuntman Stig Gunther. It's the Guinness record for the highest jump into an airbag. Can he break the record, or will the record break him? Also, John Martin is one angry man. But is that enough to get into the book?
Oh, my goodness.
I have anger control problems, and breaking things helps.
It's one man versus a lumberyard in a record attempt that just hurts to watch. Plus, a restaurant with a Guinness record menu. Direct from Guangzhou, China, the one and only original rat restaurant, where the fixins are always fresh. And you'll never believe the record Dr. Norman Gary wants to set.
If I have too many bees, they could sting. So that's one of my greatest concerns.
It's a never-before-attempted Guinness exclusive. Can one man fill his entire mouth with live bees?
The bees are actually, they're scrapping, and they're pushing with their feet and clawing.
It's real people, real danger, and real records. Stick around if you're ready for Guinness Prime Time. From Los Angeles, the host of Guinness Primetime, Chris Collinsworth.
Good evening and welcome to Guinness Prime Time. Our program is a mixture of records that you'd expect to see and some that are a little off-center. Case in point, our first record attempt. Now, we've all become accustomed to the image of a weightlifter shaking and straining under the weight of a bench press or a squat. Tonight, an extreme test of strength that's as bizarre as it is painful. Now, I must warn you, what you're about to see is definitely not for the squeamish. Let's go to Mark Thompson in our Guinness studio.
I'm here with Joe Herman from Austin, Texas. When Joe appears across the country as a member of the Jim Rose Circus, he goes by the name Mr. Lifto. Tell everyone why that is, Joe.
Well, Lifto kind of came from me lifting things, a la Arnold Schwarzenegger, except I don't use muscle mass, I use pierced body parts.
We're going to get a full demonstration of that.
Yes,
I notice, speaking of piercings, that the ear is just a huge hole in where you'd find an earring normally.
That's right. Would you like to see this? Okay.
Oh, it's painful to watch. I know there's probably by now no pain associated with this, or
No.
Even the weight, they're heavy, aren't they?
You build up a tolerance after a while.
I was told you have ball bearings in your head.
Yes, would you like to see those as well?
Yeah. There they are, son of a gun, right there on either side. Joe, what is the deal here, man?
Believe it or not, it's very easy to explain. I was raised in a small farming community, and it was very, very boring. My grandparents had a subscription to National Geographic, believe it or not, and that's what got me into all the tribal stuff.
The tattoos that you have, that's also sort of part of that same...
South African Maori traditional facial tattoos, yes.
Well, Joe is going to attempt to lift a total weight of 29.1 pounds, consisting of ordinary household items. Before the show, the Guinness judges verified the authenticity and the weight of each individual item. Mr. Lifto will attempt to pick up these two standard 2.3-pound steam irons using only his earlobes. This is a common car battery with half the water drained out. It weighs 5 pounds. Mr. Lithgow will attempt to hoist it from the ground and suspend it from his tongue. And if that's not enough, Joe's going to conclude his performance by supporting this 15.7-pound cinder block from his nipples. In order for this to count as a new Guinness record, Joe must suspend all that weight for 10 seconds. If Joe is successful, he will set a new Guinness record for lifting the most weight with his ears, tongue, and nipples at the same time. Clearly, this is incredibly dangerous and should not be tried under any circumstance. And if you are at all sensitive, I recommend you turn away from the set now. Joe, the stage is yours. Where he has to get himself into a mental concentration.
He's attaching those nipple rings to the chains.
Very tricky, because should he stumble, should he not raise these items cleanly, any motion the wrong way could cause tremendous damage. This is not a trick, this is real. Remember, they have to be suspended for 10 seconds, do these items, to get a Guinness qualification as a record. Clock starts now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it, a new Guinness record. Joe Herman has just set a new Guinness record as Mr. Lithgow. Needless to say, this is a sensitive part of the record attempt as well. Oh. Oh, Joe Herman! Yeah. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Are you okay?
No. I was back over there huddled in the fetal position the whole time. I cannot tell you how painful that looks. Was that not painful?
It's not like, you know, you don't, when you weightlift, you don't go out and lift the whole stack at once. You start small. So, I mean, I didn't just wake up and do this one day. You start with small weights and work your way up.
I want to look at it again, and I want you to tell me, because obviously not only lifting it, but getting it oriented in just the right way is important.
It takes extreme concentration. I'm trying really here not to think about anything at all, mostly just like a blank piece of paper, just clear my mind of everything. And then it's different every time, like the earrings could swing this way or that way, and they have to be in exactly the right position, mostly.
Now there you are lining up that 5-pound battery, clamping onto your nipple rings. Now those will be attached to chains, which then pull up that 15.7-pound cinder block, and here you are getting into position. Getting your tongue set. Oh, that just looks so painful. I can't believe you don't feel any pain, but you say you're... Oh. There you are, rising. Oh, look at your nipples stretching. I don't think America was ready for this.
How did you decide on a battery?
It just depends on the object. I like things that hang in front, and it has to, you know, it has to be up high enough to where everybody can see everything, including the nipples, the ears, and the tongue.
Now the dismount, if you will, is also very delicate.
The dismount is a little different, because then I'm actually thinking about what I'm doing more. Now I'm concentrating, I'm going, okay, all this can get off me now. So I'm more aware of what's going on.
I know it doesn't hurt, but still, getting it all off you must feel good.
Yeah.
Okay. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Herman, Mr. Lifto.
Now you know why they call Joe Mr. Lifto. Stay with us.
Still ahead from Denmark, free fall with stuntman Stig Gunther. It's the Guinness record for the highest jump into an airbag. Can he break the record, or will the record break him? And Duke, the tire climbing retrieving dog, jumps inside out trying to set a new Guinness record. Plus, it's a never before attempted Guinness exclusive. Can one man fill his entire mouth with live bees? Time now for tonight's Guinness game. According to Guinness, who is the most famous conjoined twin ever? Is it A, Ashley or Mary-Kate Olsen, B, David Duchovny, or C, Andy Garcia? The correct answer when Guinness Primetime returns.
Today, people who didn't send the money Western Union and...
Joined twin ever. Is the correct answer A, Ashley or Mary-Kate Olsen, B, David Duchovny, or C, Andy Garcia? A, Ashley or Mary-Kate Olsen is half right. Twins, yes. But even though no one's ever seen one without the other, they aren't really conjoined. You might have chosen B, David Duchovny, but while his character may look for strange life from other worlds on the X-Files, he was born into this world completely normal and all by himself. The correct answer is C, Andy Garcia, who was born in 1956 with a twin attached to his shoulder. The twin was no bigger than a tennis ball and was surgically removed minutes after birth. Conjoined twins occur when identical twins fail to completely develop before birth. When one conjoined twin develops more than the other, as in Garcia's case, the underdeveloped sibling is called a parasitic twin and usually dies at birth. For Garcia, the only reminder of the twin that never was is a small scar on his shoulder.
Batman and Robin, Beavis and Butthead, Duke and Arnold Funk. Now, one of these dynamic duos is about to attempt a new Guinness record. Here's a hint. We couldn't get Batman and Robin or Beavis and Butthead. Duke is a dog with unusual talents, the Michael Jordan of mutts. He can leap almost 10 times his height.
He's got the natural ability to jump, and I've watched him leap up in the air and pick a bird right out of the air.
Duke is a resident of Bow Bells, North Dakota. 7 years old, he's a mix of Border Collie and Australian Shepherd. He spends his days rounding up cattle. But that's not all he does. Arnold has taught Duke to leap inside a towering stack of tires to retrieve his favorite toy. Duke will attempt to set a new Guinness record for the highest jump, climb, and retrieval by a dog. A height of 8 feet 8 inches equals 12 tires. What makes the record even more impressive is that Duke is blind in one eye. Most of the town turned out to watch Duke try to leap his way into the record books. Duke will try to fetch his favorite toy. It's tossed into the stack of tires.
Come here. Come here. Come here. We got to get ready here.
Arnold has a few words of encouragement for Duke.
Get it.
Here he goes. He leaps. Ugh, he comes up a little short.
Come here, Duke. Come on. Stop puffing.
Duke tries again.
Get it.
He's off.
Yeah!
He's up. But that's the easy part. He's searching for his footing now.
Come on, Duke. Down.
He's found it. Duke's going down. He clings to the tires like a canine Spider-Man, carefully inching towards the prize. A hole in the bottom of the tire enables us to witness Duke's incredible retrieval skills. He's got the toy, but now he's got to get out, and the only way is backwards. Winding upwards like a corkscrew, he fights to maintain his balance and hold on to the toy. There's his tail, but the record won't count if he's dropped the toy. Does he still have it? Yes! Duke has made it in and out of the 12 tires, setting a new Guinness record for the highest jump, climb, and retrieval by a dog. 8 feet, 8 inches. The tale of Duke's Guinness record doesn't end here. On the way home, Arnold sensed Duke still had some leap left in his paws. So they stopped in a park and Arnold stacked 13 tires, a dizzying height of 9 feet, 4 inches. Could Duke, the Wonder Dog, break his own record? Duke digs in, and there he goes. Not yet. What this star athlete needs is some sage advice from his coach. Here's his second attempt. Hanging by a ball, he pulls himself up. Using every muscle, Duke slowly descends the stack of tires like a spiral staircase. He's got the toy. Now he's got to climb out backwards. Inch by inch, tire by tire, panting heavily, Duke slowly twists his way towards the top. Duke has done it. He's broken his own Guinness record for the highest jump, climb, and retrieval by a dog. 13 tires, a height of 9 feet, 4 inches. Any dogs out there who think they can break Duke's record might just be barking up the wrong stack of tires.
That's it on, Duke!
So if you're going by Bow Bells, North Dakota, make sure to say hi to Duke and Arnold Funk. We'll be right back.
Coming up, John Martin is one angry man. But is that enough to get into the book? It's one man versus a lumberyard in a record attempt that just hurts to watch. And you'll never believe the record Dr. Norman Gary wants to set. Can one man fill his entire mouth with live bees?
Why did Mom give you the silver? I was supposed to get the silver.
Where were you when Mom was sick? Oh, that's right. You were in Florida with that
Don't talk to my wife that way.
Talk to her any way I want to.
Excuse me.
You know, you're not even relevant.
I've got to say, I think I want to be a Democrat.
Okay, time out. Fangs and claws away. Peace on earth, goodwill to each other. Where's the love? You can't stop, Grandma. You can't.
PlayStation.
They'll swerve through it and absolutely drive you insane. World's Worst Drivers 2. Then, a thieving mortician, a frisky hotel maid, and you won't believe what the secretary does in her boss's office. Busted on the Job 3. 2 all-new specials, Fox Thursday.
Mulder's in trouble, big trouble.
In the Bermuda Triangle,
You've been caught in some kind of time warp.
anything can happen.
I want you to do me a favor. Either you do it or I kill you.
I think there's been a mistake.
It's the biggest episode yet, with the moment you've been waiting for.
So in case we never meet again.
The X-Files, an all-new episode Sunday at 9, 8 Central on Fox.
Welcome back. Most board-breaking records are held by martial artists, men who have studied their entire lives under the greatest masters in the world. Tonight, you're about to meet a man who hasn't traveled the world, has no Zen-like qualities, and doesn't subscribe to any Eastern philosophies. He's just one angry man. Let's go to Mark Thompson.
I'm here with 26-year-old John Martin from Waterville, Maine. John, tell everyone what you're going to attempt tonight.
Well, I'm going to try to break as many of these boards over my head as I can in 30 seconds.
Now, you've been doing this since high school, I understand?
Yeah, when I was in high school, didn't really care for the classes, kind of started banging my heads on the lockers.
You graduated? Okay.
Yeah, I graduated from high school.
But they had no choice, or you'd tear the whole place apart, right?
Yeah, I did.
How has this changed your life since you started breaking boards?
I think the biggest impact is that I've gone from about a 7 to about a 7.5, 7 5/8 hat size.
And you went from lockers to China, I understand.
Yes. I was doing the dishes one night and came across one plate. I just couldn't get it clean. It was from the set that I always hated anyway.
Did the pattern of that plate look anything like this?
Yeah, that would be it. I've always hated these plates. I think these plates need to die.
Oh, my goodness. You seem so nonchalant about it. What do you do for a living?
I'm on disability.
Was the disability breakage related, or?
No. I have anger control problems, and breaking things helps.
But here's how it's going to work. John will be breaking these 12 by 12 inch, number 3, 1 inch thick pine boards. He'll have 30 seconds to break as many of these as he can. To count for the record, each board has to be clearly broken. Now, obviously, this is extremely dangerous. Do not try this at home. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, we'll start on my count. 3, 2, 1, go. It looked like you could have just kept on going.
If you can get a good, solid mechanical motion going, you can just keep going until you run out of boards.
I want to look at it again in slow motion. Tell me what's happening here. Is there a certain place in the board you have to...
No, I really can't see it that well. I get a hold of it and I just try to not hit my fingers.
You were talking about that motion. You clearly had it here on either side, right?
Yeah, I had it going really well. I'm very pleased with how this went.
It's got to hurt. Doesn't this hurt?
No, this doesn't really hurt at all.
So you're saying that as your head makes impact, you don't feel the sensation of pain?
No, not really. I hear it, but I don't really feel it. After the first couple of boards, I've got such an adrenaline rush that I could probably break a frying pan and not think about it.
Maybe on a future program. The Guinness judges have just informed me you successfully broke 29 boards in 30 seconds. John Martin, one less angry man tonight in the Guinness book.
I don't know about you, but I got a headache just watching that. We'll be right back.
Up next, a restaurant with a Guinness record menu. It's the one and only Original Rat Restaurant, where the fixins are always fresh. And you'll never believe the record Dr. Norman Gary wants to set. It's a never-before-attempted Guinness exclusive. Can one man fill his entire mouth with live bees?
Warning, this film contains...
Do you, Yahoo?
Claritin syrup takes care of sneezing, running nose,
He's already dead.
He's signing his poems with the blood of his victims.
An all-new Brimstone. Then, don't miss the most shocking special. All of America has been talking about.
Oh my God!
World's most shocking moments. Parental discretion advised. It all starts at 8, 7 Central, Fox Friday.
This program contains images which may be disturbing to younger or sensitive viewers. Parental discretion is advised.
Welcome back. The Guinness Book is an encyclopedia of life experiences from all over the world. Cultural differences are not only chronicled, but celebrated. Case in point, food. What one country considers a delicacy, another might consider repulsive. Now, I must warn you, what you're about to see may be disturbing to more sensitive viewers. Sprawling Guangzhou, China, home to 4 million people in one unique restaurant. It's called Jialu, and the locals know it as the in place to sample one of this region's most exotic delicacies. What is this mystery meat that diners can't get enough of? Would you believe? Rat. That's right, rat. The universally reviled mammal most associated with disease, filth, and infection has been reborn as gourmet cuisine. And at the center of it all is the Jialu restaurant, which holds the Guinness record for the most rats served, over 9,300 every year. At the forefront of this culinary revolution is the Guangzhou self-proclaimed Rat King. His name is Quan Li Du, and he's been catching rats and eating them for over 30 years.
Rats to me is very nutritious. Keeps me healthy, slim, and looking young. Dog meat is greasy and heavy, which I cannot stand. Whereas rats, I can never have enough. I'm so used to it, I can sleep with rats. Yeah, sleep with rats. Sleep with them every night.
Quan sells his daily catch to the Jialu restaurant. Just as you choose lobster at a seafood establishment, diners are encouraged to select their main course from a cage with live rats. The sign says, "Pick your rat for your dish." Once inside, the menu offers 30 different varieties of vole, which is just another word for rat. With the entree prices starting at $22, you'd think you were dining at Spago. But one peek into the kitchen blows away that perception. In a process most would find disturbing, the rats are first dunked into steaming hot water. This loosens the fur, which is then stripped from the rodent. Cleaned and fur-free, the rat is trimmed of its non-edible appendages and then filleted. No one would question the freshness of this piece of meat. Then the chef takes over, whipping up a delightful array of taste-tempting specialties, such as braised rat with black soybean, boiled rat with ham and pork, the very popular traditional salt-roasted rat, and la pièce de résistance, a string of rat meat on a sizzling plate. Bon appetit!
I love the roasted one. The skin is crunchy, the meat is juicy, and even the bone tastes good. I'm losing hair, and rat enhance hair growth. Rat is low in calorie and high in protein, and very good for the skin. The women just love it.
And apparently, so do the children.
I always come to this restaurant with my parents to eat rats.
And if this rat-eating craze catches on in other places, fast food will never be the same. So if you're planning to visit the Jialu restaurant, call ahead. Reservations are encouraged. We'll be right back.
Next, from Denmark, free fall with stuntman Stig Gunther. It's the Guinness record for the highest jump into an airbag. Can he break the record, or will the record break him? And you'll never believe the record Dr. Norman Gary wants to set. Can one man fill his entire mouth with live bees? But first, another question from the pages of Guinness. According to Guinness, what is the record number of cars ever limboed under while on roller skates? Is the correct answer A, 0 cars, B, 11 cars, or C, 22 cars? The answer when Guinness Primetime returns.
I don't want to buy a new PC every year till commencement. I needed one that would keep up with them. Gotta save something for college.
Fresh breath, making all local stops.
Parents plead for help, tonight at 10.
This season, the look is extraterrestrial.
My greatest success story. That would have to be Phyllis. Looks pretty good for a 75-year-old, don't you think?
You can get a Hawaiian tan, a Caribbean tan, or a San Tropez tan.
course, that one will run you a little more.
In a world where everyone's trying to be something they're not, we offer you the luxury of being yourself. The powerful Accord from Honda.
Gatorade. Is it in you?
X-Files journeys into mysterious waters. But first, dive into a new world's funniest. Then is Homer's friend in hot water.
In the pond.
And all new Simpsons. And is getting a long wet kiss cheating on your girlfriend?
I think I gotta tell Donna.
A brand new That 70s Show. Plus, trapped in the Bermuda Triangle.
You've been caught in some kind of time warp.
It's the moment you've waited for. An all-new X-Files. It all starts at 7, 6 Central, Fox Sunday.
So according to Guinness, what is the record number of cars ever limboed under while on roller skates? Is the correct answer A, 0 cars, B, 11 cars, or C, 22 cars? The correct answer is C, 22 cars. 7-year-old Shrutika Chanwani from Kolhapur only began skating 3 years ago. But she had a dream. We're not sure what it was, but shortly afterward, she invented the sport of automobile limbo skating, of which she is the reigning champion and only competitor. Like the winter biathlon, it's hard enough that most people can't do it, and the rest see no reason to. This is Shrutika's gold medal moment. The only thing standing between her and destiny are the under chassis of 22 automobiles. But like a stealth moth drawn to the flame of sports immortality, she emerges from the last car unscathed, breaking the old world record held by who else but herself. So let's hear it for little Shrutika Chanwani. In a world where everyone seems to have serious purpose, she opted to go the other way, wanting to know what's the purpose.
As we've said many times on our program, the Guinness Book is filled with individuals who push the envelope. Well, the man you're about to see now doesn't push the envelope, he destroys it. Stig Gunther has been blown through windows, hit by cars, and set on fire. As Denmark's #1 stuntman, defying death is all in a day's work.
I don't see myself as a daredevil. I see myself as a stuntman, a stunt coordinator. I take risks, yes, but I don't take any stupid risks.
Stig Gunther is a 34-year-old professional stuntman. He lives near Copenhagen, Denmark, and he has performed stunts in 15 feature films. Here in the seaside town of Helsinger, Denmark, Stig is going to push the limits of his craft by doing something he has never tried before, attempting the highest free fall jump into an airbag. The previous Guinness record, set in 1984, was 326 feet.
I choose this stunt to set a world record because I think this is the ultimate record in stunt. And I think this is the most scary, this most challenging stunt you can do.
Never having jumped into an airbag before doesn't worry Stig. What does worry him is finding a structure to jump from.
Nobody would let me jump. They thought I was a lunatic and I was going to kill myself. So everybody's just, shake their head and say, no, we won't deal with you, or we won't have anything to do with your world record.
Stig eventually locates a company that leases telescoping cranes. Their tallest model can lift him to a dizzying 343 feet, high enough to beat the old Guinness record by 17 feet. Next, he had to locate something to land on. No ordinary airbag could withstand the 90 miles per hour impact of his plummeting body. So Stig designed his own. 30 feet by 50 feet square and 13 feet high, it sits upon a protective layer of foam and cardboard boxes. During months of practice jumps, Stig learns that the only way to avoid injury or even death is to land flat on his back and in the direct center of the airbag.
You could land feet first, you could land head first, you could land on your stomach, and they would all kill you.
Stig had to learn that lesson firsthand. On his last practice jump before his record attempt, he over-rotates during his fall and lands too far back on his shoulder blades.
I was completely overwhelmed by the impact. I could feel it instantly in my back and in my inside. The whole of my body was just, mashed together.
Stig comes away from his brush with death with a blackened eye and, as later discovered, a bruised kidney. Although lesser men would quit, Stig perseveres.
There's a Chinese saying, I would rather live one day as a tiger than 100 years as a sheep. And I think that fits to me.
3 weeks later, August 7th, 1998, Helsinger, Denmark. For Stig Gunther, the moment of truth.
Before I jump, I do get nervous. Not only because of the jump, but also because of all the people and all the excitement around me, all cameras and all the attention.
Confident that the airbag is properly inflated and properly placed, Stig is raised to the staggering height of 343 feet.
Du altså 65 meter. 65 meter.
Although the airbag surface measures some 2,000 square feet, from up here it looks like a tiny pillow, barely big enough to break his fall. A paramedic team stands by, prepared to treat a spinal cord injury. Stig won't leap until he is mentally prepared. He is getting ready.
Move on.
The ground crew is on alert.
Okay, it's going.
He's ready to go. And there he goes. It looks like he's going feet first. He has to get over. He's hit the bag, but it's impossible to tell. Is he okay? Yes, he's sliding off. Apparently, he's just fine, and he has a new Guinness record. 343 feet, the world's highest free fall into an airbag. Let's watch again in slow motion.
I fall almost halfway down, feet first, and then I turn my back to the airbag, and then I land with a huge bang.
So how did it feel to walk away from that incredible leap and set a new Guinness record?
I was just completely happy, and I ran out and I hugged everybody, and it's something I'll never forget.
There's only one word to describe that: unbelievable. Stay with us.
Coming up next, it's a never-before-attempted Guinness exclusive. Can one man fill his entire mouth with live bees?
Tonight on Fox 11 News, a new report reveals what caused a tank to rupture, sending a wall of water crashing onto a Southland neighborhood. We'll show you how a slimy diet could land this guy in the Guinness Book of Records, and sexy strippers.
There are only 5 words. He's no stranger to bees. As a bee expert, he is surrounded by them almost every working day.
For the TV and movie industry, I wrangle bees. That means I control their behavior to achieve whatever the director wants. The script says, you want a bee to fly in and alight on your nose, that's my job. I can do that.
He's Dr. Norman Gary, bee behaviorist and consultant to the entertainment industry. The number of times he's been stung in the line of duty, more than 75,000.
I just wondered, how far can I push this business of training bees? What will they actually do in extreme?
Recently, Dr. Gary engineered and supervised a Guinness record that chilled everybody who witnessed it. Using the scent of a queen bee as a lure, he covered colleague Mark Biancanella with a record-setting 87.5 pounds of bees. For that stunt, the greatest care was taken to keep the swarm of bees from entering Mark's mouth and nose. A bee sting to the back of the throat will cause it to swell and close. It is the one area of the body where tolerance to bee venom is useless. Untreated, one bee sting to the back of the throat means death. Today, Dr. Gary will attempt to cheat death by luring an entire swarm of bees to the back of his throat. To set a new record, Dr. Gary will open his mouth in a cloud of bees, take in as many bees as he can, and close his lips for 10 seconds. At the end of the 10 seconds, he will release his venomous prisoners into this mesh tube. Guinness judges will count the number of bees as they are released from this tiny opening in the tube's other end. Standing by to assist is emergency medical technician Emily Frank. She is prepared with a wide variety of devices capable of piercing a swollen airway, supplying oxygen, or even performing an emergency tracheotomy should Dr. Gary become unable to breathe for himself.
If his throat swells, that could be the worst danger for him if his airway shuts up and he's unable to breathe. In that case, I would have to use emergency equipment to breathe or assist in breathing.
Training a swarm of bees to enter a human mouth is a challenge even for Dr. Gary. He'll lure them in with bait, a simple solution of sugar, water, and fragrance.
Inside my mouth, they will be feeding just like this. My mouth suddenly becomes an artificial flower.
To condition the bees to leave this wooden artificial hive to hunt for his nectar, Dr. Gary soaks a series of yellow sponges in the solution and places them on the outside ledge. Once the bees make the connection between the yellow sponges and the food, the bees are lured further and further from the hive. Within an hour, Dr. Gary has established a spot 30 feet from the hive as the preeminent feeding area. With thousands of bees hungry for the sugar water-soaked sponges, Dr. Gary now substitutes himself in the established feeding area. He will sit here until the end of the record attempt. His mouth now target zero.
If I have too many bees, they can crowd in there and just jam-pack my mouth full of bees very quickly and build up a pressure. The bees are actually, they're scrapping. They're fighting to get to the food, and they're pushing with their feet and clawing. And this could excite them, get them beyond their normal behavior, and they could sting. So that's one of my greatest concerns.
The danger involved is immediately apparent as Dr. Gary is stung on the upper lip before the record attempt even starts.
I was getting the dish near my mouth, and in a moment of inattention, I inhaled one bee inside my mouth, and I got stung right here. So that was just a split second. So you have to watch every little movement, anticipate every move on the part of the bees, or you can have serious trouble.
The sponge is placed in the mouth and Dr. Gary carefully exhales. The scent of the artificial nectar attracts the swarm of bees to his lips and away from his nostrils, which are unprotected and vulnerable to the aggressive swarm. Watch here as several dart in and out around his nose. The stings here would block his only airway once his mouth is filled with bees. Dr. Gary opens his mouth and the bees crowd in. It's impossible to count at this point, but it's safe to say dozens of bees are now pushing and fighting at the back of Dr. Gary's throat. Dr. Gary now closes his mouth, packed full of the stinging insects, and gives his crew the signal to start the 10-second clock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's done it. He's done it. Now it's time to count the record-setting number of bees inside of Dr. Gary's mouth. Watch the swarm of bees as they fly from the mouth to this toothpaste tube-sized steel cage. As Dr. Gary prepares to count the trapped insects, let's hear his thoughts as we watch a replay of dozens of bees fighting inside his mouth.
As soon as I opened my mouth, I knew that we had a great number of bees shaping up here. I could feel all the crawling out here. I could feel the pushing, the crowding. I also was holding my breath at that moment that we didn't get too many in there.
Away from the swarm, Dr. Gary discovers that the number of bees he took in is truly startling.
2, 3, 4, 5.
A dozen bees quickly push out of the tube. The count soon passes 20, then 30.
9, 40 for 1.
The count climbs past 80, past 90. It tops 100, 106, 107, and 2 left inside the cage makes 109 bees.
109. Wow.
109 venomous honeybees held inside the human mouth for 10 seconds. Now that is a new Guinness record.
Feels great. I really thought I was going to get about 30 or 40 bees, and wow, 109? Couldn't be happier.
Here it is one more time. The first human beehive. 109 honeybees, 109 poisonous stingers under one roof. The roof of the mouth of the bee man, Dr. Norman Gary.
All new Fox Thursday. They'll smash through it. They'll swerve through it. And
weeks to come.
They're two brothers you'll never forget, Donnie and Ronnie Gallion. The world's oldest living male conjoined twins. And can this man fit 150 straws in his mouth? Open wide for a Guinness record that will make you gag. Also, from tomato tossing in Spain to Italy's vicious battle of the oranges, they're the world's biggest, nastiest food fights. Plus, from the Isle of Skye in Scotland, the world's most tattooed man, a Guinness exclusive. Up close and in your face, he's the incredible Leopard Man.
That's our record-setting show for this evening. On behalf of Mark Thompson and everyone here at Guinness Prime Time, I'm Chris Collinsworth. Good night.
Contains images which may be disturbing to younger or sensitive viewers. Parental discretion is advised. Tonight on Guinness World Record Prime Time, does this man have the world's biggest mouth? It's Jim Perrault versus 150 straws in a Guinness record attempt that will make you gay. And stuntman Joel Kramer is out of control. You'll see Joel drive his car into a bone-crushing wreck.
You're nervous. If you're not nervous, there's something wrong with the guy. And you got to use it like a high-energy candy bar and focus it.
It's the legendary and deadly record attempt for the most car rollovers. And it's time to walk the dog Guinness style. Marvel at the greatest head-to-head yo-yo competition ever. Who will end up in the bug? Watch to see just how many tricks can be done in 1 minute. Also, Mark Kenny can walk faster on his hands than most people walk on their feet.
You could hit your head, hit your arm, you could pop your elbow out of place, you could break your neck.
It's the upside-down Guinness record from Philadelphia you'll never forget. And from the Guinness medical files, a startling technological breakthrough. You'll witness scientists take human corpses and saw, slice, and photograph their way into the record book.
It's difficult to find a cadaver that looks like there's really no reason why they should be dead.
It's a spellbinding, inside-out look at the future with the world's thinnest sliced couple in 3D. It's real people, real danger, and real records. Stick around if you're ready for Guinness Prime Time. from Los Angeles, the host of Guinness Primetime, Chris Collinsworth.
Welcome to Guinness World Records Prime Time. Over the past few months, we have received thousands of phone calls and emails from people just like the man you're about to meet now. Among other things, Jim Parole has crawled on his hands for 25 miles, played drums non-stop for 2 weeks straight, and over the course of 96 hours, he sat in every one of the 101,701 seats at the University of Michigan football stadium. All Guinness records. Tonight, guess what? Jim's going to attempt to set a new record. He's in our studio with Mark Thompson.
Here with Jim Parole from Whittier, California. We've heard a lot about your existing Guinness records, but you're here tonight because of your unique ability to expand a certain part of your body in a way that others cannot. Tell us what that is.
That is my mouth. I can expand my mouth and put a lot of miscellaneous object into my mouth.
Like what kind of things?
I've got the world record for cigarettes, I've got the world record for cigars, pipes, and I also have the world record for straws.
Now, you don't have a, I'm looking at you, your mouth does not look that big to me. How can you do this?
Well, it is a normal, I'm a normal guy, I got a normal sized face, but I can dislocate my jaw, that's the trick.
To show you what it looks like, we have an x-ray of Jim's jaw. Here's Jim's jaw as it appears normally, and here it is unhinged. You can see in the highlighted area that Jim is able to unhinge his jaw, opening it up completely at the joint. But doesn't that hurt?
It does hurt. It hurts a lot. But doing this for so many years, the whole thing is how to control your pain in your face and dislocate the jaw, and then when you take the straws back out, it goes back into its socket, hopefully.
Now explain what is going to happen tonight.
What I'm going to do right now is I've got 150 straws, which is a world record. I'm going to dislocate my jaw, pop it in, and pop these straws into my mouth, and then you're going to put one final straw in there, which will break the world record to 151.
Here they are. They're standard 7 3/4 inch drinking straws, and they are bundled together so that Jim can get a good mouthful. Before the show, we actually measured the circumference of Jim's mouth. It's 8 3/4 inches, and the straws are 11 inches. So Jim's mouth is 2 1/4 inches smaller than this bundle that he's going to try to jam in there. Jim, are you ready?
I've been ready.
All right. Well, I've been waiting, so good luck and be careful.
All right.
All right. We want to remind you again, do not try this at home. This is very dangerous. So it looks like Jim's starting on that left side. You can see how difficult it is to get that right side in now, even though the left side is cleanly in. Looks like he's close to getting them. Maybe a couple on the... Oh, my. He's having a little bit of a rough time with all those straws on the right side. He's trying to shove them in both with his hand and with the pressure from his head. Yeah, it looks like there are a couple on the downside that are not quite in. He's getting those. Shoving them in because he's got to make sure that they're all in his mouth. It's not enough just to have most of them in. There goes the last one that looks as though it's exposed. Oh my gosh, it looks so painful. Gee. Oh my Lord. Are you all right? Well, that's one of us that's all right. Yes! That's 150. Let's see, one more to go for a new Guinness record. I just shoved this one in here? In the center? Oh, that's shoving another one out. Oh, I'm gonna let you do it. This is the 151st straw that's going in. This will be for the new Guinness record, but it's got to go in. Let's look at that, because with the straws out of your mouth, you're free to tell us what really was going on here.
Well, right now, you're just kind of psyching yourself out for a lot of pain in the next 5 minutes. So you're kind of, what you want to do is kind of roll them in
What's the moment that you actually dislocate the jaw?
Right now they're going in. I'd say right about, and I'm just about the end is when I feel the, it's like a little snap I hear inside of my head, and the jaw just kind of comes out of its socket. And right about there is when I just started getting this last crunch in. Right about there, it'll actually just dislocate it. Takes a lot of pressure on the lower jawbone, and it snaps right out.
When did you discover you could do this?
Well, when I was 3 years old, I used to put my feet in my mouth. And my
Glad you gave that up.
I know. And that's when I found out I could dislocate.
There it is, though. Wow. Jim Perot. You set the record, you broke the record. Jim Perot, congratulations. A new Guinness record.
Sometimes a big mouth can get you into the record book.
Still ahead, stuntman Joel Kramer is out of control. You'll see Joel drive his car into a bone-crushing wreck. It's a legendary and deadly record attempt for the most car rollovers. And Mark Kenny can walk faster on his hands than most people walk on their feet. It's the upside-down Guinness record from Philadelphia you'll never forget. Plus, scientists take human corpses and saw, slice, and photograph their way into the record book.
Do you have a tree that needs pruning? A life.
Your turn.
Change a life.
You're under arrest.
Party of 5.
Meg, who is that?
It's a night of all new episodes, Wednesday starting at 8, 7 Central.
World-class sprinters can cover 50 meters in about 5 seconds. The man you're about to meet earned his Guinness record by sprinting 50 meters in 16.9 seconds. But Mark Kenny, he did it running on his hands. Mark Kenny saves a lot of money on shoes. He spends most of his life upside down, walking on his hands. He wasn't born this way. It was an unusual skill he developed in the hopes of someday getting into the Guinness record book.
I probably started walking on my hands when I was 10 or 11. I thought that was kind of a cool thing to do, so I started practicing myself at home. I went 2 feet, then I went 3 feet, then I went 10 feet, then I was going across the room, then I was going down the stairs, and then I just kept challenging myself to see how far I could go.
Hand walking helped build the strength needed to win 2 state wrestling championships. But it's not without its hazards.
You could hit your head, hit your arm, you could pop your elbow out of place, you could break your neck.
Mark Kenny from Norwood, Massachusetts is 34 years old. He currently holds the Guinness record for the inverted 50-meter dash. Hands down, he's the fastest upside-down walker in the world. But Mark's not content with just one record. He has his sights set on another, the world's fastest inverted stairwalker.
Well, I think walking on your hands is a combination of balance and strength.
Mark's mom has never quite adjusted to having a hand walker in the house.
It makes for a very interesting life. Constantly walks down the stairs in the house and knocks the pictures off the wall.
He's won over more hearts than just the one of his fiancée, Mary Cox.
Definitely a local hero, and everybody knows it, even if they don't know his name.
Mark moved from practicing at home to practicing on the street, all in preparation for his attempt to set a record as the world's fastest inverted stairwalker. But he wasn't going to race down just any stairs. He was going to race down the world's most famous stairs, the ones outside the Philadelphia Art Museum, immortalized by Sylvester Stallone in the movie Rocky. 72 steps and 5 wide terraces, a mountain of concrete and stone rising 33 feet straight up and dropping at an angle of 20 degrees. Our Guinness crew cleaned up any debris that might trip him up.
I've cut my hands a lot on different things. A piece of glass, sharp rock, anything. You can get a pretty good cut if you're not careful.
Mark was ready. The rules call for him to start on his hands at the top step and race down to the bottom without stopping or touching the ground with his feet.
Try not to think about it, because the more you think about it, then the more nervous you might get or the more worried you might get. So you just do it and don't even think about it. On your mark.
Mark's in position.
Set. Go.
And he's off. He's going all out, pushing the limits. Very confident in his stride, hand over hand, hitting the edge of each step as he races down.
Yeah, Mark.
Mark picks up speed on the terraces, then pulls back when he hits the stairs. Even with his back arched and legs dangling over his head, Mark appears in complete control. The pounding of his hands on the pavement has to be taking a toll, but Mark shows no signs of holding back. There's the final terrace. Only 13 steps left for a Guinness record. Yes, he's done it. In an unbelievable 39.04 seconds, a new Guinness record for inverted stair walking. A replay shows just what it took for Mark to etch his name in the record books for a second time. In the first half, he was a racer going all out. In the second half, he was a survivor, controlling his momentum and simply maintaining his balance. An amazing demonstration of speed, strength, and coordination.
Rocky's out there and he's still in shape. Maybe he could do a challenge. He runs up and down the stairs. I go down. He tries to catch me coming down. I don't think he can beat me.
Mark is one champion who has turned the world upside down with his incredible Guinness record performance. I'd like to see Rocky Balboa do that. We're coming right back.
Coming up, it's time to walk the dog Guinness style.
Heads.
Marvel at the greatest head-to-head yo-yo competition ever. Plus, from the Guinness medical files, scientists saw, slice, and photograph their way into the record book.
Scariest chases and crashes 3. Then, see how these women escape death and torture in an Arabian prison. Plus, traveling abroad could cost you your life. An all-new Fox Files. It all starts at 8, 7 Central, Fox Thursday.
Welcome back. They call them Saberwing, Fireball, and Raider. No, they're not the names of today's top 3 wrestlers. They are some of the hottest yo-yos on the market today. Tonight, you're going to see 2 of the best in the business do things with a yo-yo that'll blow you away. Let's go to Mark Thompson in our Guinness studio.
I'm here with Chris Siozik and Fast Eddie McDonald. Eddie, you already hold 2 Guinness records for yo-yoing, I know. Tell our audience what they are.
I hold the most tricks in 3 hours, which is 22,000 tricks in 3 hours. Quote 2.3 a second.
And you also hold a speed record of some
Yeah,
kind.
the speed record is 2.5 tricks every second for an hour, which is about 9,000 in an hour.
And Chris, I want to mention your qualifications are just as impressive. Tell us about your experience with the yo-yo.
I've been traveling around the world. I work for the Omega Corporation for about 1.5 years now.
Now, Omega makes yo-yos?
Yes, I do.
Okay, just a wild guess.
I've been to Germany, Hong Kong, China, Japan.
So your yo-yo skills have taken you around the world?
Yes, that's correct.
Wow. This is the hottest selling toy around, needless to say. Within the next year, over 100 million yo-yos will have been sold. Now, here's the question every kid wants to know. How do you get a yo-yo to do what you want it to do?
Some mistakes commonly made are the string often is at the back of the finger.
Now, it should be the middle finger you use?
Yes, definitely the middle finger, and people put it at the back, but it should be up between the first and second knuckle.
All right, tonight, you're both going to try to set a new Guinness record by doing the most number of tricks in a minute. Here's a list of the tricks they agreed to do in the order they'll be doing them, including shoot the moon, eating spaghetti, and Eiffel Tower. They'll be doing 1 trick every 2 seconds. That's faster than I can talk. The Guinness judges have inspected things. No one has a distinct advantage. So let's flip a coin to see who goes first. I have a coin here, and actually Fast Eddie is going to help us with this. Can't believe I agreed to this. Chris, you're going to call it once it's in the air. Once it's in the air. And you're going to call an ambulance if it doesn't get to the air.
Heads.
Did anybody hear what Chris called? Because I was too frightened to hear it. Oh, heads. Okay, all right. I'm sorry, it's tails.
That's okay.
All right. Tails here. So, Fast Eddie, you will go first. Eddie's going to have 60 seconds. Now, for a trick to count, the yo-yo has to return to his hand after every trick. We expect both of these guys to do it very quickly. I'll give you a countdown and we'll go on my count, okay?
Yep.
All right. Good luck to Fast Eddie McDonald. 1, 2, 3, go. Yeah. Forward pass. Loop-de-loop. That's okay. Not everyone's going to be perfect. 45 seconds left. Yeah. 30 seconds. Oh, that was sweet. Seconds left. Come on. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Very impressive, man. Very impressive. That's Eddie McDonald. The Guinness judges are reviewing the tape. The action went so fast, they want to go back to make sure that each trick was done correctly. But let's take a look at you in action while they're doing that. What's the greatest challenge to try to do these tricks in 1 minute?
Everything's got to go right. This next one's tough. This around the corner, that's tough. You gotta, because it's coming from behind you, right?
Wow.
So that's tough. And then this is the two-handed star. There's the problem there. Then I had a problem with it again, so the yo-yo wasn't just working right.
Fast Eddie McDonald.
Thanks.
Let's check with the Guinness judges. Judges, how many did he cleanly perform?
24.
24 tricks within 60 seconds. All right, we'll give Chris a shot. Nice job, Eddie.
Thanks.
Chris Iosik. You okay? I don't want to...
I'm all set.
All right. Chris Iosik, it's your chance now to set a new Guinness record, but to do it, you've got to complete 25 tricks, one more than Eddie, in that 60-second period, okay? Good luck, and I remind everybody to count as a trick. The yo-yo has to return to Chris's hand after every trick. Good luck, and again, we'll start on my count. Chris Iosik. 1, 2, 3, go.
Come on, Chris, come on. All right, Chris.
There it is, 45 seconds left. That's the creeper. That's the around the corner. Eating spaghetti. 30 seconds left. 15 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time. Nice job, my friend. Nice job. While our Guinness judges review the tape, let's watch you in action here. Of all of these tricks, which trick is the hardest in your judgment?
Probably the one that was giving me the biggest amount of trouble is the around the corner. Sometimes when it comes over, the yo-yo sometimes even comes up on one side or the other, the string. It rides up, so you're not exactly sure which way you have to turn your hand to catch it. I didn't have a problem with around the corner this time, which was lucky.
How many times do you think you rehearsed this routine before you did it here tonight?
Quite a few.
We're going to check with the Guinness judges to see how many tricks were performed cleanly.
30.
30. That falls into the Guinness book, Chris. A new Guinness record. He had to do 24, he did 30. Our winner is Chris Ciosic, a new Guinness record holder tonight. Hey, Fast Eddie, thanks for a great exhibition and a great effort. Fast Eddie McDonald and Chris Ciosic. Congratulations.
Now that was cool. Congratulations, guys. We'll be right back.
Up next, it's the legendary and deadly record attempt for the most car rollovers. You'll see stuntman Joel Kramer drive his car into a bone-crushing wreck. Plus, scientists take human corpses and saw, slice, and photograph their way into the record book.
Dietary supplement may be the thing for you. Blue Nitro at 10.
One of Satan's demons is unleashing terror on Earth.
Each and every victim were cooked inside.
An all-new Brimstone. Fox Pearson, Friday.
This program contains images which may be disturbing to younger or sensitive viewers. Parental discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Imagine flipping your car end over end 7 times at 110 miles per hour, then walking away without a scratch. That's pretty much what stuntman Greg Brazil did when he set the Guinness record for most end over end flips.
I hold the best end over end record. It went roughly 6 times, almost 7. Rested on its tail end and then fell over. And what Joel's going to try and do is set a world's record there.
Greg Brazil, a 39-year-old stunt driver from Los Angeles, California. A recent injury prevents Greg from breaking his own record, so he's lending a hand to his friend Joel Kramer.
Over the past 24 years, I've been a stuntman, a stunt coordinator, and second unit director. I don't perform as many stunts as I used to because when I'm coordinating or directing second unit, you can't get in front of the camera. You got to stay behind and make sure things run smooth. Yeah, that'll be bitching. Get my chains right around the corner there. That'll work out great. These are one of my favorite stunts to do. I love car flips. I love turning cars over in car chases, so I couldn't pass it up.
41-year-old Joel Kramer says he can turn his car over 8 times.
He doubles the #1 action star in the world, Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's been doing this a long time. He's done some of the top grade films in Hollywood. And I feel sure that he's got a good percentage of a chance to do it.
Joel Kramer bought this 1967 Mercury Cougar for $2,000. For another $2,500, he'll have it armored and armed like a Sherman tank.
There's a cannon in there.
And a cannon is basically a large piece of pipe that's capped off at the top. And it's welded to the roll cage depending on how the stuntman wants the car to roll.
And what they do is they have a telephone pole with an O-ring seal on it with an 8 to 10 ounce black powder charge.
And an explosive device inside of this piece of pipe propels the telephone pole out.
At a certain point that we've already rehearsed out, I'll get up between 75 and 85 miles an hour, and I will lock up the rear emergency brakes, throw the car into a slide. When I get to 25 degrees, I'll ignite the cannon, which the centrifugal force and the lifting of the cannon will give me the first turnover that I need, and the rest of it will all be generated energy called kinetic mass and motion. We'll set a new record of 8 to 9 to 10 rolls. It's not so much that you need to come in at 150 miles an hour, because that's not going to give you more rolls. It's all about kinetic mass, hitting it at the right time with the right powder charge in there. I'm not using a big charge in this cannon. I'm going with 8 ounces of black powder that's double wrapped and dipped in wax to keep moisture out. All I want is enough to poof the car over. I don't want it leaving the ground, getting air.
4.5 gallons of gas are sealed into a NASCAR-style fuel cell.
You want the least amount of fuel as possible. In case something does break loose in the back, you don't want the gasoline going everywhere.
We've taken every kind of precaution we can as far as designing the cage. This is a cage that I've designed, that I used in a world record stunt. Joel has stepped in and said he wanted specific items done on it that's going to ensure that he's going to be relaxed and know that it's going to really hold him in.
The cage is completely welded to the frame of the car, and my seat and myself, when I'm bolted in, I'm totally connected to the cage. The car is actually an outer skin, so if it starts to break apart, the cage is going to hold together.
Your arms are strapped down with arm restraints. You have a 5-point harness that goes across through your legs, over your shoulders. You have a neck brace on so you can move your head from side to side, and you have a helmet restraints which tie your helmet down to the sides and to the back, so you have no freedom of movement there.
You're snug, aren't you?
Yeah, boy.
And not only that, but you have to drive the car. You have a button in your right hand, you have your hands on the bottom part of the steering wheel, and you have your left foot on the emergency brake. So there's a lot of things to do, and in the meantime, you have to watch where you're going.
I've got 4 safety people on board. If something does go wrong, they'll call in the paramedics, or they'll bring in the jaws of life to cut me out if it ends up on its side or its top where they can't get me out of the driver window. And they'll be the ones to unbelt me and take me out of the car.
We have tools on here that we cut the tops of the roof off, lift it off like a tin can.
The jaws of life are strong enough to tear open a railroad car.
You okay, Joel? Everything fine? Tighten up the shoulder straps and go high.
One half.
Okay, we got speed, he goes.
The muzzle of that cannon nearly scrapes the asphalt.
Okay, hit it, buddy.
Tell me if he's all right, guys.
Okay.
All right, Joel?
Oh, yeah.
You had the speed.
Yeah.
The telephone pole splintered when you came out. You stayed on the ground, but it took a lot of your juice. That was the deal.
Joel only rolled the car twice, far short of his goal.
I'm disappointed for the fact that we didn't get more rolls out of it. I think if the phone pole was greener and didn't break, it'd have kicked us a lot more energy. Telephone pole blew in half on contact, and the front tire didn't blow. So the car skidded more than it snap rolled. The telephone pole breaking like that, which I've never seen before, probably bled off 40–50% of my energy.
If the telephone pole does not hold together, you lose a lot of your lift. And that's what happened today.
Here at Guinness, it's all about the effort, and that was a gutsy attempt. Stay with us.
Next, it's a life-size, record-setting work of art made entirely of beads. Millions and millions of them. And from the Guinness medical files, scientists take human corpses and saw, slice, and photograph their way into the record book. But first, another question from the pages of Guinness. According to Guinness, what is the best-selling copyrighted book of all time? Is it A, the Bible, B, the Guinness Book of Records, or is it C, the Joy of Sex? The correct answer when Guinness Primetime returns.
Feel the refreshment of Cert's.
The finalists for the 1998 Billboard Music Awards R&B Album of the Year. DMX, It's Dark and Hell is Hot. Jay-Z, Volume 2, Hard Knock Life. Lauryn Hill, The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. Brian McKnight, Anytime. Sprite.
So, according to Guinness, what is the best-selling copyrighted book of all time? Is it A, the Bible, it B, the Guinness Book of Records? Or is it C, the joy of sex?
That's exactly the kind of question the Guinness Book of Records was designed to answer. And if you looked it up, you'd know that while the Bible is the most widely distributed book, it is not copyrighted. With more than 81 million copies sold since it was first published in 1955, the Guinness Book of Records itself tops the copyrighted bestseller list. An offshoot of Ireland's famed Guinness Brewery, the book was originally created to settle the where's the tallest, what's the fastest, who was first arguments common to pubs. Today, from New York to Nairobi, Guinness is the world's most valued reference book. In fact, it's been published in 37 different languages, and about the only record they don't keep is what source has answered more questions, ended more arguments, and settled more bets than any other. Chances are, the Guinness Book of World Records.
Welcome back. The artist you're about to meet now doesn't use a palette, an easel, or a chisel. Yet Lisa Lou's works have earned her a reputation that rivals the great masters of the art world. It also earned her a place in the Guinness Book of Records. At first glance, it looks like a kitchen for elves. But this is no fairy tale miniature. It's a life-size kitchen of beads. The kitchen and its companion piece, the equally life-size, equally beaded backyard, are the work of Topanga, California artist Liza Lou, who holds the Guinness record for the most beads used in a work of art. 40 million of them. They're small, 20 to a foot. Yet if they were all strung together, they would stretch 379 miles, or as far as Los Angeles to San Francisco.
I use beads that are the size of your shoelace tip. They're called bugle beads, and they're all made out of glass. So you get this incredible light with this. This is, for me, beads are the ultimate paint.
A three-dimensional paint that requires far more labor than brush strokes. The kitchen is 12 feet by 14 feet. Creating it took 20 gallons of glue, 1 ton of lumber, and 10,400 hours of monotonous repetition that might have drained the life out of others.
I mean, everything I do takes a really long time. You put beads on with the tweezers. When I started the kitchen, I thought it would take 6 months. 5 years later, I realized I'm not very good at time management.
But even a beaded kitchen needs a view, so her next project was the backyard, a monumental piece that used 3 times as many beads as the kitchen.
And each blade of grass is made one at a time with, wire. You take a bead and you thread it on a piece of wire. And I realized to do that would take me probably 10 years alone.
So she asked for volunteers to help, and in Southern California, where lawns are sacred, more than 1,000 people came forward to string her glass clover together.
I'm going to walk in someday and say, I did part of that grass, and it's a very, very exciting feeling.
Every detail from the bees to the beers is an act of beading obsession.
People always want to know if I'm crazy. I always tell them that, when you love what you're doing, it seems normal to you.
Ultimately, Liza Lou's goal isn't to hide reality, just to alter it one bead at a time.
I'm going to bead the world. And beading the world's kind of a way of improving everyday life. Maybe I can't change the world, but at least I can make it look better.
Lisa Lou, you are the Michelangelo of beads. Stay with us.
Coming up next, from the Guinness Medical Files, a startling technological breakthrough. It's a spellbinding, inside-out look at the future with the world's thinnest sliced couple in 3D.
Coming up on Fox 11 News at 10, the latest Southland storm kicks up the surf. Is there more rain in the forecast? Fire ants invade the Southland, how you can get rid of them. And the video games your kids want for Christmas may actually turn out to be good for them.
This is a bug's life. This is a bug's life watch. This is the boy who bought the Bug's Life watch. There's 3 different kinds. Just $1.99 each when you buy any Happy Meal or Extra Value Meal at McDonald's. Of course, how you get there is entirely up to you.
Did somebody say McDonald's?
Only evil this dark could bring him back. Only a game this big could do him justice. Seeds of evil.
If you're not playing next week, how about if you come back and make believes?
Man, there's gotta be a better way.
Now, when you drink Sprite, look under the cap and you could win $25,000 in the Sprite salary cap game. A little help to get you through those tough times.
This program contains images which may be disturbing to younger or sensitive viewers. Parental discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Our next Guinness record comes to us in the category of medical firsts. As we come to you tonight, Dr. Victor Spitzer of the University of Colorado is working in his laboratory slicing hundreds of pounds of human flesh and bone. Dr. Spitzer's goal? Give the world a first-time view of the human body from the inside out. Now, I caution you, the video that you're about to see is extremely graphic. For centuries, the practice of dissecting the dead has offered doctors a unique opportunity to understand and aid the living. The detail a physician can glean with a strong overhead lamp and a sharp scalpel, however, is limited. One man set out to find a better way to map the human body. He's Dr. Victor Spitzer, a 48-year-old structural biologist at the University of Colorado. It's not a record most people would attempt, but Dr. Spitzer and his colleagues will first cut this human cadaver into 4 20-inch blocks and then slice it into 1,767 paper-thin slices. Guinness recognizes this as the world's most detailed human dissection. Dr. Spitzer uses a technique borrowed from, of all places, the local supermarket.
I don't like saying this, and I haven't said it before on camera, but it really comes from the butcher shop. If you want veal scallopini, the butcher does it by freezing the veal. You can cut it thinner if you freeze it. It's kind of the same idea. We want the things to be, everything in our cut to be the exact same hardness.
Who is this first man to be diced into paper-thin slices by Dr. Spitzer and his colleagues? His identity may shock you. He's convicted serial killer Joseph Paul Jernigan. When he was alive, he preyed on the weak and was a drain on society. It seems he had to die to discover his true calling.
It's difficult to find a cadaver that looks like there's really no reason why they should be dead, and is young and complete. It's not difficult to find a young, good torso or head or leg, but the complete body is difficult.
39-year-old Jernigan, who was executed in a Texas prison by lethal injection, willed his textbook body to science.
It took us 2.5 years searching amongst 3 state anatomical boards with about 3,000 cadavers per year. It's really a matter of this is the very best we could find.
Dr. Spitzer received Jernigan hours after his execution, froze him at a temperature of -80 degrees centigrade, then began his dissection like some macabre magic trick. In a slow, grueling process, Jernigan's body is severed with the lumberjack's cross-cut saw into 4 20-inch slices. Lower legs, upper legs, lower torso, upper torso and head. Before Jernigan's dismembered body parts are fed into the slicer, they are first drenched in blue gelatin, then refrozen into 2-foot ice blocks.
It is from our cafeteria, and it's Knox gelatin. And the only reason it's not Jell-O, I guess, is because there's sugar in that, and we don't want things sticky.
1/4 of Jernigan's ice-encased corpse is now placed on Spitzer's milling machine. Just like the veal at the butcher shop, it will now be sliced a millimeter at a time with a saw blade originally designed to cut aluminum.
This is a slice of a human head. Here's the nose here. Here's the ear here.
Each layer of Jernigan's body is photographed by an overhead camera before it is removed. Now, instead of an anatomical book,
What was that last number?
a computer saves the data. And for the first time, the doctor and the murderer reveal to us the human body in a way never seen before. The slices viewed one after another in the computer become an animated film. We can travel down through the brain, into the chest and internal organs, down through the legs, and out the soles of the feet. This is the real purpose of the thinnest sliced man, to become a virtual anatomy book.
So it's this reverse engineering of the human body. We took it apart in slices so we could put it back together again, and now we take it apart any way you like.
Since entering the Guinness Book in 1994 as the first cyber cadaver, Jernigan has been joined by a mate. Her identity is a well-guarded secret, but this 59-year-old Maryland woman holds a Guinness record of her own. She is the world's thinnest sliced human. Improvements in technology allowed Spitzer to slice her almost 3 times as thin as her male counterpart. That's 1/3 of a millimeter, about the width of a human hair. Slice isn't even the right word anymore. This woman was literally shaved into dust, 3 times thinner than the world's thinnest sliced man.
We're really destroying that slice, if you will, in the process, but we already captured the picture.
After each block is completely milled, the remains are reunited one final time.
Treating it like all other cadavers that we utilize within an institution, everything's cremated. Well, here we collect every small piece and cremate it all as one cadaver.
Ironically, this collection of computer cadavers may one day replace flesh and blood corpses as surgeons learn to navigate the human body.
So we want to simulate surgery, not by using a cadaver, but by using the virtual cadaver. We want to make him act like a live human. What do I mean act? Maybe I mean react. If you cut on his tissue, we want it to open up. We want it to bleed. We want it to react as though that were a live patient.
The possibilities for this computer mortuary continue to grow, and that keeps Dr. Spitzer's saw sharp and busy. Surprisingly, there is no shortage of volunteers willing to slice up the dearly departed.
We find people that are infatuated, excited about the revelation of the anatomy of a human body. You have to be excited. If it's just a job, it is too grueling to do correctly and never miss a slice. So we really have to find people that are in love with this job of cutting? No, with this job of revelation of human anatomy, and they have to be excited about it.
Here's just a sample of what you'll see on Guinness World Records Prime Time in the weeks to come.
She's the woman with the world's longest fingernails. You won't believe how far she goes to earn a place in the record book. Plus, on our stage, a gymnast, a trampoline, and a hula hoop all add up for one extreme world record attempt. And it's every parent's worst fear.
I realized I was looking at a tumor on the side of the baby's neck that was actually bigger than the baby's head.
See the record-setting medical miracle that gave this newborn the chance to survive. If you want to break or set a record here on Guinness Primetime, we want to hear from you. So drop us a line to Guinness Primetime, P.O. Box 4361, Hollywood, California, 90028. or give us a call at 1-888-751-8088 or visit our website at www.guinnessrecords.com.
That's our record-setting show for this evening. On behalf of Mark Thompson and everyone here at Guinness Prime Time, I'm Chris Collinsworth. Good night.
Tonight on Guinness World Records Prime Time, will Alison Bly defy all logic and achieve a new Guinness title?
Well, it feels like being in the eye of a tornado.
It's an unreal record attempt to become the woman who's been blown up the most times. Also, food fights European style. From Spain, it's human marinara as 20,000 people wage war in the world's largest tomato fight. And from Italy, the Battle of the Oranges, a bizarre 3-day festival that Guinness calls the world's most dangerous food fight. And on our stage, a gymnast, a trampoline, and a hula hoop, all combined for one extreme world record attempt. Then, can one man exercise 24 consecutive hours?
Right now, this whole thing's a mind game.
Steve Sokol is a fitness machine, but will his exercise be his death?
Yeah.
And from the Guinness medical files, his doctors were shocked.
It was the biggest tumor I'd ever seen.
His parents could only pray.
I'm gonna keep him. I'm gonna give him a chance to live in this world.
He was born into the record book with the world's largest tumor at birth. But baby Ryan James is a medical miracle. See the doctors that removed the record, gave him life, and a story you'll never forget. It's real people, real danger, and real records. Stick around if you're ready for Guinness Prime Time. From Los Angeles, the host of Guinness Prime Time, Chris Collinsworth.
Good evening and welcome to Guinness World Records Prime Time. As you've seen, Guinness records take place in small towns and big cities all over the world. And some take place right here in our Guinness studios. You won't believe what Mark Thompson has in store for you tonight.
I'm here with Alison Bly from Clearwater, Florida. And from the look of your costume, it's obvious you're a performer. Tell everyone what you do.
My name is the Dynamite Lady, and I blow myself up for a living.
As a matter of fact, Alison has blown herself up 1,100 times in outdoor stadiums and sports arenas all over the world. But tonight, Alison is going to blow herself up for a new Guinness record right here in our studio. And that's why our audience is not seated around our studio now. They are standing out of harm's way, all the way back there. In fact, we've been very careful to move them back. This is an extremely dangerous thing we're about to do. How are you going to do this?
I'm going to climb inside this box. Inside the box, there are bombs. And on the count of 10, boom, I'm going to blow it up to smithereens.
You're so casual about this, but this is a frightening notion should it go wrong. To prove that your bomb is an authentic explosive device, our Guinness judges have consulted with federally licensed pyrotechnician Bill Shermer, and Bill has verified that Alison's bomb is absolutely real and extremely dangerous. The bomb Alison is using is known as a deflagrating binary explosive. It's more powerful than a Molotov cocktail. It's capable of blowing off limbs and could kill you. To show you how powerful this blast will be, before the show, we took one of Alison's bombs, we put it inside a dummy that was made out of watermelon. We cut out a section of her coffin to give you an inside look, and watch what happened.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's obviously incredibly dangerous. You have all your fingers and two beautiful eyes, but how are you going to survive this?
I go through a mental checklist while everyone is doing a countdown from 10 to 1. And as they're counting, I'm thinking very carefully, is everything set up correctly? Because there's no room for error whatsoever. And if I don't feel comfortable, right up to the last second, I'll stop and we'll recount.
Just to let you know, we're taking every safety precaution. Mr. Shermer, our federal pyrotechnics specialist, has asked us to move the audience 25 feet back. We have an EMT crew and fire inspector on standby. You should all know that. We've also made sure that no one with a heart condition is on our stage, no children are on our stage, no pregnant women are present. Additionally, we have outfitted everyone with earplugs and goggles to protect them from debris. And audience, you should put those goggles down and those earplugs in now. Allison, I'm gonna give you your helmet. Let me take your jacket. There you go. Good luck.
Thank you.
Allison is inspecting the box now, and she will detonate the bomb herself using an electrical charge. Due to the delicate nature of the subject of bomb making, we're not going to show you any of the inner workings of this explosive. I caution you again, only a licensed professional should handle explosives. You've heard of Allison's background. Do not, under any circumstances, do not try this at home. Allison, the stage is yours. Remember, during the blast, Allison estimates she will be subjecting herself to a force equivalent to 2 sticks of dynamite. Throughout the course of her explosive career, Allison has been injured countless times. She's broken both feet, both hands, chipped an elbow, been set on fire, and knocked unconscious. And now, this time, Allison's doing it for a Guinness record. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See if the paramedics are...
Okay.
She looks to be moving. Allison is okay! Oh my gosh! She's okay! The studio. This is the percussive force. I felt it in my stomach back there.
Oh, yeah. What do you think I feel like in there?
Are you okay?
Whew, yeah, I'm all right. It was successful. No pain.
I want to watch it again because it's over so quickly, but in slow motion. Here it is from overhead. Tell us what you're going through. The explosion is imminent at this point. I've already begun the countdown.
Whew. Wow. Big boom. So that countdown, that checklist that I was going through was okay.
What do you feel at that moment of impact? As I say, I felt it and all the audience felt it all the way back there. What do you feel like inside?
Well, it feels like being in the eye of a tornado. And everything is the whirlwind and the pressure is going all the way around you and you're in the eye. But honey, if anything sticks out of that eye, you're whammed. And I was lucky today and got through it, but it's still a heck of a concussion in there.
Do you feel that concussion all over your body? What part of your body feels it more? Just give me some sense of that.
Well, it starts at my toes and goes right out my nose and mouth.
What a thrill. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Allison goes to the book as the woman who's been blown up the most number of times. Ladies and gentlemen, Allison Bly, the Dynamite Lady.
That was an intense couple of minutes. Stay with us.
Still ahead, food fights, European style. From Spain, it's human marinara. And from Italy, it's the Battle of the Oranges. They're the biggest, nastiest food fights ever. And on our stage, a gymnast, a trampoline, and a hula hoop, all combined for one extreme world record attempt. Then, from the Guinness medical files.
It was the biggest tumor I'd ever seen.
Baby Ryan James is a medical miracle. It's an unbelievable story you'll never forget. Time now for tonight's Guinness game. According to Guinness, what country has the most cell phone users per capita? Is the correct answer A, Sweden, B, Japan, or C, the United States? The answer when Guinness Primetime returns. To Guinness, what country has the most cell phone users per capita? Is it A, Sweden, B, Japan, or C, the United States? The correct answer is A, Sweden, with 38.8% of the population as unwired versus 31.2% in Japan and 21.9% here in the U.S. In fact, in Sweden, it's not uncommon to have a cell phone as your only phone. Why? Maybe it's because even on standard phones, they were paying a toll fee on every call. And if you have to ante up each time you hear the dial tone anyhow, why not eliminate the wall jacks and phone cords snaking on the floor, interfering with the clean and sparkling design look Sweden is known for? Or maybe it's because several of the world's leading cellular equipment manufacturers are based in Scandinavia, so they've had a top-flight digital system in place for years, something we're still striving for. And finally, Sweden has both a high per capita income and literacy rate, so maybe they're just rich and like to chat a lot. Here's a thought: if you really want to know why, just call them and ask. The calling code or area code is 46. And with all those cell phones around, someone's bound to pick up.
Welcome back. Our next story is a record-setting event of massive proportions. The gladiator fights, the Olympic Games, even the Super Bowl pale in comparison. It's called La Tomatina. La Tomatina? Each August, thousands from around the world flock to the tiny village of Bunwal, Spain, to take part in an outrageous festival. So what are all these people chanting for? Tomatoes. And once they arrive by the truckload, all hell breaks loose. It's called La Tomatina, and with 20,000 participants tossing 250,000 pounds of tomatoes, this yearly fracas has earned the Guinness title as the world's biggest annual food fight. Amazingly, this all began back in 1944 when residents of Bunwal threw tomatoes at a political rally for fascist dictator Francisco Franco. And yes, Franco is still dead, but half a century later, Bunwal's tomatoey tradition is very much alive. If your taste in food fights runs towards the fun and frivolous, then La Tomatina is for you. But if you got a hankering for some real competition, we found another food fight that makes this one look like child's play. It's called the Battle of the Oranges. And for 3 consecutive days each February, it turns the small Italian village of Ivrea into ground zero for a relentless and sometimes vicious food fight. Compared to the mess of being whacked by a squishy tomato, taking a firm orange upside the head is a sobering experience. That's why each year roughly 200 of the 3,500 participants sustain some form of injury, from bruises and broken noses to fractures and in some cases, loss of eyesight. No mystery here why Guinness has dubbed the Battle of the Oranges the world's most dangerous food fight. As based based on a historical uprising in the 12th century. The men riding in the carts represent the oppressive government troops. They are allowed to wear face masks. But just like the peasants they are portraying, those on the ground are allowed no such protection. The participants take the Battle of the Oranges very seriously.
This is a very rare and unusual event, because it isn't only the Battle of the Oranges, it's history and folklore too.
Today, revelers hurl some 88,000 pounds of oranges. If this sounds wasteful to you, keep in mind that it's all excess fruit that would otherwise be destroyed. Instead, it becomes part of the yearly festival that attracts thousands over a 3-day period. At the end of each day, plows have to scoop up a gooey mass of pulverized orange mixed with horse dung, a substance some revelers don't seem to mind at all. Now that looks like a fun-filled family vacation idea. We'll be right back.
Coming up, can Steve Sokol survive a torturous 24 hours of exercise? It's an endurathon to become the world's fittest man. And from the Guinness medical files, it's the world's largest tumor at birth. And a medical miracle you'll never forget.
There are those who don't jump on the latest trends.
But that involved a hula hoop. There's the single hoop marathon of 90 hours. There's the record for over 2,000 people spinning their hula hoops simultaneously. And the record for one person sustaining 81 gyrating hoops between their shoulders and hips. But none like the one you're about to see now. Let's go to Mark Thompson in our Guinness studio.
Gymnast and trampoline expert Ken Kobach. You were amazing, my friend. Tell everyone what you're going to do tonight.
Well, what I'm going to try to do is attempt to set a new world record by spinning through a hula hoop while somersaulting and jumping on the trampoline.
Now, you performed at halftime shows and exhibitions all over the country. You make it look very easy and effortless, but it's dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Explain some of the dangers that are unique to this situation.
What I'm going to be presented with, number one, is that I jumped pretty high to do this world record, and the lights are definitely going to be a factor because they're relatively low, so I'll have to watch out for those. Also, I'll be getting pretty dizzy while I'm trying to somersault and go through the hula hoop, so after about 30 seconds, I'm going to have to really try to concentrate on exactly where I am in space. And endurance, because you can tell I'm already out of breath.
It's exhausting.
I'm going to be going for 1 minute, and it's going to be tough to keep my height in order to get the most revolutions with the hula hoop.
You ready to go?
All righty.
Okay, we'll get started. Ken will be using a standard 36-inch diameter hula hoop. His body must pass completely through the hoop to count toward the record. At the top of his jump, Ken is going to rise to 18 feet above the ground. That's just 2 feet below the studio ceiling. So, as he mentions, if he miscalculates and hits one of our studio lights or metal pipes which hold the lights, he could be in some real trouble. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Be careful, Ken. Good luck. 1, 2, 3. Begin. Oh, wow. Ken is flipping the hula hoop so fast it's almost impossible to keep track with the naked eye of how many times. Look at the revolutions. He's got 45 seconds left. He's got great height. 30 seconds left. Come on, Ken! 15 This is the dizziness you were talking about, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, there's like 3 of you right there right now.
Let's take a look at you in action. Tell us what's going on here.
Oh, wow.
You have to sustain. This is the...
Is that what that looks like?
That's you. You have to sustain the height. I noticed that was sort of critical.
Exactly. That is very tough. You want to start as high as possible because you keep getting lower and lower, and the arms are getting tired and you're getting dizzy, and it's just hard to tell which way is up sometimes. So, how many did I do? Anybody know?
Your revolutions were so rapid that the judges are going to have to slow it down and actually count.
Excellent.
So that's what we're doing right now.
Excellent.
But, tell us, with each jump, you're saying that each time you hit it, you're not generating further power to get higher?
Exactly. It's very tough to keep your altitude off your back. So it's all stomach muscles and legs just kicking off the trampoline bed to try to keep it up.
The judges have reviewed the tape. Ken, you jumped through the hoop 101 times.
A well-deserved high five. Congratulations, Ken. I got a little dizzy just watching that one, though. We'll be right back.
Next, Steve Sokol is a fitness machine.
Right now, this whole thing's a mind game.
But can one man survive 24 hours of non-stop exercise for a new Guinness record? Then, from the Guinness medical files, baby Ryan James was born into the record book with the world's largest tumor at birth. See a medical miracle you'll never forget.
So aliens have just been setting us up over the years with their E.T. and our Men in Black movies just so that nobody would believe it if it really happened.
Welcome back. There are thousands of Guinness records that involve pushing the envelope to the limit. But how far can you physically push the human body before you risk serious injury or even death? One man seems determined to find out, even if it kills him.
The biggest thing that separates me from anyone else is a burning desire to succeed and to go through pain thresholds that many other people are not willing to subject themselves to. So it's trying to be the best that you can be, and this is what I'm best at.
This is Steve Sokol, age 42, a professional fitness trainer. He's married and lives in San Jose, California. A lifelong athlete, Steve currently holds over 20 world fitness records, including a previous Guinness record for the most jumping jacks in the shortest amount of time. Now he wants to go where no man has gone before. A muscle-burning, lung-bursting, mind-bending, 24-hour exercise marathon he calls his Endurathon. If he can complete it, it will put him in the Guinness Book as the world's fittest man.
This is my Mount Everest. This is my mountain to climb, my personal challenge.
Steve's personal challenge boils down to this: 15 strenuous endurance events, 55 miles of bicycling, 5 miles of power walking, 20 more miles of bicycling, 5 miles of kayaking, a 10-mile hike followed by 1,000 crunches, 1,000 jumping jacks, 1,000 leg lifts, and 1,000 push-ups. Then he will run for 10 miles on a treadmill, row for 5 more, then do 10 more miles on the Nordic track. And if that's not enough, he must then lift over 50,000 pounds of weights, swim for 2 more miles, then bike for another 25 miles. Not only will Steve be fighting pain, fatigue, and even hallucinations, he'll be fighting the clock. If he doesn't complete all 15 events in 24 hours, none of it counts.
My lower back got tight, but apparently not too tight.
Not just anyone can push their body to the absolute physical limit for a record 24 hours straight. Steve comes prepared.
This event requires a certain type of preparation. That's a combination of training, of motivation, and of genetics, along with proper nutrition. I'm gonna have a breakfast for 4 by myself this morning because the number of calories I'm gonna burn today is as much as 4 active people would burn throughout a whole day.
3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go.
10:08 a.m., Steve begins his Endurathon. His first event, a strenuous 55-mile bike ride over a series of punishing hills.
I'm doing all right. Trying to not get too overheated.
Steve finishes without stopping in 3 hours, 11 minutes.
Well, we can look at that as our appetizer.
Up next, the first course, 5 miles of brisk power walking.
Another few hours, it'll start getting interesting. Right now, we're cruising.
61 minutes later, Steve is back at home.
2 down.
After a little breather, he sets out on his next event.
Go.
Another bike ride, 20 additional miles. Air temperature, a blistering 96 degrees.
The water's almost too hot to drink. It's very warm. But I need fluid, so right now, beggars can't be choosers.
Between biking and walking, Steve has worked the lower body. Now it's time to do the same for his upper body. The event? Kayaking, 5 miles of it.
Go to sleep tonight. When you wake up tomorrow morning, remember anything's possible.
Get edgy.
8 hours into his Endurathon, a typical workday for most, Steve begins the next event, a leg-straining hike over 10 miles of hot, hilly terrain. This after 75 miles on a bike, 5 miles of power walking, and 5 miles of kayaking. It's 2 hours into the hike. After 10 straight hours of non-stop exertion, fatigue really begins to take its toll.
Hallucinations are a funny thing. You never exactly know when they're going to happen. It's much more common to do so at night. I've seen tar spots jumping up off the street and telephone poles kind of caving in on me, and that's called a tunnel vision.
8:49 p.m. Steve finishes his hike, 50 minutes behind schedule. Physically and mentally exhausted, he's not even halfway through the Endurathon. Not only does he have to somehow make up that lost hour, he is still facing 15 more events. 1,000 crunches, 1,000 jumping jacks, 1,000 leg lifts, 1,000 push-ups, a 10-mile run on a treadmill, 5 miles on a rowing machine, 10 more miles on the Nordic track. Then he must lift 50,000 pounds of weights, then swim for 2 miles, then bike for another 25 miles. Can he do it? We'll find out right after this.
Coming up, born with the world's largest tumor at birth, baby Ryan James is a medical miracle. It's a story you'll never forget.
Hey there, now I got something here
for the world's fittest man. So far, Steve has already finished 5 of the 15 events of his Endurathon. 55 miles of biking, 5 miles of power walking, 20 more miles of biking, 5 miles of kayaking, and a long, strenuous hike over 10 miles of hilly terrain. It's 8:50 p.m. Steve stumbles out of the foothills depleted and fatigued. With 14 hours yet to go, Steve jams down peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and plows into his next group of events. What's he start off with?
1,000 abdominal crunches, go.
Followed by 1,000 jumping jacks. Followed by 1,000 leg lifts. Followed by 1,000 push-ups.
995. 1,000.
Oh, yeah.
12:38 a.m. After 4,000 repetitions, Steve is now 14 hours and 30 minutes into the Endurathon.
It's weird how you can be going along just fine, and then bam.
With his metabolism running at the rate of 4 normal people, he must constantly replenish his body fuel. Still, Steve develops a throbbing migraine headache, the result of fatigue and dehydration. But there's little he can do about it.
So now we move on.
That means 10 long, agonizing miles on the treadmill. To stay on schedule, Steve has to maintain a laborious 10-minute mile. As any marathoner knows, mood swings are common. Right now, Steve's feeling good, but who knows how long it will last.
Right now, this whole thing's a mind game. So if I can play the game right, I win.
Next, 5 taxing miles on the rowing machine.
What did I say before about being crazy to be running at 1 a.m. on a treadmill? How about rowing at 3 a.m.?
An additional 10 miles on the Nordic track, one of the most strenuous exercise machines around.
That migraine headache seems to be spreading throughout my whole body.
The Nordic track proves to be his undoing. Steve does finish his 10 miles, but with his reserves depleted, he hits the wall. He's treading into dangerous territory physically and emotionally. Concerned about Steve's physical and mental state, the on-site paramedic waits outside the dressing room.
How you doing, Steve?
All right.
Okay.
You go into more ultra-marathon type things. You go into altered states of consciousness, very extreme highs and lows of emotions, and obviously I'm in a low. Part of the roller coaster.
Steve takes a few minutes to pull himself together, but if he hesitates too long, he may not have enough time to finish the last 3 events: weightlifting, swimming, and biking.
It's not a physical pain. It's a mental thing. Yeah, I can't really, I don't even know if it's mental, it's emotional. But at the same time, you know, I think that if you can harness that kind of emotional energy, you can go beyond, you know, what maybe another person might be able to do. So if you don't let your emotions rule you, but you rule them and you use them, you know, both high and low, then you can use it to your advantage and persevere.
And Steve does persevere through his next absolutely grueling event. Lifting 50,000 pounds of weights, muscles burning with fatigue, Steve struggles through repetition after repetition after repetition. Does he do it?
$50,160.
Yeah.
Yes.
He does.
Done. Getting light out?
When most gym goers are just thinking about their 20-minute workout, Steve is in the 20th hour of his.
Go.
140 laps, 2 miles. Lap after lap, Steve struggles just to keep his arms above the water. Amazingly, he finishes the 140 laps in 64 minutes. But if he wants that Guinness title, he has to go even further and complete his 15th and last event, a bike ride. A 25-mile bike ride. If Steve wants to finish this final leg of the Endurathon within the allotted time, he has to maintain an average speed of 18 miles per hour. If he lags behind, he will not be able to claim the Guinness record. But Steve manages to break through the wall and go for it. After 75 miles of biking, 5 miles of power walking, kayaking for 5 miles, and 10 miles of hiking, after 1,000 crunches, 1,000 jumping jacks, 1,000 leg lifts and 1,000 push-ups, beyond the 10 miles on the treadmill, the 5 miles on the rowing machine, and 10 more miles on the Nordic track. After hitting rock bottom, then rebounding to lift 50,000 pounds of weights and struggling through 140 laps, then enduring another bike ride of 25 miles, Steve finally hits the home stretch. He finishes the event in 23 hours and 43 minutes, grabbing the Guinness title as
the world's fittest man. Yes. Woo!
Steve, that is a remarkable achievement. We'll be right back.
Next, he was born into the record book with the world's largest tumor at birth. See the doctors that removed the record and gave him life. It's a story you'll never forget.
Tonight, where you live. It's the story of Ryan James Shannon of Las Vegas, Nevada. And although his birth started out as every parent's nightmare, it turned into a medical miracle. Cora and Lee Shannon tried for more than 8 years to have a baby. They had all but given up hope when in July 1995, the unexpected happened. Doctors told Cora she was pregnant.
I jump up to the chair and run all the way outside, and Lee don't even say a word. Tears coming out in his eyes. He don't say a word, just stretch out and look up the ceiling and start crying.
But within a few months, their tears of joy turned to tears of sorrow. During a routine checkup, an ultrasound exam which uses reflecting sound waves to create this murky image of the unborn baby revealed a serious problem.
This is the baby's head. And as you come down, you see on the left side, as you get lower near the baby's neck, you see this mass starting to form. The first time I saw the ultrasound, I realized I was looking at a tumor on the side of the baby's neck that was actually bigger than the baby's head. It was the biggest tumor I'd ever seen. The black inside it is fluid, is the fluid from the tumor.
And he said he doesn't know for sure if it's cancerous or tumor or something.
Not even knowing what exactly the problem was or if he was going to live or everything, and that's what I guess scared me more than anything.
The tumor was pressing on the baby's windpipe, threatening to crush it, making it impossible for the baby to survive outside the womb. Because of the severity and hopelessness of the situation, doctors approached Cora to discuss the very sensitive subject of abortion.
I don't believe in abortion, and I told him no. I'm gonna keep him. I'm gonna give him a chance to live in this world.
For Ryan's family and his doctors, the tumor that had been only an abstract image on an ultrasound was now about to become frighteningly real. We warn you that what you're about to see is extremely graphic. On January 2nd, 1996, doctors performed a cesarean section to deliver the baby 6 weeks premature.
I was thinking about how he gonna look like when he get out in this world. He might have another head that has no face at all.
The toughest thing about the delivery was the fact that I had 2 people to be concerned about and then seeing how much pain that my wife was in. And then I guess the uncertainty of not knowing if he's gonna make it, I kept waiting to hear that cry of the baby.
The baby, who they named Ryan James, or RJ, was beautiful and healthy in every way except one. He weighed 6 pounds, 2 ounces. The tumor weighed 11 ounces, 10% of the baby's body weight. The growth was pressing against baby RJ's windpipe, slowly extinguishing his precious little life. Nurses tried to hide the deformity from Cora the first time they brought the baby to her by covering the tumor with a blanket.
I started crying when I saw him. He was such a cute little boy. And then after I saw him, said, "Are you sure it's my baby? Where is, the thing that they told me about in his neck?" they opened that thing, I was like shocked. I start crying. And I was thinking about if he's gonna live or not, because that's not a small one. It's like a bigger than his head. I start crying, and it's just terrible.
Baby RJ was in grave danger. With each passing day, the tumor continued to grow out of control, threatening to kill him. The decision was made to operate, and a medical team was assembled for this unprecedented procedure. This was the largest tumor ever attempted to be removed from a newborn infant. Cora and Lee were warned that there was a very real risk that they could lose their son on the operating table.
I have to tell you the truth that he's so little for this kind of surgery, and it only takes a little bit of blood to bleed him to death. And he's only 9 days old, you know. So we're just hoping that everything's gonna go right.
The tumor was washed in betadine, a disinfectant which prevents infection. Then doctors marked off where the incisions would be made, doing their best to preserve the structure of baby RJ's face. Finally, surgeons were ready to make their first incision. They had to be careful not to sever any vital arteries. Once the skin was peeled back, doctors could begin the delicate process of removing the tumor. The operation lasted 4 hours. It was a success. After the tumor was removed, it was examined and fortunately found not to contain cancer cells.
Look.
More than a year has passed, and the Shannons are enjoying the son they had worked and fought so hard to bring into this world.
Bye, Daddy. Bye-bye, Daddy.
But there are challenges still ahead.
Eat that finger, that's not good.
The tumor has slowed the development of baby RJ's ability to swallow, so a feeding tube has been implanted in his stomach to provide nourishment.
There we go. Okay, you're done for a while.
He's on his way to becoming a healthy baby, and doctors are hopeful that by the time RJ is 3 years old, he will be able to eat and breathe on his own. When he's older, RJ will undergo surgery to repair the facial bones damaged by the tumor, and he can look forward to leading a normal life. Although he will long be known for holding the Guinness record for having the largest tumor at birth, to his parents, he will always be the miracle kid who beat the odds.
Oh, I would absolutely have him. I can't imagine life without him. I mean, I know that we made the right choice, and maybe God gave us this boy because he knew that we could handle everything that goes along with it. So, you know, I don't regret anything about having our son.
Years from now, when RJ's old enough to understand, we hope he'll look back on this story and see what an inspiration he's been to all of us.
If you want to break or set a record here on Guinness Primetime, we want to hear from you. Give us a call at 1-888-751-8088 or visit our website at www.guinnessrecords.com.
Here's just a sample of what you'll see on Guinness World Records Primetime in the weeks to come.
Louise Hollis has inched her way into the record book as the woman with the world's longest toenails. Her record can be broken, even chipped. You won't believe how far Louise will go to protect her record-setting nails. And the Wolf Boys, up close and personal. It's a Guinness profile you'll never forget.
I met Larry first, and then about a week later, I met Danny, but he was so much cuter.
They're 2 teenage brothers and 1 record-setting family. Plus, from El Salvador, 1 deadly record. The most scorpions eaten. Do you have the stomach to watch this man bite, chew, and swallow his way to a Guinness record?
That's our record-setting show for this evening. On behalf of Mark Thompson and everyone here at Guinness Prime Time, I'm Chris Collinsworth. Good night.
Eat every day. You eat all the same foods that you normally do. You just eat them a little differently. You eat them more often, and sometimes you prepare them a little differently. And I show you how to use the right combinations of food to fuel your fat-burning engine. If the typical meal on my program was steak, potato, and green beans, could you stay on it?
Oh, you bet.
Well, let me tell you, then you're gonna love my program, because that's it. It's a food lover's guide to fat loss.
I'd eaten steak, baked potatoes, vegetables, and I lost 50 pounds in 6 months. At first, I wondered, here's another infomercial. And there's a lot of them out there. There really is. This you can take to the bank. It works. People just can't imagine. They ask me, how'd you lose so much weight? And I said, you gotta eat. That was the most incredible thing, is you had to actually eat more. You're not hungry, you're not starving. There really is no sacrifice. All the food is good food. I mean, it's all food that I've eaten before. I just ate it the wrong way, prepared it the wrong way. I went from size 40 down to a size 36. I can get into 34 Levi's. They're tight. My wife likes them like that. To the people that are sitting there watching TV and seeing the infomercial and thinking that it's just not going to work, I say, here's the proof. It works. It works for me, and it can work for you.
Your body is like a furnace. It burns food for fuel. If you put good logs on the fire regularly, it's gonna burn hotter and hotter. The hotter it burns, the more quickly it burns the wood, right? Your body works essentially the same way. If you starve it, the fire starts to die down. Then you can't burn the food you feed it, and the food just sits there. It gets stored as fat. My program will show you how to use food to stoke that fire so that you'll burn calories faster and faster. I'll show you how to eat more often and use the right combinations of food to turn your body into a fat-burning machine. You'll eat more food than you ever imagined, and you will lose more weight than you ever thought possible. Good to see you, Father. It's great to be here. Most diets want you to be perfect. I mean, have you ever been on a diet before? Yes. What happened?
Lost 96 pounds.
That's great.
I put on about 60 since.
What happened?
I wasn't faithful enough to my good eating habits that I acquired.
But I know you are a faithful person. And the thing is, you shouldn't have to be on a program that doesn't allow you to eat the foods that you love. So you have to eat your favorite foods. And what I've done is I've incorporated all the foods that you like to eat, and I don't really believe there's such thing as a bad food choice. In fact, I think decadent, delicious food is part of a good food choice program, because you know what? If you're eating foods that you like, you'd stay on the program, wouldn't you? Right? On my program, cheating or treating is a part of the program. See, no one does the program 100% of the time. Most people will see tremendous results if they just follow it 50%. See, on my program, you lose the weight fast, but more importantly, you do keep the weight off.
I've lost 80 pounds, and I've kept it off for almost 2 years now. I had a weight problem all my life. I think it was 3rd or 4th grade. We all had our Valentine's Day. Everyone brought in Valentine's Day cards for everybody, and we all went around and put them in little sacks for each person. And when I got my Valentine's Day cards, every one of them in there was the hippopotamus wearing a little skirt. I went home, I cried for weeks after that. It was horrible. It was horrible. I've tried every quick fix diet there is in the world. After you try so many different programs, you know, I had just resolved the fact that this is the way I'm going to look forever. This is the way I'm going to feel forever. It's never going to get any better. I've tried everything, and nothing is working. Losing the weight is not the big deal. It's keeping it off. It's maintaining it. And that's what's so great about Larry's program, is it's something that you can do every day of your life. It's not depriving yourself. It's not starving yourself. I've lost 80 pounds. And I haven't even counted out. I went from a 15, 16 to a size 1. I haven't even counted the difference. This is a godsend. It is wonderful. It has changed my life. It absolutely works.
Kyle in Tulsa, Oklahoma, you're on Quantum Radio with Larry North. How can I help you today, sir?
You know, Larry, your program sounds pretty good, but I work 60 hours a week, and I'm always too busy to stay on a diet.
My program is specially designed for busy people. It's simple, and it's easy, and anybody can do it. Do you know what you do on day 1?
No.
You add a meal. Can you do that?
Sure, but want to gain weight?
You add a meal to speed up your metabolism. You know what you do on day 2?
No.
You add a 60-second muscle-building workout. Yes, 60 seconds. I do them on the bus. You can do it at a truck stop. People do it in their office. They do it while they're watching TV. You begin to put on lean muscle so that you burn calories all day long. It's that simple. I've laid it out. What you do day by day, hour by hour for the next 21 days. You're just gonna add and change a few things in your eating program and add a few 60-second workouts, and in just 21 days, you will have turned your body into a fat-burning machine. You're gonna drop inches. You're gonna lose body fat. Your energy level's gonna be through the roof, and you're gonna feel good about yourself. That's what's gonna happen in just 21 days.
I saw results on Larry's program within the first week.
I went from an 18 in a dress to an 8.
I've lost 35 pounds in 2.5 months, but I've lost 3 dress sizes.
I started out here on the second to the end notch.
I've lost 7 dress sizes, and I'm eating more.
On this, I'm always eating, and I'm always hungry, and that's good, but I'm losing weight.
Hey, I did it. And hey, I was fat.
I can lose it because I'm stubborn, and I like to eat. Anybody can lose it.
And believe me, you can do it too. Now, doesn't this food look great? A ham, turkey, potatoes, yams, meats, vegetables, desserts, and so much more. And this is what the holidays are all about, right? Family, good friends, and great delicious food. But if you're like most people, all the holidays symbolize is that come January, you're another 10 to 20 pounds heavier. Well, not this year. See, this year you can eat all of these delicious foods, which include many of your family favorite recipes, and lose pounds instead of gaining them. I mean, think about it. You can eat all of this delicious food and still look great. I mean, make the Slim Down a gift to yourself. And if you do, I'll give you a gift from me. I'll send you my Slim Down to try free for a full 30 days. That's long enough to do the entire program and see for yourself that you can eat the foods that you love and still lose the weight. You get results, and you don't even have to pay. Plus, if you call right now, we'll even give you free priority shipping. This way you can start right away. Now this year, don't dread the holidays. Celebrate them with me and a beautiful new you. It's never been easier.
Now you can stop dieting, stop starving yourself, and start eating to lose weight faster than you ever thought possible with the Great North American Slim Down. 21 days that will change your body and your life. Finally, an effective weight loss program that fits your busy lifestyle. The Slim Down is a simple day-by-day system where you learn how to use food to turn your body into a fat-burning incinerator so you can eat more than you ever imagined and lose weight faster than you ever thought possible.
This is a great way to lose weight and keep it off and be lean for the rest of your life.
Last year, more than 300,000 people joined best-selling author and renowned weight loss expert Larry North's Slim Down to lose weight fast and keep it off, making it the most successful TV weight loss program in the country. And now, you can learn the secrets of his time-tested program in a simple step-by-step system that offers guaranteed results in just 21 days. The heart of the program is the Lean Life Organizer, a handsome daily planner with everything you need to learn how to reshape your body and keep it that way for the rest of your life. Inside is the 21-day Slim Down, a day-by-day, hour-by-hour plan for eating more often and using the right combination of foods to turn your body into an efficient fat-burning machine in just 21 days. Plus, we'll also include planner pages for the whole rest of the year, so you can continue to melt the pounds away and keep them off all year round. Your Lean Life Organizer also contains the North American Menu Planner. Just choose one food from each of the 3 categories, red, white, and blue, and you've got just the right combination of carbohydrates, protein, and vegetables to keep your body's fat-burning furnace running on high. There's also a restaurant guide with tips on ordering out at all your favorite restaurants, so you can lose weight even if you eat out every single day. And a snack guide, a quick reference of lean foods you can find in almost any pantry, convenience store, or vending machine. Best of all, you get to eat the food you love. The North American Cookbook will show you how any meal can be prepared the North American way and includes quick and easy recipes for gourmet meals straight from the menu of Larry's 4-star rated North-South restaurant. You even get the 60-second workout video with dozens of simple 1-minute muscle-building exercises you can do anytime, anywhere, without ever changing into workout clothes. And you don't have to go through it alone. Larry North will personally walk you through each and every day of the Slim Down on 3 audio cassettes. You get the complete system, the North American Lean Life Organizer with the 21-day program, the menu planner, eating out advisor, the snack guide, and planner pages for a whole year. Larry North's day-by-day audio cassettes, the 60-second workout video, and the 4-star North American cookbook. Everything you need to lose weight fast and keep it off.
Special holiday bonus. If you call in the next 22 minutes, you can try the complete Slim Down absolutely free. That's right. Try it free for a full 30 days. Get visible results or don't pay. Simply return the program and your credit card will never be charged. But if after 30 days you've lost pounds, shed inches, and gained more energy than you ever thought possible, simply keep it and you'll be billed just 5 easy payments of only $19.95. Plus, as our special holiday gift to you, we'll even upgrade you to priority shipping free. That's right. Get it fast with a free upgrade to priority shipping. Plus, try the Slim Down free for a full 30 days.
Now, new for $98, the country's most popular TV weight loss program has just gotten easier with the Slim Down Gourmet. These delicious instant meals are specifically designed to give you just the right combination of foods to fuel your body's fat-burning furnace anytime, anywhere. Ask your operator for details. Stop dieting, start eating, and lose weight faster than you ever thought possible. Join the great North American Slim Down today.
Call in the next 22 minutes, and you can try the great North American Slim Down 21-day fat loss system absolutely free. Plus, get upgraded to priority shipping free as our gift to you. If after 30 days you're not seeing visible results, simply return it and your credit card will never be charged. But if you've lost pounds, shed inches, and gained more energy than you ever thought possible, simply keep it and you'll be billed just 5 easy payments of only $19.95. Remember, you only have 22 minutes left to get the Slim Down Plus priority shipping free. So call now.
Shirley in Akron, Ohio, you're on the air. How can I help you today?
I just wanted to call and let you know how excited I am about the program. I've lost 32 pounds and I've lost about 3 dress sizes.
That is fantastic.
I do have one question for you though, Larry. Sometimes I get so busy I can't get all my meals in.
I think I have the answer to your problem. The best thing about the Slim Down is that you get to eat often. You use food as a fuel source to speed up your fat-burning engine.
You know what I think is most interesting about Larry's program is not that people lose weight, but rather that people get healthy. And that's what it's all about.
For 14 years, I've been sick and fat. This year, I have ordered 4 diets. I sent 3 of them back. I did not send the Larry North diet back because it's not a diet. It changed everything in my life. I've lost 35 pounds in 2.5 months, but I've lost 3 dress sizes. I went from a 20 to a 14 in 2.5 months. I was flipping through the channels. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. What's on TV? Nothing. So I accidentally saw Larry North's face. And so I just listened and I thought, I've got to call these people. I mean, it's a 30-day guarantee. What can you do? Send it back. So I called and I was thrilled. And I didn't send it back because the first week I lost 10 pounds. And I was so excited because I had tried everybody, and this worked. This has given me a totally new life. I'm healthy again. I'm not steroid dependent. I do not use the asthma inhalers anymore. It works. And if it'll work for me, it'll work for anybody.
The Slim Down will work for you too. So how about giving yourself a gift for the holidays this year? How about giving yourself the best gift of all? A lean, beautiful, healthy body. If you'll give yourself that gift, and I believe you deserve it, I'll give you a gift of my own. I'll send you the most successful TV weight loss system in the country for free. That's right, free for a full 30 days. Get results that you can see before you even have to pay. And to make sure you've got the body that you've always wanted, by the time you get together with your friends and family, if you call right now, I'll even upgrade you to free priority shipping so you can start looking and feeling better right away. You can enjoy the holidays and holiday food and lose weight and keep it off, but you have to pick up the phone right now.
Now you can stop dieting and start eating to lose weight faster than you ever thought possible with the Great North American Slim Down. A simple day-by-day plan for eating more often and using the right combination of foods to turn your body into an efficient, fat-burning machine. In just 21 days, you get the complete system. Everything you need to lose weight fast and keep it off.
Special holiday bonus. If you call in the next 15 minutes, you can try the complete Slim Down absolutely free. That's right. Try it free for a full 30 days. Get visible results or don't pay. Simply return the program and your credit card will never be charged. But if after 30 days you've lost pounds, shed inches, and gained more energy than you ever thought possible, simply keep it and you'll be billed just 5 easy payments of only $19.95. Plus, as our special holiday gift to you, we'll even upgrade you to priority shipping free. That's right. Get it fast with a free upgrade to priority shipping. Plus, try the Slim Down free for a full 30 days.
Stop dieting, start eating, and lose weight faster than you ever thought possible. Join the Great North American Slim Down today.
Call in the next 15 minutes, and you can try the Great North American Slim Down 21-day fat loss system absolutely free. Plus, get upgraded to priority shipping free as our gift to you. If after 30 days you're not seeing visible results, simply return it and your credit card will never be charged. But if you've lost pounds, shed inches, and gained more energy than you ever thought possible, simply keep it and you'll be billed just 5 easy payments of only $19.95. Remember, you only have 15 minutes left to get the Slim Down Plus priority shipping free. So call now.
I have twin brothers. One brother lived with me when he was younger, and the other brother went to live in the West Coast. And the brother that lived in the West Coast, I hadn't seen him for like a year and a half, and he decides that he wants to come and live in Dallas. So I'm like excited, and my mother calls me, and she says, "Larry, Alan's gained a few pounds. Don't make him feel self-conscious." So I'm sitting there at the airport, and my brother Alan gets off the plane, and he weighs 120 pounds more than his twin. And I'm thinking to myself, I love him more than anything in life, so why would I make him feel self-conscious? He's my brother. And so I sat at the airport with him for like hours, it seemed like days, just consoling him, sharing my Slim Down, sharing my thoughts, my philosophies with him. And at first he challenged me. He was like, "I can't eat all this food, I'll get fat." And I'm like, "Alan, you're my brother. I can't crusade across America and help the world if I can't help my own blood, someone that I love." In 4 months, he loses over 100 pounds. And that's why I'm here. In a sense, I'm preaching what I believe in across America.
Yeah, you make a great preacher, I want you to know.
Well, that's my second job.
About 5 months ago, I weighed about 420 pounds. I've lost 135 pounds since July. As far as I know, I have no proof of it, but this program might have saved my life. I work as a land surveyor, and I was out surveying on a project, and I noticed everything started to close in on my vision. I mean, I started getting tunnel vision. The boss made me go to the doctor. He basically said, "Look, you know, you're going to have to do one of two things. You're either going to have to lose weight or you're going to die." You know, I said, "Okay, I guess I'll lose the weight because I really don't like the other option that much." So I went ahead and bought the program, and I was skeptical. I didn't believe it, but hey, 134 pounds later and counting, you know, my body's still a project under construction, you know, as we'd say in surveying, but, you know, it's starting to look pretty good. My doctor's ecstatic, and he thinks it's great. He says, "What have you done? You've lost 50 pounds since, you know, in a month." He says, "Your blood pressure's down, you know, it's under control. If you're happy with the status quo, you sit there, you get high blood pressure, and you die. If you want to make a change in your life, you want to lose the weight, call and get the Larry Norris program."
Maybe this was the year you were going to lose the weight and get a beautiful body, but somehow it just never happened. You don't look any better than you did this time last year, and now you're dreading the holidays. When you get together with your friends and family and everyone's got a camera, but you just dread the thought of getting another picture taken. Do you know why? Pictures never lie. It doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to wait for the new year to have another shot at a beautiful body. Get it right now. It's my gift to you. You pick up the phone and you try my Slim Down for free. for a full 30 days. You can actually see the results before you even decide. Plus, if you call right now, I'll even upgrade you to free priority shipping. And this way you can start right away. You do the whole program for free, and if you don't see results, don't pay. It's my gift to you. But I know you will see the results. And when you do, and when you're sitting around that table with your friends and family, and you're enjoying your favorite foods, and you're laughing, and you're feeling great about life, let them take a picture of you. Send it to me. See, that's my gift. That's what I want. I want to know how the Slim Down's changed your life. So go ahead. You deserve it. Pick up the phone, because this could be the best holiday season ever. So go ahead and eat all this food.
I had a lot of fun throwing out all my fat clothes.
My husband loves the difference. I can't tell you how many people just kept on saying to me, you look terrific.
My father, after I'd lost about 50 pounds, he would hug me and call me skinny. And that just made me melt, because my father, I don't remember my father doing that to me before. He hugged me, but when he called me skinny, I mean, it was like nothing could ever bother me again.
I can remember back when I was thin, okay? If I can change after, 20-something years, you know, anybody can do it.
You will succeed, guaranteed.
Now you can stop dieting and start eating to lose weight faster than you ever thought possible with the Great North American Slim Down. 21 days that will change your body and your life. The Slim Down is a simple day-by-day system where you learn how to use food to turn your body into a fat-burning incinerator so you can eat more than you ever imagined and lose weight faster than you ever thought possible. The heart of the program is the Lean Life Organizer, a handsome daily planner with everything you need to learn how to reshape your body and keep it that way for the rest of your life. Inside is the 21-day Slim Down, a day-by-day, hour-by-hour plan for eating more often and using the right combination of foods to turn your body into an efficient fat-burning machine in just 21 days. Plus, we'll also include planner pages for the whole rest of the year. Your Lean Life Organizer also contains the North American Menu Planner. Just choose one food from each of the 3 categories, and you've got just the right combination of carbohydrates, protein, and vegetables to keep your body's fat-burning furnace running on high. There's also a restaurant guide with tips on ordering out at all your favorite restaurants and a snack guide, a quick reference of lean foods you can find in almost any pantry, convenience store, or vending machine. Best of all, you get to eat the food you love. The North American Cookbook will show you how any meal can be prepared the North American way and includes quick and easy recipes for gourmet meals straight from the menu of Larry's 4-star rated North-South restaurant. You even get the 60-second workout video with dozens of simple 1-minute muscle-building exercises you can do anytime, anywhere, without ever changing into workout clothes. And Larry North will personally walk you through each and every day of the Slim Down on 3 audio cassettes. You get the complete system, everything you need to lose weight fast and keep it off.
Special holiday bonus. If you call in the next 8 minutes, you can try the complete Slim Down absolutely free. That's right. Try it free for a full 30 days. Get visible results or don't pay. Simply return the program and your credit card will never be charged. But if after 30 days you've lost pounds, shed inches, and gained more energy than you ever thought possible, simply keep it and you'll be billed just 5 easy payments of only $19.95. Plus, as our special holiday gift to you, we'll even upgrade you to priority shipping free. That's right. Get it fast with a free upgrade to priority shipping. Plus, try the Slim Down free for a full 30 days.
Stop dieting.